details.
Sure, there's more than one roofing company, but there's only one roofing contractor of the year, America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing just rated #1 in Arizona, and that is reason enough. But you know what? So many more reasons. When you're A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, family-owned and operated for over a quarter century, 500 employees statewide, home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Galvisi. Plus, right now, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns were able to bounce back over the long weekend, Saturday beating the Knicks 106-99, and last night in Brooklyn taking care of the Nets 126-117, and they'll be in Philly tonight for Tyrese Maxey and the Sixers, and it looks like Jaylen Green might return for the Suns after missing some extended time due to a hamstring strain. That game will tip off at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Indiana Hoosiers are your college football national champions. The improbable turnaround was complete last night. Coach Curt Signetti and the Hoosiers beat Miami 27-21 to cap off a perfect season and claim their first national championship. As the Cardinals are still looking for their next head coach, a name many wanted is now off the list. Robert Saleh is set to be the next head coach for the Tennessee Titans. What does that mean on who might be the Cardinals' next head coach? Head to ArizonaSports.com to find out. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning, everybody. How is everyone doing? Happy Tuesday. Welcome back to a short week, but man, did we have a jam-packed weekend of football/basketball, and we got you all covered today.
Oh, it was jam-packed. Does not do it justice.
I know.
It was overflowing.
Uh-huh.
It was 100 pounds of crap in a 10-pound bag.
It was something like that.
However that saying goes.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah. Tremendous stuff.
Yeah, and now we've got a national championship team from Indiana, which already the microwaved history is underway, Vinny.
Yeah.
Fortunately, this is sort of a two-pronged thing with Indiana football. So I'm sure all the talking heads at ESPN, they really want to talk about where this team ranks in the greatest college football teams of all time. Mm-hmm. It's a different story. It's the best story of all time. That's kind of where they're hovering.
Yeah. I think it's in a class of its own.
I tend to agree with you.
It transcends college football.
Yeah.
My dad, one of his good friends at the building he lives in, Little Jack is the name of this guy. 90 years old, born and raised in Indiana, an alum of University of Indiana. His whole thing, this whole last 2 years.
Indiana University.
Indiana University, sorry. Why do some schools do that anyway?
And Indiana University is very, very persnickety about that. Okay. On that point, they're very, very persnickety. Yes.
And anyway, so his whole thing is he never, ever thought he would live to see the day where they were relevant, let alone national champions. He said he had to live to 90 years old, but he got to see it last night.
Yeah. It went from relevant to dominant in the span of 2 years. And that's what people anybody who has any familiarity with that, and we all do because we're in the sports world, it's really about as implausible, impossible as it gets.
Yeah, it was a nice story last year. Wow, look at this this plucky team from Indiana, made it all the way to the playoffs under a first-year head coach. And they got their brains kicked in the first round. And this year, they were, even at the beginning of the year, kind of a footnote. Nice one-year blip.
Yeah.
Nope.
No.
This is legit.
I think that's why you have to sort of frame it as a story, because they're not the most unlikely champion because they were really good last year, because they have the Heisman Trophy winner. I think everyone thought they were going to win the championship by the time the playoffs started.
Here's why it's a great story, to cut you off. I'm sorry. I get what you're saying. They both are and aren't the most unlikely champion of all time because of what you said. They've got a great coach. They've got a great player. But to consider that it happened at that university, that supersedes everything.
Well, I was saying to agree with you that the whole story is what makes it great in the whole context of everything.
Yeah. Exactly. All right, well, we've got a lot of ground to cover today. Ferret, start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
We've got a new national champion in college football, and it's the Indiana Hoosiers, who beat Miami 27-21 in Miami to win their first ever national championship. Fernando Mendoza scored on a 12-yard touchdown run on 4th down with over 9 minutes left to give Indiana a 10-point lead. Miami came back on a 22-yard touchdown strike from Carson Beck to Malachi Toney. Less than 3 minutes later, Indiana stretched its lead to 6 with a field goal. Miami had a chance to win, but IU's Jamari Sharp picked off Beck to seal the win with 44 seconds left. And the Hoosiers complete college football's first 16-0 season since, of course, the 1894 Yale Bulldogs did it.
Want to do dueling gambos on that one? Go.
Not a clue.
Hey, Gudgley!
Why was a college team playing 16 games back in 1894?
That's a great question. That's a really good question.
Didn't they go to school?
That's a really good question.
I'm just going to drop this here, and obviously we're going to talk about this today. This was a moment. It was nice to get a moment to remind you why you love sports.
I totally agree with that.
And you know my dead insides. I have no affiliation or affinity at all for Indiana University. But man, was I glowing last night watching this.
Yeah, so was I.
Yeah.
They had to win that game. That circle had to be squared, if you will. They had to complete that journey. I totally agree.
Arizona Cardinals still entrenched in their coaching search, but as of Monday, a new team with a job opening. The Buffalo Bills fired Sean McDermott after 9 seasons on the job after Saturday's 33-30 overtime loss to the Broncos in the AFC divisional playoff round. McDermott coached the Bills to a 98-50 record and 8 playoff appearances in his tenure, but never made the Super Bowl and only twice guided his team to the AFC Championship game. So Buffalo in the mix now, looking for a head coach. Atlanta no longer on that list. Over the weekend, they finalized a deal with former Browns coach Kevin Stefanski to take over that job. Cardinals won't be getting Robert Saleh either. He is set to become the next head coach of the Tennessee Titans after interviewing last night. And the Cardinals, if they wanted to, won't be getting Green Bay DC Jeff Hafley either. He's going to fill the vacant job in Miami to take over the Dolphins. So we're looking at Vance Joseph. We'll get into that today. Former Cardinals OC Drew Petzing finalizing a deal to take over that same position with the Detroit Lions on Dan Campbell's staff. Interesting blend there, huh?
Wow,
in 2 years, the Lions went from Ben Johnson, the freewheeling gunslinger at offensive coordinator.
Genius, yeah.
And now...
Now they get Drew Petzing.
There was a report that they interviewed Mike McDaniel for that position, and the Lions thought that wasn't a good fit.
Really?
We'll see.
Wow. Well, first of all, it's quite the visual having Dan Campbell stand next to Drew Petzing, by the way.
Yes.
That's quite the visual. It's like Spud Webb standing next to Manute Bol.
Yeah, those pictures exist.
Right.
Eric Bieniemy back in Kansas City. He's taken over as the Chiefs OC. Matt Nagy's contract has expired. Bieniemy was the Bears running backs coach this weekend. Conference championship matchups are set in the AFC. It'll be the Denver Broncos hosting the New England Patriots. Denver, as previously mentioned, beat Buffalo in overtime Saturday to advance. But, and there's a big but, They won't have their starting quarterback, Bo Nix, for the remainder of the playoffs. He suffered a broken bone in his right ankle that will require surgery. It'll be backup Jarrett Stidham starting Sunday in the AFC Championship game for Denver against the Pats. They took down Houston 28-16 in Foxborough on Sunday. Drake May threw 3 touchdown passes. The New England defense forced 5 Houston turnovers in the win. In the NFC, it's an all-West affair. Seattle, the top seed, will host the LA Rams in the championship game. Seattle blitzed San Francisco 41-6 on Saturday night. Rashid Shaheed returned the opening kickoff 95 yards for a touchdown. Kenneth Walker ran for 3 scores in the Seahawks romp. They will face LA, which knocked off Chicago in OT 20-17 at frigid Soldier Field. The Bears tied the game on an amazing 14-yard touchdown pass from Caleb Williams to Cole Kmet on 4th down with 18 seconds left in regulation. But in overtime, Williams picked off by Cam Curl, leading to Harrison Mevis' game-winning 42-yard field goal. Bookend games were fantastic.
Listen, there are so many different storylines we need to get into, from the Caleb Williams play to the officiating debacle in that Bills-Broncos game. We got a lot to get into.
The Patriots being gifted another Super Bowl appearance, probably.
Oh, my goodness.
Suns notch another win. This time they beat the Nets 126-117. Phoenix built a 20-point lead in the first half. Brooklyn reeled off a 24-8 run to end the first half to cut the deficit to 4 at the break. Suns built it back to 18 in the second half, but had to hang on for the win. Dylan Brooks, good to have him back, led the way with 27. Devin Booker, 24. Colin Gillespie, 22. Suns nailed 23-pointers on the night. They evened things up at 2-2 on this road trip, which continues tonight against the 76ers in Philadelphia, a game that should mark the return of guard Jaylen Green. He's missed the last 33 games with a hamstring injury. Game tips at 5. You can hear it here on your home for the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7. And the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 4. One other note from the NBA. Golden State beat Miami last night, 135-112. But they lost Jimmy Butler for the rest of the season, torn ACL. So, you know who they're going to have to turn to now? Jonathan Kuminga. You know what's going to happen? Jonathan Kuminga is going to play like an all-star the rest of the way.
Wow.
NBA All-Stars were named on starters were named on Monday in the Western Conference. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Nikola Jokic, Luka Doncic, Steph Curry, Victor Wembanyama. In the East, it's Giannis, Jaylen Brown, Jalen Brunson, Cade Cunningham, and Tyrese Maxey. Of course, those won't be the lineups because the NBA is switching to a USA versus World format, which will inevitably be scrapped after one season when people complain that nobody tries in the All-Star game, which is February 15th in L.A. And the new AP College Basketball Top 25 released on Monday. Arizona still number 1. Wildcats now unanimous, all 60 first-place votes after they beat ASU and UCF over the last week. UConn number 2. Followed by Michigan, Purdue, and Duke. Houston moves up a spot to 6. They routed ASU over the weekend. Iowa State is 9th, Texas Tech 12th, BYU 13th, Kansas 19th.
It's a gauntlet.
And the Big 12 remains a hellscape.
Do you know it's the first time ever that U of A is a unanimous number 1?
Is that true?
Wow.
That seems impossible.
I know. I saw that too.
But it's true.
I did not see that. It's a great note. And there is your splash for this Tuesday, January 20th. Coming up next, did we just witness one of the greatest stories in sports history? Spoiler alert, yes. We'll get into it as we continue live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns by 15, looking to add to it. Allen, another 3, and another one falls, this time from the left side near the hash mark for Grayson Allen. And the Suns go up 18, 109-91. Allen has 14 off the bench tonight.
2 wins in NYC over the weekend for the Suns, and we talk about it today. So roll with us at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. tough would be built for tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at barrett-jackson.com.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Hey, start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, you lose that belly fat, because don't be fooled, nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and another round of the NFL playoffs is in the books. Plus, we'll give you the latest on the Cardinals' search for their next head coach. Join us at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. Hey, good morning. Shout out and a thank you to our audience in El Mirage. We appreciate the support from El Mirage this morning.
Got to get to the 8. He's going to take off and run. Mendoza weaves his way first and go diving toward the end zone. Touchdown! That's why he won the Heisman Trophy.
Chris Fowler on ESPN on the call. The 12-yard touchdown run by Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza with 9 minutes to go. After a timeout, a great play call. A great explanation of the play call afterwards from Curt Signetti.
Yeah.
And a legendary play in a legendary season for maybe the greatest sports story in American sports history.
No, listen, it really has to be. And as somebody who grew up in the Midwest, this is words. You really have to dig deep to find the words to kind of illustrate how bad the Indiana Hoosiers have been at football, or you could just be a fan of the Arizona Cardinals. And then you know very intuitively how big the story is.
Yes.
100-plus years, worst team in college football history. Now they're the second worst. Northwestern is actually past them.
In the same conference.
I'm putting all my money on the Northwestern Wildcats next year.
Right, exactly.
Well, here's the thing. Also, if you think about Indiana always billed themselves as a basketball school. To be fair, they haven't been consistently relevant in basketball in 35 years, 30 years.
I mean, since Bobby Knight has been gone.
Right. So this is like they've really had nothing.
Stuart Mandel posed this question last night. He said that if somebody came to your door 3 years ago, knocked on your door and said, "Hey, I'm from the future, and I'm here to tell you that there's going to be a 16-0 that there's going to be the first 16-0 national champion since the 1890s." Do you know who that might be? How many guesses would it require before you got to Indiana?
You would go through most of the Power Four teams.
Exactly. So it 3 years ago, this would have been absolutely inconceivable.
Yes.
Last night wasn't the dominance that maybe had marked the previous games for Indiana. If I was a Miami fan, I'd really be wondering why you did not get the ball to Malachi Toney on that last drive.
Every time he touched the ball,
something magical happened.
I was thinking, why don't they just give him the ball every single play?
It was absolutely electric. And considering the fact that he should be probably sitting in an English class in high school right now because he reclassified, it's even more amazing. Somebody obviously to watch for next year, but I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. And then you think about how, in terms of pop culture, the biggest underdog movies of all time have taken place in the state of Indiana.
Rudy,
Hoosiers. And Hoosiers.
And Breaking Away. Did you ever see Breaking Away?
What was that?
It was the cycling movie, also set in Indiana.
Really?
Yes.
That's weird.
Wow.
That is weird.
Isn't that weird? It's just the idea of
now I hope I'm right on that.
Sleepy rural Indiana.
It's too bad they didn't make Rocky from Indiana instead of Philadelphia. You really would have had something.
Hey, yo, Adrian.
What this also?
Adrian, help me milk the cow.
I was talking to my dad about this. What this also does is it makes fans. He's obviously a huge fan of Maryland. I'm a huge fan of Arizona, which are sort of the also-rans for years and years in football in our conferences. First the Pac-12, then the Big 12, and Maryland in the Big 10 since they've moved there has been nothing, the bottom. But It gives every fan of every team hope now.
You're exactly right. And it comes at a time where, let's face it, we've spent a lot of time talking about college football this season on this show. Either it's been ASU or it's been what's wrong with college football. And there's a lot wrong with the sport.
Yeah.
This doesn't fix everything, but man, did college football need this story. And they got it at the right time.
I totally agree with you.
It's fantastic in every way. And I don't know if you had this moment, and I don't know if other ASU fans had this moment. Mendoza's touchdown run that we just started the segment with, that highlight, was so reminiscent of Jake Plummer scoring that touchdown against Ohio State late.
Wow. And I hadn't thought of that, but you're right on the money about that.
Chris Fowler punctuated it by saying that's why he won the Heisman. And I remember in '97 watching Jake Plummer and having the thought, not only was ASU winning and on track for a national championship at that point, but my thought was, damn it, that's why he should have won the Heisman. It was.
That's a great point.
A very comparative moment for me.
Yeah. And so and at the end of it all, Carson Beck did what everybody predicted he would do: make a big turnover in a high leverage moment.
So he's only lost 6 games in his college football career. 4 of them have come on last play interceptions.
Is that
I don't mean to
true?
laugh, but the guy went real jerk face after the game. Did you see how he ducked out?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so Fernando Mendoza went up to shake his hand, and he just literally just beelined out the tunnel.
Well, to be fair, he was, his eyes were 3/4 of the way closed, so he probably couldn't see Fernando Mendoza. Here's Curt Signetti on what this means to win a title at IU.
I know Indiana's football history has been pretty poor with some good years sprinkled in there. And, it was because, there wasn't an emphasis on football. plain and simple. Basketball school. Coach Knight had great teams. The emphasis is on football. It's on basketball too. But you got to be good in football nowadays. We got a president that comes from the South that loves football. We've got an AD that is a tremendous fundraiser, people person. And we've got a fan base the largest fan alumni base in the country, Indiana University. And they're all in, and we got a lot of momentum.
The more you hear Curt Signetti talk, the more you learn about him, the more you watch his teams play, the more fascinating he becomes.
I totally agree with you. I can't get enough of the guy.
And he had a great moment on the field last night where he talked about washing the table at IUP, scrubbing the staff table during the playoffs. Did he think this would ever be possible? And he's like, no, I never thought this would be possible. What a story.
It's unbelievable. It really, really is. And he is just so committed to his job. And I think it's going to be fascinating to watch what is his next move. Is he going to get sucked into a portal? Is he going to end up going to an SEC school? Or is he perfectly happy there?
Well, he was leading up to the game. He was asked about if he has any interest in the NFL. He said, nope, I'm a college football guy.
Yep.
Because this would be the year. Go to the Raiders. You have the number 1 pick. You can bring Mendoza with you. You're in your young mid-60s. You just won a national championship. What else do you have to prove? If there ever was a time, you think it would be now.
But an older guy to do this now in this landscape with all of these, all the movement and the wild west of the transfer portal and NIL, for him to do that now and say, nope, I'm a college football guy, you know he's committed to college football.
Yeah. And then you've got to ask yourself, will this championship change him? Will he become complacent? Yeah, I have a hard time seeing that with that cat, right? So it's a brave new world, man.
It'd be funnier if this championship changed him in a way that he showed up next year and he had bling and grills and dyed his hair. And
bigger upset, Indiana winning the national championship or Fernando Mendoza dropping an F-bomb on national TV?
Ooh, man.
I mean, that's pretty close.
That second one, man, yeah. Did not have that one in the cards.
On the bingo card?
Yeah.
The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name. We're giving you the chance to win greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on this show, on Wolf and Luke, and on Burns and Gambo, starting today all this week. When you hear it, just text that word to 620-620. You'll be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. Coming up next, Suns get even on their 6-game road trip in Brooklyn. We'll talk about their latest win over the Nets next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If I'm Nolan Arenado, I'm looking around like, dude, I'm not 85 years old. Like, I can play baseball, and so. Yeah, you probably do have something you want to prove.
By the way, playing in the field is also part of playing baseball. It is.
You know he's good at that.
This guy's got a lot of clout, a lot of respect for what he's done in the league. This is a beautiful situation to bring a guy into the clubhouse who says, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play every game, every day, every game. I'm going to play. That's the tone that is going to be set in that clubhouse, largely because of Nolan Arenado.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters, and if you're a homeowner in Arizona, chances are very good that you've had a really bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. Happens to all of us in the valley. This is one area, however, where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. First, Turf Monsters, who are they? What are they? Well, they're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. Their range is incredible, from fire pits to barbecue pits, from patios to pergolas. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means if you always wanted that green, beautiful, sparkling lawn without the water bills, without the mess, it's a great option. If you're a golfer, they can build you a state-of-the-art putting green. What could be better than practicing your short game in the comfort of your own home? And if you're a pickleball player, they are now in the pickleball business. They can build you a pickleball court in your backyard, which means you never have to search or struggle for court time again or ever. Turf Monsters, go check them out online. Near 1,000 five-star reviews. And what sets them apart is their commitment commitment to the customers. They believe in doing what they say they're going to do. They believe in the happiness and the quality of the finished product. Go check them out online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technologies surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply. Football fans, this is it. The biggest game of the season is going down Sunday, February 8th. Head to Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona for the ultimate big game watch party. Catch every play on massive screens. Enjoy food and drink specials, raffles, giveaways, and more. Doors open at 3:30 p.m., so arrive early and get your spot. Grab your crew, bring the energy, and be where the action is. The big game watch party at Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona.
Why Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been doing business the right way, putting customers first and giving back to the community they call home. From online shopping to convenient delivery options, buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, Sanderson Ford makes maintenance a breeze with mobile service plus pickup and delivery. Your vehicle gets the care it needs without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling, it's about honest pricing, real value, and helping you find the best deal for your budget and your family's needs. Right now, purchase America's best-selling truck for 49 years straight, the Ford F-150, starting as low as $33,995, with over 100 in stock. When you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. $33,995 offer on 2025 Ford F-150 regular cab, stock number 255986. Offers expire January 31st, 2026.
Sanderson Ford. If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns handled the Brooklyn Nets in Barclays Center last night, 126-117. Colin Gillespie, Dylan Brooks, and Devin Booker all with 20-plus points to lead the way for the Suns and got their second straight win on the road trip. And now they'll be in Philly tonight, and hopefully we'll see Jaylen Green back on the floor tonight after dealing with a hamstring strain for most of this season. That game will get going at 5 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The AFC and NFC championship games are set. An NFC West rubber match between the Rams and Seahawks, and the Broncos and Jarrett Stidham will host Drake May and the Patriots with Super Bowl berths on the line. Cardinals offensive coordinator Drew Petzing is finalizing a deal to become the OC for the Detroit Lions, and the head coaching carousel rolls on as Sean McDermott is out in Buffalo, and Kevin Stefanski has found a home in Atlanta, and Robert Saleh is heading to Tennessee, and the Arizona Cardinals are still looking for their next head coach. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait. Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever, so schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. What did we learn about the Suns after games against the Knicks and Nets? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Man into the lane. His pass deflected. Stolen by Dylan Brooks. He's going to dribble it into the forecourt. And the Suns end up getting a steal down the stretch, although they didn't have near their league-leading average of 10 per game here tonight. Nonetheless, they win it. Final score, 126-117 over the Brooklyn Nets. The Suns complete the New York two-step after the win at Madison Square Garden on Saturday. They get one here by 9 at Barclays Center.
It's Bloomer, John Bloom on the final call on the Suns Radio Network. Suns win it by 9 in Brooklyn, their second straight after they dropped the first 2 of this road trip in Miami and in Detroit. But you heard Bloomer say it, the New York two-step. They beat the Knicks on Saturday night. By the way, the Knicks are really struggling.
Ooh, it's tough.
They got just rained down on with booze yesterday after they lost big to Dallas on the home floor. But it was a good win nonetheless on Saturday night. That was a good win last night against a team of Brooklyn Nets. Look, they were shorthanded. They didn't have their leading scorer in Cam Thomas. They're resting some guys. They're tanking. But they played a pretty spirited game, and they shot the ball really well. And the Suns didn't get a chance to rely on their normal recipe to win this game, and they still won it.
Yeah, listen, I thought last night's game was a little bit hard to watch. I was going back and forth between that and the football game. And at one point in time, the Nets had cut the lead to 5, and I thought, oh, no, after that great win against the Knicks on Saturday, this is what we're doing?
Yeah, and that 20-point lead in the second quarter evaporated. They almost erased a 20-point lead in under 4 minutes.
Yeah.
That's how quickly it was gone.
Yeah, right, exactly. And it's just a reminder that 20-point leads in the NBA sure ain't what they used to be.
No, but it's also a reminder that this Suns team just does not lose to the really, awful teams.
It's one of their best traits.
Yes.
It really is.
I wrote about that and I talked about it in Vinny's View a couple weeks ago. They beat teams that they are supposed to be. After the Washington win, actually, last Monday, talked about that.
Yep.
Their record against the struggling teams in the league is very good. And if you can do that and then split with everybody else. But let's look at it a different way. The first 2 games of this road trip were also winnable games that the Suns kind of let get away.
I know.
Could you imagine if they were 4-0 on a 6-game trip with 2 games remaining?
I thought the way they responded in Madison Square Garden, and I did not know that the Knicks, I mean, obviously not having Jalen Brunson, you're compromised, but that team's gone down a bad path.
Yeah, remember when they fired their head coach last year and everybody went, why are you firing your head coach?
Yeah.
Yeah, they made a mistake.
Yeah, they made a mistake. All due respect to Mike Brown, he's not.
They don't play with the same cast of characters. They don't play with the same fire this year.
See,
and
they
yesterday,
wanted
Brunson and Hart were back, and they got blown out by Dallas.
Listen, they had Tibbs, and Tibbs is he makes you work. He makes you work. He makes you play hard defense. And at some point in time, there was a segment of those Knicks who didn't want that kind of coach anymore. Yep. They wanted the go along to get along guy. Yep. And now they got him, and they're paying the price.
Back to the Suns with the win. They're now 26-17. Here's their head coach, Jordan Knott. What went right in Brooklyn?
Just our overall ball movement was great. You had to get 39 up and make 20 of them, 29 assists. And then down the stretch, I thought we made the right play, swing to make the extra pass. A lot of times that was Royce. Royce definitely hit Dylan. So overall, we figured it out. Didn't like that end of the second quarter, but other than that, we found a way to win against a team that played well. They played well. We really tried to pressure, and they handled it. They handled our pressure. So with those young guards, it's pretty impressive what they were able to do. And Porter made big shots and just kept going to him. And he's a hard guard. Very hard guard, so overall pretty good.
The Suns forced only 8 turnovers, which is not their normal standard. They got 13 points off those turnovers. They came up with only 4 steals as a team. So, again, it wasn't the normal cookie-cutter Suns effort. Not to say they weren't trying. I agree with Jordan Knott. I think that the Nets, despite their record being 12-29, you could see their coaching is that's a pretty well-coached team. They took care of the basketball, even though that historically hasn't been their calling card either. Dylan Brooks, what a bounce-back game for him. He was fantastic, but there was that matter again with about 4 minutes to go in a game that was getting uncomfortably close down the stretch, where Dylan Brooks had been on his best behavior, and he didn't do anything demonstrative, but he got teed up again. and now he's at 14.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to ask yourself the question, can he help himself?
It's a great question.
That is a situation where I get you're frustrated, even though you've had a really good offensive night. Maybe you disagreed with the call. You cannot, if you're Dylan Brooks and you know your reputation and you've been talking freely about how you're at a different standard than everybody else, you gotta sew your mouth shut there.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I was tripping out at that long conversation he was having with that ref after the game was over last night. I wasn't sure where that thing was going. And apparently it was a little more lighthearted because the ref seemed to, I don't know.
I mean, is this a situation where this gets rescinded again? Because we've seen Dylan Brooks earn technicals.
Yes.
And I don't know what was said. You never know what was said because you could say the right word and get a technical and it's going to get upheld.
Yeah.
I don't know what was said.
Right.
But it seemed like that escalated and it was completely unnecessary on his part.
Dylan Brooks might be really truly a unicorn, and he might have more rescinded technicals than anybody in the league has technicals.
Doesn't rescind the point, though, that the other team gets, and that's the thing that sucks.
Right, of course.
And like you said, we know he gets officiated differently. He knows he gets officiated differently. Is it unfair? Maybe, but he has to know that. Yeah. So you have to factor that in.
Listen, as somebody who covered Dennis Rodman and wrote a book on Dennis Rodman and watched him sort of work his way through the Bulls organization and what the Bulls had to do to keep him in a good place, I learned the hard way. With players like that, you got to take the good with the bad, and you got to love up the player and support the player at all costs.
You do. Jordan Ott did talk about another technical for his forward last night.
It was across the court. I mean, the tough part is it's that late in the game. I'm not sure exactly what was said, so I can't really. I didn't know really what was going on, so it's just tough that part of the game. We want him on the edge, not to go over. We want him in the game, so we know the numbers. He knows the numbers. It affects us. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, and it kept the door open for Brooklyn in that situation. Now, they didn't score much after that, and it really didn't get any closer after they made the technical free throw. But Brooks, other than that, was fantastic. Really good bounce-back game for him. He had been under the weather in New York. He had been under the weather in Detroit, had a couple of bad games, but 6 of 9 from three-point range. Suns really shot it well from deep. 23 pointers on 39 attempts. When you make 20 on 50 or more percent shooting from deep, you're going to win a lot of those games. That's only the 20th time in franchise history they've done that. So that was one of the big reasons why they won the game. I thought Mark Williams was fantastic.
Yep.
I thought Devin Booker. For the most part, after we talked about it last week, Bick, the Detroit game especially stood out that there was a lot of foul hunting going on. I don't think he did it at all Saturday against the Knicks. There was one crucial possession late where I thought Book was going hunting, where he shot early in the clock because he had that step in that position that he normally gets the call, and he didn't. But other than that, I think
he took quite an impressive flop too, the throwing the head back on one play,
and he didn't get it, and it didn't work out. But again, the timing of that situation wasn't great. But they got away with it, and for the most part, he's reined that in the last couple games.
and I think what people have come to realize is that everything we thought the Suns needed from Devin Booker is not accurate. But what Devin Booker is giving this Suns team in terms of toughness, I think is and selflessness at times, I think is overlooked at times as well. So look, I'm this thing continues just to go in the right direction all weekend.
Yeah.
I kept thinking about the NBA analyst who we were talking with. I forget who it was, who just said Jordan Ott is probably going to be in Phoenix 15 years.
Well, that would be a nice change, huh?
Wouldn't it be?
No doubt.
I mean, where would he go? He's got an owner who's going to pay him.
Unless he puts his name in the transfer portal. Oh, wait.
That's right.
Trying to scramble.
Right.
Philly tonight, Jaylen Green should come back.
Let's go.
Yes, finally could get to see him. We'll see if Mark Williams can play back-to-backs. And just remember this. After this road trip, the Suns have a stretch of 19 games. 16 of them are at home.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're going to be busy.
Thanks.
A lot of Vinny's views coming up.
A lot of Vinny
a lot of Vinny views. Hear ye, good people. The 38th Annual Arizona Renaissance Festival storms back into Arizona on January 31st. Joust on over to the contest page at KTAR ArizonaSports.com and ArizonaSports.com for all the royal details and your chance to win tickets. Coming up next, the NFC West dominates, the Bears fall just short, and the Patriots catch another break, literally. We'll talk about NFL playoff weekend next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
rough. I sound like a dog.
Yes, you do.
Rough.
Text the word
rough
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Data rates may apply.
Look, here's the deal. When you're struggling with private student loan debt, it feels absolutely awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I've heard from people who are in this exact spot. But just know, if you're in that spot, there is a way forward, and it's called Y Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and Y Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is all they do. They are not judging you in the process. They're not asking you questions about why you didn't fix it sooner. Y Refi just helps you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford. If you've been turned down by other lenders, not a problem. That's when Y Refi shines brightest. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. And Y Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. If you're in this situation with your student loan debt, give Y Refi a call at 888-YREFI85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com and start saving.
Hey, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're talking winter rain, summer heat, monsoon storms, repair or replace. Do what we did at Casa Galvisi and go with Arizona's 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Yep, Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide earning Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year award. And they're A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau. So, home or business, go with Arizona's biggest and best, America Roofing, and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
it started with our evaluation in New Orleans of, he was a target for us in the draft. That doesn't mean anything other than we like this player coming out. I know how he was coached in New England. I know exactly how he was coached in New England. And then I know how McDaniels felt about him when he brought him from New England to Vegas. And then I know reports on how he played, and then we saw him play real time. Ultimately, and to answer your question, it's our 3 years here, in our 3 years watching him day in and day out, that you guys don't have access to. And so he will be ready to go and ready for the moment.
That is Sean Payton, the head coach of the Denver Broncos, talking about his belief in Jarrett Stidham. Maybe you didn't take in all the football. Maybe you had some other stuff to do, and maybe you're wondering, why the heck are these guys bringing up the first point about NFL playoff weekend is Jarrett Stidham? Because he's going to play in the AFC Championship game. What a turn of events. A tremendous game between Buffalo and Denver. Denver wins it in overtime, 33-30, and there was so many twists and turns in that game. But the biggest twist came after the game, because if you watch the game, and I went back and watched it again, you can't tell that there was anything wrong with Bo Nix.
No.
And Sean Payton himself came in and dropped the bomb in the press conference that he's got a broken bone in his ankle and he's done. And I was following the game on my phone, planning to watch it, which I did later on because I was at a function on Saturday night. And people at the function were like, "Did you hear Bo Nix is out?" I was like, "No."
What? Yeah. Huh?
What an absolute range of emotion.
Yeah.
Denver finally gets a playoff win. That's the first win they've had in the playoffs since they won the Super Bowl with Peyton Manning like a decade ago. And now you're one win away from the Super Bowl, and you're forced to do it with a quarterback who's got very little experience.
Yeah, listen, so this is very, 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 very unfortunate for the NFL, especially the way that Bills-Broncos game ended. You know me, I don't like to talk about officiating all that much, except when it comes to the NFL, because NFL officials suck. Just say that.
Do you think NFL officials are worse than NBA officials?
I personally do, but that's just my personal belief.
Okay.
Because I don't need to get into the why. I've got reasons for it. I can explain later. I don't want to get bogged down. What happened here in this game was, so there's the play to Brandon Cooks where it looks like he made the catch and his knee was down, but in the process of rolling over, the ball got yanked from him. They gave him the interception, except the very next day, a near identical play was ruled a catch. So how do you square that if you're a Buffalo fan? And then after that interception, that could have very easily been a catch that could have led Buffalo to win, this crew that did not throw any pass interference flags the entire game suddenly threw two of them. One that I thought was kind of bush. That's a heck of a way to lose Josh Allen from your postseason, especially when you find out on the flip side, Denver isn't going to have their quarterback either.
And it probably cost Sean McDermott his job.
It did.
And there's that.
On the pass interference, I thought the second one on White was kind of inconsequential at that point.
Yeah.
I thought the wind was out of the sails for Buffalo. Denver was pretty much already in field goal range. That
that's
made
fair.
it more of a chip
That's
shot.
fair.
But I agree with you. It marred the game to me. And Sean McDermott was just incredulous on not only the way that it was ruled, but the fact that they didn't even really take a look at it. And he called a timeout to try to buy some time to get them to look at it, and they just didn't.
I'm saying it because I'm standing up for Buffalo. Damn it, I'm standing up for us. Because what went on is not how it should go down, in my estimation. That play, these guys spent 3 hours out there playing football, pouring their guts out, to not even say, hey, let's just slow this thing down. That's why I'm bothered.
Down by contact?
In my eyes, it was. Yes, in my eyes, it was. But even if it wasn't, okay, let's just say that, and I'm being objective. Even if it wasn't, the players are owed, to me, hey, let's stop it, let's slow it down, let's put the head referee and give him a chance to look at the monitor just to make sure.
Ultimately, I agree with him. Ultimately, it's such a strange play because the ball didn't hit the ground. Now, did he finish the catch? No, he didn't because it ended up in the hands of the defensive back. I don't necessarily have a problem with the ruling, but I would feel the same as Sean McDermott in that situation. Like a play that weird, you're not going to look at. You look at everything.
Yeah. And he burned a timeout.
Yes, because he wanted them to look at it.
Right.
And they wouldn't do it.
What I worry about, and what some people have noticed during the course of the season, there have been a few games this season, I know one of them included Dan Campbell and the Lions, where the crew chief on the field claimed that New York made the call. So there's this feeling that League Central headquarters are getting involved selectively.
Mm-hmm.
That nobody knows of a process. That the league hasn't come out and said, okay, you know what we're going to do here at league headquarters? We got all this technology. We got all these bodies. We're going to watch these games in real time. We're going to help these officials. They haven't said that.
Yeah.
So people are worried that this is another case of maybe league overreach. Now, but again, why would they do that? You would think if they wanted to rig a game, and you know what? Speaking of that, you can't hold a game of any kind, of any magnitude in any sport without people thinking it's rigged. Have you noticed that?
Oh, yeah.
Everything is rigged now.
Oh, everything. There's no doubt about it. And I know Buffalo fans don't want to hear this either, but maybe if the Bills don't absolutely have brain farts at the end of the second quarter and at the beginning of the third quarter, they don't lose that game.
Maybe if Josh Allen doesn't turn the ball over repeatedly.
Hey, everybody wants to call him Superman. He wasn't Superman in that game on Saturday. 4 turnovers, that's hard to overcome. And he's good enough where he got his team back in the lead, yes. But there was a lot of other things that weren't that last play with Brandon Cooks.
And we have got to get into the Seahawks and what they did to the 49ers. We got to get into what happened to C.J. Stroud because he can't play anymore. And then the Bears, that play from Caleb Williams. Were you all watching that game live?
Live.
That was maybe the best fourth down pass in history.
Yeah, that was a holy bleep moment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Me, my dad, and my brother-in-law, and my nephew in unison. Oh, my God. Scared my niece like, oh, what happened?
Yeah. That was a remarkable game there. But all in all, a lot of these football games fell flat.
I thought the bookend games, the Buffalo-Denver game was great.
And the Chicago
Rams-Chicago game was great. The two in the middle. I mean, if you're a Seahawks fan, you were loving Saturday night, but it was not a great game to watch.
And how about Kyle Shanahan in the press conference afterwards outing the word Toradol, trying to he kept rubbing that in about
the drug that Sam
Darnold. Yeah.
Well, I mean, are we surprised?
No,
we're not. But it was weird.
Sam Darnold wasn't out on the field with the other quarterbacks warming up. He was getting shot up every which way.
Yes, he was.
And he actually didn't have to do much, but
Uh-huh.
Actually played well with what he did. Yeah, we have a lot more to talk about NFL playoff weekend. Coming up next, John Harbaugh is not walking through that door. Kevin Stefanski is not walking through that door. Bobby Saleh is not walking through that door. So who is walking through the Cardinals door, and will we like it? We'll get into the latest on the Cardinals coaching search and the rest of the carousel next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, so we've got a whole file full of success stories from incredibly grateful clients who had no idea something as awesome as Life Changer Loan existed. This is my favorite. It's the story of Vincent Jody. He's a fireman. She's in education. They had an interest rate below 3%, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to some medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt as well. Switched over to the Life Changer Loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage, all of that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. It's proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear, because you always have access to your equity. That is the secret. That is the magic of a Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first, and you do it once again without any apprehension, and it wipes out all of your debt because you have the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you need it. In fact, the average Life Changer Loan client pays off their home in 5 years, which does a lot lot of great things, obviously, but more than anything, it gives you a lot of time to build personal wealth while everybody you know chained to that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. Now, caveats, it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. They'll be upfront with you if you're not a good fit, but if you are a good fit, you're going to love the results. Find out more at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside: creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morris Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns were able to bounce back over the long weekend Saturday, beating the Knicks 106-99, and last night in Brooklyn, taking care of the Nets 126-117, and they'll be in Philly tonight for Tyrese Maxey and the 76ers, and it looks like Jaylen Green might return for the Suns after missing some extended time due to a hamstring strain. That game will tip off at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Indiana Hoosiers are your college football national champions. The improbable turnaround was complete. Coach Kurt Signetti and the Hoosiers beat Miami 27-21 to cap a perfect season and claim their first national championship. As the Cardinals are still looking for their next head coach, a name many wanted is now off the list. Robert Saleh is set to be the next head coach for the Tennessee Titans. What does that mean on who might be the next Cardinals head coach? Head to ArizonaSports.com to find out. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted number 1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us at 10 a.m. We'll be discussing the latest regarding the Cardinals coaching search and what the Suns did in New York. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
He now may get in on other head coach openings. I will say this. There have been teams that have brought up his name to me and said that if he got fired, he would automatically become part of their candidate pool. So there have been teams that have been narrowing down their searches that I think Sean McDermott will have a chance to go coach.
ESPN's Adam Schefter yesterday early on during the morning shows, basically. What happened during our show yesterday? We would have been bombarded with the news had we been on the air yesterday of Sean McDermott being fired in Buffalo. So all of the smoke, all of the talk about pressure, he needs to get there. He needs to get over the hump. He didn't get over the hump. They lose again. He gets fired the next day.
What do you think John Harbaugh is thinking?
I thought the exact same thing because he was waiting that week to see if the Bills might lose to the Jags to then maybe get that job. And I don't think he jumped the gun with the Giants job, but he's probably maybe rethinking
Well,
some
a big difference between Jackson Dart and Josh Allen.
No doubt.
You know?
True. I mean, did he strike too fast? I mean, he was the big name. He was the big fish.
Yeah.
And he was the first fish to get lured.
He gambled that road win in Jacksonville was going to keep Sean McDermott safe.
It's really amazing that it's pretty much all these like yearly perennial contenders. They said, all right, the Chiefs are not in the playoffs this year. You better win the Super Bowl or you're gone. The Steelers, the Ravens, the Bills, all their longtime coaches, they said, this is your year. If you don't do it this year, you're not going to do it. It's amazing, all three of them.
And how preposterous that in a year when it's wide open because Joe Burrow isn't in the tournament, because Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes aren't in the tournament, it might be the year for Jarrett Stidham.
Well.
He's the one who's going to go crashing through that wide open door.
Yep.
People have
I
been
guess
saying
he wouldn't
that
crash through a door if it was wide open, but you get the point.
2026 is the year of Jarrett. Everyone's saying it.
Jarrett Allen of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Dale Jarrett coming back to the NASCAR circuit. There are 6 openings still for head coaches. Add the Bills to the list. Ravens, Steelers, Raiders, Browns, and the Arizona Cardinals, who are scratching a couple of names off their own list. Guys that they were interested in, and Jeff Hafley going to Miami. The bigger blow to me, Robert Saleh last night, finalizing a deal with the Tennessee Titans. And Cardinals fans might be asking themselves the question, really, Tennessee is a better job than the Cardinals? Right now it is.
The answer is yes.
Because they have Cam Ward.
Yeah.
And they have 3 times the amount of cap space.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. It doesn't make it any easier for Cardinals fans. And I was thinking about it this way. It was a demoralizing 17-game slog for the Arizona Cardinals this year. It was almost completely miserable this whole season. And then you get to the situation where, look, that Monday after the final game, we didn't know. I was leaning towards Jonathan Gannon getting his job for another year. They make the move. That sparks some optimism. But then you're hit with another form of demoralization in this process for if you're a Cardinals fan. Yeah, we want that guy. Oh, he's gone. We want that guy. He's gone. We want that guy. He is never going to come here. It's almost never ending at this point.
Well, and in the case of a guy like Robert Saleh and in Jeff Hafley before that, these are guys that were, lined up to come back to Arizona to interview, but didn't make it back here, which means they didn't really want to be here in the first place. Because if they wanted to be here, they would tell Robert Saleh would have told the people in Tennessee, I got one more trip to make. I'll get back to you.
I have to do my due diligence.
Right? So, basically, it's a leverage play.
Yeah.
Is what it is.
In that particular instance, the Cardinals plane was like waiting for him to take him right after that interview for an interview with the Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so that is the unfortunate truth, the inconvenient truth that is emerging from this head coaching search that people look at this as the third rail, that you might have a hard time getting somebody to come here given the reputation of the organization, even if they had a stable quarterback situation, but they don't have that. And they're in the NFC West where you've got 3 wicked good programs going concurrently.
2 of them are still alive.
And 2 of them are still alive.
The biggest question, at least for me now, is would one of these OCs, DCs at, say, the Rams.
It's a good band, man.
Yeah, OC, DCs, good band. Would they give up a high-quality coordinating position to be a head coach for a team like the Cardinals? That's what I think it might come down to. Of like a Mike LaFleur, would he leave the Rams and that position with Sean McVay to go coach in division at a team that is not very good right now?
I mean, when you line up the question that way, I mean, we have recent examples. Jonathan Gannon left the Super Bowl team to become the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. It wasn't in division. The in division thing is interesting to me.
Yeah.
Was in division a mark against the Cardinals on Robert Saleh's checklist?
Yeah, I think so.
Probably.
I think so.
He's really close to Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
And look, you look at the landscape, and the AFC South had a resurgent year. They had 2 teams in the playoffs. Jacksonville looks like they're going to be good for a while. Houston's been very consistent. They've made the playoffs 3 straight years. So it's not exactly a playground that he's going to in that division, but it's not as rough as the NFC West. And so I think the in-division thing is probably a factor in all of it.
Here's the point also I'll reiterate. 3 years ago, the Cardinals had Kyler Murray, which was attractive. A new coach coming in had their quarterback, which they don't have, in theory right now.
That is true.
Yeah, and no real plan in place to get one, which we've tried to convince ourselves. Well, the new candidate could get involved in that. He could help handpick his own guy. Well, look, if you don't have a top number 1 pick, I don't know how appealing that's going to be. What this is very, very difficult in an off season where Cardinal fans are already questioning their devotion, their commitment, all those things, their season tickets. Now you're getting confirmation from the real valuable candidates. We don't want any part of your situation. It's yet another, just another slap in the face.
Yeah, but again, everything is demoralizing in real time. And nobody knows how any of these coaching situations are going to work out. Mm-hmm. Is John Harbaugh going to go to New York and knock it out of the park?
We have no idea.
We have no idea of knowing that. Is any of these known? Is Jeff Hafley going to fall on his face in Miami? We don't know. Like, I was anybody stoked about Liam Cohen last year? No. But in real time, you're just hit with these blows.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, we wanted that guy. He's not coming here. We wanted that guy. He's not coming here. And I think, if you go back 3 years to this process, even though there was some weirdness with the tampering with Jonathan Gannon early on in Monty Ossenfort's tenure as the general manager, there was an air of optimism. And there was an air of optimism really for 2 years until year 3 hit. Nobody knows how this is going to go. The Cardinals' track record isn't exactly, brimming with lightning in a bottle stories. You'd have to go back to Bruce Arians really for that.
Yeah.
But sometimes it happens, but the process can be absolutely humbling.
Early Ken Wisenhunt probably qualified. Later Ken Wisenhunt didn't. But you're right. It's really the anomaly. It's the rarity.
So where are you leaning now? Are we going to see the return of VJ? Will we be playing these sweet dulcet tones?
Oh my goodness!
Of Vance Joseph on soundbites.
I think there would be a real bad reaction to that if what we're gauging on social media, that's the one candidate that would make Cardinal fans feel like you're gaslighting us.
Yes, it's a great point.
Vance in his football pants.
Listen to this. Vance Joseph, head coach.
Oh,
Cliff Kingsbury, OC.
He's not coming back.
Run it back,
Let's
baby.
get the party back together.
Oh, I see. Get the band back together?
Yes.
I gotcha.
Keep Kyler. Boom.
Jeff Rogers can keep this job as the special teams coordinator.
Party like it's
We're going to party like it's 2022 again.
Right. That's fantastic. Says about the Cardinals, they got the most tenured special teams guy in the league.
Loudest hole in golf could be calling your name. We're giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word all this week on Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, and Burns and Gambo. When you hear that code word, text it to 620-620, and you'll be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. Coming up next, about that Cardinals coaching search and the carousel still spinning. And Robert Saleh and Jeff Hafley off the board. We want to get your thoughts. Where should the Cardinals lean? Your feelings on all of it. 602-260-9870, the phone number. Some open phone time on the Cardinals coaching search. Next, here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Can you have a great running back who's running behind a subpar offensive line? Like it's a chicken and the egg conversation. And I feel like the offensive line is the thing that has to come first before you have the great running back. That having a great running back, Ashton Genty in Vegas. Could run. He's stuck behind a terrible offensive line. Terrible. It didn't matter that he was, the 6th pick overall. So what?
You got to fix the offensive line.
So that's the only reason why I don't love the Jeremiah Love ideas.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Vince Murata back with some big news. You can kick off the new year with huge savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, you can discover serious value on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with savings of up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or take advantage of 0% APR financing on select models with approved credit for current eligible Buick and GMC owners. Step into the future with the 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, and pickup models. Those are offered with up to $18,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% APR financing with approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers do end February 2nd, 2026. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has it priced to move right now. Visit them in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment, or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Pro Savings Days are on at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get an additional 5% off when you buy 5 or more select GE, Whirlpool, and Electrolux kitchen or laundry major appliances. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Discount valid to My Lowe's Pro Rewards members only. Exclusions and other restrictions apply. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for details. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service, or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey, and another round of the NFL playoffs is in the books. Plus, we'll give you the latest on the Cardinals' search for their next head coach. Join us at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey, good morning. Shout out and a thank you to everybody taking the show in, whether it's on the radio, on the app, or on YouTube, or our video page in Youngtown. Out in the West Valley, we appreciate the support in Youngtown. Cardinals continuing their coaching search. It won't be Robert Saleh. He's going to Tennessee. Jeff Hafley is going to Miami over the weekend. The Atlanta Falcons, they finalized a deal with Kevin Stefanski, the former Cleveland Browns coach. He's going there. So some of these jobs getting filled. There's still 6 teams. Cardinals still one of them. Want to get your thoughts on how this coaching search is going and how you want it to end. 602-260-9870 is the phone number. We've got a packed bank of phone calls. And let's start out with, oh, baby, it's Kiernan here on Arizona Sports. What's going on, Kiernan?
Are you kidding me? Oh, whoever the head coach is, do your job. Right? Hey, honestly, here's the deal, fellas. Miss you, love you. You guys know that. Okay, so I really wanted Robert Saleh with the OC being Mike McDaniel. I think what's on the table, I think that was the most enticing to me. And realistic on budget, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, well, now Saleh's out. Okay, well, then what about McDermott? We got to try to at least to attack that. I think it's smart if we do. And then what the heck is going on with Stefanski? Why is he not on the table? I liked him from the start. I'm so frustrated with that. Set that aside. We all know Michael Bidwell. It's up to him. This is not an enticing job, fellas. It's going to be a very hard sell. But someone will get in that chair. Please, please, please don't be a first-time head coach. That's the number one thing I do not want to see. Otherwise, to heck with season tickets. I'll sit it out for a year or two. Love you guys. Oh, baby, are you kidding me?
Yeah, they weren't connected to Stefanski at all, right?
He must have given them a heads up that he would. That don't bother. Yeah, they must have. I mean,
even with Harbaugh, they got a phone call, right? Mm-hmm. They didn't get it in person, but
they did.
It was weird to have no connection at all with Stefanski.
No, and to Kiernan's point, the guys left on this list that have had head coaching experience: Vance Joseph, Matt Nagy. That's it. Those
Let's add some more to the list.
Yikes.
Look, and I've been touting experience as well.
Yeah.
But I don't think any one of those is going to really push people into, oh, I got to get my season tickets.
No.
Again, we don't know how this is going to work out, but I'm just talking about what's happening now. 602-260-9870. Cody is in Gilbert. He's up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Cody, what's going on?
Hey, guys, love the show. Hey, the one thing the Cardinals are proving is that they are one of the worst organizations in all of American professional sports. It's not even close. They're the worst in the NFL. If you're using the Titans to leverage position, then that's a bad state that the Cardinals are in. I'm with you. Don't end up with Vance Joseph. They don't need him because he's going to be a scapegoat after a year, maybe 2 at most, because they'll be terrible. At this point, you should just try to you should throw everything you can at McDermott, who probably has more wins in his career than the Cardinals have had in 10 plus years. But the other thing you could do is just start leaking names like, oh, yeah, we're going to hire Kenny or, something like that so people get excited. Even if it doesn't work out, you could at least get some favor maybe to say, hey, we tried. But at this point, they're toast. They're showing why they're a terrible organization. Nobody likes them.
They're in a very, you're
Thanks,
right.
Cody.
They're in a very, very obviously a very, very bad position right now, reputationally, statistically, in the standings, in the division.
I left Raheem Morris off the list. Too.
Raheem.
I forgot about him.
Another guy with head coaching experience, which, quite honestly,
at this point,
when this process started, I would be like, Raheem Morris, they could do worse than Raheem Morris.
Yeah, definitely.
But we'll see. 602-260-9870. Gary is in Phoenix, and he's up next here on this Tuesday morning. Gary, what's going on?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good.
Good. The Arizona Cardinals organization is just tied up almost like the Denny's Corporation. You don't go to Arizona, you end up in Arizona. Same way with Denny's. Until they change their philosophy, they're just going to end up with coaches, not hire coaches.
Oh, that's well played.
That
nice twist of phrase, turn of phrase.
Fantastic line.
Yeah, it really is.
But look,
you don't go to Denny's, you end up
But
at
here's
Denny's.
what I'm talking about. Let's use Gary's example. He's exactly right. Nobody seeks that particular establishment out. But when you do end up there, it can go well. You could end up with a perfectly cooked Moons Over my hammy, which is a great sandwich.
Sometimes that Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity just hits.
I'd never heard anybody put it that way. That was very, very clever, Gary. Well done. Let's go to our guy George in Tempe, who's up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. George, what's going on?
Hey, and don't discount the Grand Slam.
Never.
It's a classic.
Who had Drew Penzing getting a job before we get a head coach on their bingo card? Because I want to talk to that guy.
How about with the Lions of all people?
Yeah, this is I think the Cardinals made a really big strategic mistake when they fired Gannon, because I think they should have held on to him for one more year. And obviously, hindsight is 20/20. But we talked about that possibility about giving him one more year because it lines up with how things are going to kind of play out. We're not going to get the quarterback we want this year, and at least the quarterback of the future. And we're certainly not counting on Jacoby Brissett to be that guy, even though he's going to be the bridge next year. So, Raheem Morris actually isn't a bad choice, but what's going to wind up happening is, this is crazy. Donald Sterling, I miss Donald Sterling because at least when we had him in the NBA, we had a worse franchise than the Cardinals. But, we're going to have to bite the bullet. Bidwell's going to bite the bullet because he's going to wind up paying 4 coaches at once when he fires the next guy after the end of next year when he goes 2-15. We got to make some really strong moves, and we got to figure things out. But boy, oh boy, it looks really bad right now.
Thanks, George. Appreciate the phone call. Something that George brought up too, and look, we talked about this even this morning. It came up. We were both using context clues and what people had been told by others and what people in the organization were saying. We felt like Jonathan Gannon was going to be brought back. And I think that was the tact for a long time for the Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
But there was no way with a straight face they could reward a coach whose team lost 14 of 15 games. I think behind closed doors we'll never know the truth to this. But this is the way I think. I think the Cardinals brass behind closed doors was hoping against hope that they would find a way to win a game or two at the end, just to stop the losing and to wash the bad taste of losing out of everybody's mouth. But they didn't do that. They lost, 9 straight and 14 of 15.
Yep.
And there's no way you can sell that to your fan base.
No way.
I think that they had every intention of bringing Jonathan Gannon and staff back for another year to do exactly what George said. Get one more year removed from this weird quarterback situation, take your lumps, maybe win 6 games next year, and then move on in 27. But they couldn't do it. What a situation. Huh?
Listen, I'm curious why have they put in permission to talk to Clayton Adams?
No.
I'm surprised by that.
The guy that was here and a guy who very early on this season was identified. Ooh, he was pretty good at what he did.
Yeah.
And our running game really suffered after he left.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. That's a lot of questions, but thanks for the phone calls. Good stuff, especially the Denny's line.
Oh,
really
it was
good.
great. It's
Coming
fantastic.
up next, Sammy's going to take us through all the big stories on this Tuesday morning in the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Also flies in for the board. He'll bring it back the other way. Throw to Booker, right wing. Steps into a three and missed it short. Rebound batted out by Allen. Right back to Booker. Three on the way and good for D-Book.
2 wins in NYC over the weekend for the Suns, and we talk about it today. So roll with us at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Basketball and pizza, name a better combo. I'll wait. I can't wait that long. Hey, it's Vince Murata. When it comes to pizza and hoops, Spinato's Pizzeria, a Valley favorite for over 50 years. They've got you covered. Of course, Spinato's the official pizza of the Suns and Mercury. And for the third year in a row, the Spinato's Pizza Competition is back. How does it work? Pizza, just like the game horse, you can enter, show off your shooting skills for a chance to win 4 tickets to a Suns home game and 1 shot on the court during a timeout in front of 17,000 people for a chance to win Spinato's Pizza for a year. The next qualifying competition is coming up on February 19th. Suns will be on the road in San Antonio taking on the Spurs. And there's a March event at the Central Phoenix location. It all leads up to the championship event in Gilbert in April. All the events are also Suns road game watch parties. So even if you're not shooting in the contest, you can watch the Suns on all the TVs at Spinato's and hang out with fellow Suns fans. For locations, menus, and all the information on this year's pizza competition and to get entered, head to SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Hey, start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, you lose that belly fat, because don't be fooled, nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside: creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morse Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation.
Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Football fans, this is it. The biggest game of the season goes down Sunday, February the 8th. So head to Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona for the ultimate big game watch party. Catch every play on massive screens. Enjoy food and drink specials, raffles, giveaways, and more. Doors open at 3:30 p.m., so arrive early and get your spot. Grab your crew, bring the energy, and be where the action is. The big game watch party at Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona on Sunday, February the 8th.
I'm Sammy Savolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns handled the Brooklyn Nets in Barclays Center last night, 126-117. Colin Gillespie, Dylan Brooks, and Devin Booker all with 20-plus points to lead the Suns to their second straight win. And now they'll head to Philly tonight, and hopefully we'll see Jaylen Green back on the floor tonight after dealing with a hamstring strain for most of this season. That game will tip at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The AFC and NFC championship games are set. An NFC West rubber match between the Rams and Seahawks and the Broncos, and Jarrett Stidham will host Drake May and the Patriots with Super Bowl berths on the line. Cardinals offensive coordinator Drew Petzing is finalizing a deal to become the OC for the Detroit Lions, and the head coaching carousel rolls on as Sean McDermott is out in Buffalo and Kevin Stefanski has found a home in Atlanta, and Robert Saleh is heading to Tennessee, and the Cardinals are still searching for their next head coach. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's Disc. Voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620. That's SPINE to 620, 620 for Disc.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Bellotto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is 7:30. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot as the sun comes up on this Tuesday morning. We've got lots to talk about, and that's where I do want to start. The Phoenix Suns, they bounced back in New York this weekend, picked up 2 wins, one against the Knicks and the Nets. What did you see from the Suns this weekend that you really liked?
I like the fact that they went into Madison Square Garden with a 2-game losing streak and would not be denied in that game. And I like the fact that in a night when it was just kind of an ugly, yucky night in the gym, they just stood on business and took care of the Nets. Now, again, the Nets are a team that's they are tanking. But their ability to win the games they're supposed to win is a wonderful trait of theirs.
I'll go back to Saturday. One thing I absolutely loved was the performance of the bench crew. Oso, Ryan Dunn, Grayson Allen, Jordan Goodwin, and who am I leaving out? Anyway.
Yeah. Gillespie probably.
Yeah,
he normally runs with the second unit.
he was running with the second team at that time too. They completely changed the trajectory of that game at the beginning of the second quarter. And even last night too. The Suns had a couple stretches. The overall box score doesn't tell the story because on plus minus, and sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But the bench crew had kind of built up that lead, and at the end of the second quarter with the starters back in, that's when the Nets made their push. It is interesting to note, too, that rotation is changing tonight, and we're all looking forward to seeing Jaylen Green play, but there will be adjustments that will be made on some other people's minutes, with Jordan Goodwin's minutes, with Colin Gillespie's minutes at the guard position. Those minutes are going to be affected, so I'm very curious to see what Jordan Ott and company are able to do with a deeper deck, if you will.
Yeah, that's a good point. That leads me right into Jaylen Green, ideally being back tonight for the 76ers. You just mentioned who might be affected minute-wise on... There you go. In kind of a worse way, but who will benefit most from Jaylen Green's return?
Individually?
Sure.
I'm going to say Dylan Brooks.
Okay.
I think it takes some of the responsibility offensively, and we saw what the great offensive version of Dylan Brooks showed up last night.
Yes.
He was very efficient. He didn't force shots.
Yeah.
Even in a tough shooting game against the Knicks on Saturday, I thought he took all good shots. They just weren't falling for him. But he's not going to have necessarily that same feeling of, I got to pick up this offense if Book's getting double, triple teamed, or he's not on the floor, Jaylen Green takes a lot of the pressure off him offensively, and he can do more Dylan Brooks things and hopefully not pick up technical
I like
fouls in
that
the
answer.
process.
I mean, you can look at it one or two ways. You can say that this might disrupt their defensive cohesiveness, their offensive continuity. But if he comes back and gets to another level with his own game, he's gonna open up the future for the Phoenix Suns.
Well, I wonder about those two, but let's talk about the realities of the situation. Jaylen Green has been on the bench for 33 games, watching what this team does on the defensive end, and that's become a calling card for this team because of effort. And so I think he's professional and mature enough to realize that he's got to perform on that end. And if he doesn't, he's got teammates that are going to call him out.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Dylan Brooks will get in anybody's ear and say, hey, you're not holding up your end of the bargain on that end of the floor.
Did you, by the way, watch the interview with Dylan Brooks after the game last night?
Yeah.
What did he say about Jaylen Green, about how he was doing rehab and then just left for some reason? Do you remember that answer?
Oh, I think I have that. Do I have that here?
It was very odd. It was a very, very odd, and
okay,
let's check it out.
Maybe I just glazed over it, but here's what he said on that.
Another downhill driver, electrifying player. Whenever he's ready, we need him every single night after this. He's been doing his rehab and all that, but he on leave for some reason. But I can't wait for him to come back, and I'm proud of him going through his rehab and all that. So whenever he's ready.
He's on leave for some reason.
But he's not.
But he was on the bench last
He
night.
said that while smiling.
Oh,
so I don't know if that was just saying, like, why is he taking so long to come back? Like he's on vacation or
33 games
something.
for a hamstring injury is a long time.
Yeah.
So maybe that was maybe that was it, because he has been around the team.
Right.
He's
Dylan
been
Brooks,
present.
it's very dry and monotone, and it's very hard to tell when he's smiling unless you're literally like watching him talk. And he was smiling and joking, I think. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. So the Hoosiers became national champions last night. What does their national championship run tell the rest of college football?
You're telling me there's a chance.
Yeah, listen, you can't avoid the lesson that if Indiana can do it, everybody can do it. And there are people they're like, well, no, you can't, because you're talking about a unicorn in Curt Signetti. Curt Signetti, in every interview he did the last couple of days, he made it very clear, there's nothing that special about me. I just work really hard at my job. The thing about Curt Signetti is, some people I talk to in the Midwest, he's got a real gift at watching film and seeing players and saying, I can get this out of that player. I can get more production out of this player than anybody else has, and he's super good at it.
Yeah.
But I just think the overarching story is if a moribund program like Indiana, the laughingstock of the Big Ten, can do it, then anybody can do it.
Well, and they did it with a lot of older guys, a lot of transfers. Nobody was dancing in the streets in Bloomington, Indiana, when Fernando Mendoza said, I'm leaving Cal and coming to Bloomington.
To Indiana, yeah.
By the way, the fact that he was turned down in an interview to walk on at Miami, you want to talk about another delicious subplot of this. But listen to who Indiana beat in their last 4 games. Ohio State, Alabama, Oregon, and Miami. 4 in a row, just like that.
Yeah.
And to do that from the Big Ten Conference, which is the power of college football right now. Sorry, SEC. I just completely go back to Kenny Dillingham, what he's building at Arizona State in a much lesser conference. It's deep, but it's not as top-heavy. This can happen anywhere. And you don't need 5-star guys to do it. You need the right guys to do it.
And lastly, real quick, for or against Sean McDermott? I know there's no interview set or talking with the Cardinals, but would you be for or against Sean McDermott here in Arizona?
Absolutely for it.
Big
Again,
same.
Like the same thing we said with Harbaugh, the same thing that we said with Stefanski. These are accomplished head coaches. I don't know why, if you're looking for somebody to fill that position, you're not shooting for the best candidates available. I mean, it's not going to happen.
But yeah.
But it absolutely should. They should have a conversation.
Gotcha. And we'll get into it later, but things are getting interesting in the spreadsheet, guys.
Oh, they are.
Not for me.
Jarrett Carlin, an 0 for 4 weekend.
Oh.
Whoops. Not our best, by the way. We'll have more later. But there you guys go.
Sounds good. Thank you, Sammy.
Coming up next, the Bears. They went from a miracle comeback to another punch in the guts. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
rough. I sound like a dog.
Yes, you do. Rough. Text the word rough to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Data rates may apply.
All right, let's talk about something a lot of people deal with, but almost nobody wants to deal with or admit, and that is struggling with private student loan debt. When you are struggling with it, it feels like a weight that you're dragging around everywhere you go. But you don't have to keep dragging that weight. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and the reason why is because Y-Refi works specifically with people who are in the same situation you are, struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. They help you refinance into a low, fixed-rate payment that fits your actual budget, not a fantasy budget, your real one, and they do it without judgment. They won't lecture you. They're not going to question you. They will help you get a fresh start. I've talked to people who have felt completely buried with private student loan debt and felt like they had zero options left. Then Y-Refi stepped in and gave them a real path forward. And let's face it, there's something powerful about knowing someone's actually willing to work with you if you're in a situation like this. You can't change what happened, but you can absolutely change what happens next. Call Y-Refi today, 888-Y-REFI-85, or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Retail jewelry stores charge more because you're paying for their high rent, big storefront displays, and large sales staff. All of that overhead has to be covered, and it usually gets built right into the price of a diamond. I'm Diamond Dave, a fourth-generation jeweler at Desert Wholesale Diamond. We work by appointment, so important purchases get all the time and attention they deserve. We sit down one-on-one and take the time to look at diamonds side by side. We talk through what actually matters, how a diamond looks in real light, how it's cut, and what you're truly getting for your money. The goal is clarity, not pressure. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, you skip the markup that comes with traditional retail stores. Your appointment is private, honest, and pressure-free. Exactly how diamond buying should be.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at Barrett-Jackson.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us at 10 a.m. We'll be discussing the latest regarding the Cardinals coaching search and what the Suns did in New York. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The man in motion. Williams drifting, sprinting for space, in all kinds of trouble, put it up for grabs in the end zone. Connect! He got it! For the touchdown! They've done it again!
That was Mike Tirico on the call at NBC Sunday night. An unbelievable scene at the end of regulation in the Chicago Bears LA Rams game. Caleb Williams on a 4th down play.
Yeah.
The line of scrimmage was the 14-yard line. He fades back and runs backwards 26 yards. He threw that ball with his heels on the 40-yard line.
It's a crazy visual. He's under a lot of pressure. He turns and starts sprinting towards the other goal line to get some separation, spins around, and heaves that ball to the back of the end zone.
And threw an absolute strike.
And a perfect strike.
When he threw it, it felt like he was just throwing the ball up into the end zone.
Yes.
But I guess he saw the guy because, like you said, perfect.
It was unbelievable.
And by fading back as much as he did, because your first thought is, how did Komet get that separation? Did he push off?
He pushed
yes,
off.
he did.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah, he pushed off.
But still, the tendency for the defensive backs is to come up on that play, and they left him alone. Now, the heroics were short-lived because they went to overtime, and Caleb Williams threw a costly pick. It was a tremendous play by Cam Curl, one of the plays of the weekend, I thought, in the NFL. That led to the Mevis field goal, and with all the heroics, still 3 interceptions from Caleb Williams, the Rams move on in a 3-point victory.
Yeah, listen, it was I still think for the most part it was a sturdy effort from the Bears. I think Ben Johnson should have kicked that field goal on that opening possession. I don't know why you feel like you need to kind of push the issue there. I wasn't a huge fan of some of the play calling in him. Jared brought up something before the show about how Caleb Williams, that last interception, is being received. My family in Chicago, they are, and the people I communicate with, they have no animus towards Caleb Williams after that magical moment he delivered, because it's sort of a harbinger of the future, if you will.
Yeah.
To do something that spectacular on 4th and 4 with the season on the line has really electrified that city in ways that bad interception can't touch.
Like Carson Beck, though, who you were deriding earlier, he ended the game with an interception.
There's also some debate as to whether DJ Moore just didn't complete the route, because he
didn't. There's no way he did.
I do agree with you. I think Bears fans left that game obviously heartbroken, but with very optimism towards the future now with this coach and this quarterback.
I heard from somebody who likened this to Michael Jordan's 63-point performance against the Celtics in the playoffs way back in the day when the Bulls didn't win. In fact, they got swept by the Celtics, but there was a moment of individual brilliance that is carrying a town to think, oh my gosh, we actually might have a quarterback. And you have to keep that in mind too. If you're a Bears fan, this is something you've never had. So that was amazing. After that interception, Matthew Stafford just locked in and went to work. And it was night, but crazy night of football.
It was. Here was Caleb Williams on the amazing 4th down throw, but then throwing the pick in OT.
It was, cool in the moment, but I will say I can appreciate the organization, the city of Chicago. I can appreciate the sacrifice, the growth that we've had as a team, and I can appreciate the growth that I've had, the trust that I've built with Ben and the other, my other teammates and things like that. So those are probably the things that I can appreciate.
Ben Johnson, you called him out a little bit for some of the play calling, some of the decision making.
Yeah.
But after that play, he said afterwards, considered going for 2.
Thought about it. Yeah, thought about it. Probably what played a little bit of a factor was, our goal to go situations hadn't gone very clean. Our inside the 5 plan hadn't worked out quite like we had hoped. And so I just felt better about taking our chances there in overtime.
Yeah, to Jarrett's point, and he brought up the Carson Beck thing. I mean, there's, similarities, so many differences. Carson Beck was a 1-year rental for Miami football. Caleb Williams represents the future. There's no future with Miami and Carson Beck. And I had to look it up to see if Carson Beck was actually older than Caleb Williams. He's not somehow. Somehow Carson Beck is still only 23 years old. He just played 7 years of college football. Weird. Somebody localized this perfectly over the weekend, and I forgot to make a note of it. Caleb Williams is exactly the quarterback Cardinals fans were hoping that Kyler Murray would be.
That's a good point.
And yes, there was growing pains in year one. It was a bad situation. He wasn't with a great coaching staff. You see the difference in coaching and confidence and what it does. I'd buy stock in the Chicago Bears moving forward.
Yeah, especially because of the Ben Johnson element. It's a coach quarterback league.
And
That's
then
what it's become.
And that murderous division they're in suddenly seems more open.
Yeah.
Like the Packers do. I mean, I don't think people believe in them as much anymore. They're keeping their coach. Who knows about Jordan Love?
Do you believe in Jordan Love?
The Lions.
Do you believe in Love as Huey Lewis
Right,
and the
exactly.
News once asked?
The Lions, which seemed like they were on a rocket ship up, all of a sudden really plateaued this season.
Well,
so
they'll be
who
back.
knows?
Did you see who they hired at
Well,
OC?
okay, that's can't stop them now. And the
Nobody's
Vikings.
ever going to question the play calling ever again in Detroit because they loved it.
And who the hell knows with the Vikings, with J.J. McCarthy. So this could be the Bears division now going forward.
It could be, which would be a weird spot for them to be in.
And meanwhile, the NFC West.
The NFC West is a hellscape.
That
Seattle
Seahawks defense.
Well,
they look dominant, man.
The game started in nightmarish fashion, which Rashid Shaheed takes the opening kick back. Obviously, the place goes nuts. The first possession for San Francisco, that's all you had to watch the rest of the game. They had a fourth down play, and Kyle Shanahan resorts to some stupid short side of the field gadget option play with use check. What are you doing?
You're
what are you doing?
You're telling the opponent we're already going into a bag of tricks because we cannot hang with you.
That was
I totally agree with you.
Horrible.
I hate when teams do that. You are sending a clear message to the opponent that there's not a lot of belief on the other side of the field.
I mean, that's a bully defense. You got to punch the bully in the face
the only way
early.
you can
They
do it.
punched you early. You got to punch back, and that was like leave me alone.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Yeah, so not a good night for the 49ers. And how about DeMeco Ryans and the Texans? How about DeMeco Ryans punting the ball down 2 scores with under 5 minutes to play?
You want to talk about passive? There was not any reason to bring C.J. Stroud back in that game. If you have questions about a backup quarterback, I understand it. Davis Mills came in, and he was a big reason why the Houston Texans are in the playoffs in the first place.
As good as C.J. Stroud, if not better.
Yes, and DeMeco Ryan said this.
No, CJ's our guy. I believe that he could come back out in the second half and flip it. I believe that he could play better, and he did that in the second half. He did play better. We had some positive drives there in the second half because I believe that he would do that, and he did that. And as I always tell our guys at halftime, it doesn't matter what happened in the first half. You have to flush it, remove it, and you just have to go out and finish the right way. And I told you, we've been there before. We've been in situations much more dire than this, and we were able to bounce back. So, in my mind, there was no doubt in my mind that we would be able to overcome that.
Didn't understand it at all, and it's not hard to play better in the second half when you throw 4 picks in the first. And sometimes you can get to halftime and you can flush it, but we all know this. Sometimes it requires more than one flush, depending on the damage that was just done.
In a plunger sometimes.
Yeah, and that was a double turn in the first half by C.J.
For
Stroud.
DeMeco Ryans to say all that when he was so uninspired by his offense that he literally punted away a chance to win the game. You know who else did that once? It was the day that I turned on Cliff Kingsbury. Week 18 in Los Angeles, chance to go to the playoffs if you win. Kyler Murray running an RPO on third and 18. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And then he punted on 4th down.
When you have a quarterback and they're giving you the full Delhomme, you gotta make a change because that game was so winnable.
Yeah,
the Patriots did not look good at all.
I disagree with that.
Oh, they were like fumbling the ball all over the place. Come on.
The game was so sloppy. So many turnovers.
It was sloppy. You still feel the same way about weather games?
Listen, you're not going to get me off that, man. that weather in Foxborough was gross because it was coming down snow, but it wasn't accumulating.
And look, everybody talked about what the weather was going to be in Chicago, and it was treacherous, but both teams I thought handled it just fine.
Yeah.
It wasn't that big of a factor.
Bears.
But I was impressed with New England's defense. Their defensive backs were everywhere, jumping routes.
They've got a sneaky great pass rush is what they've got.
Yeah, they do. And it comes from the middle.
And now all they have to do is beat Jarrett Stidham to go to the Super Bowl.
Their former Patriot.
They've beaten nobody all season long.
The worst schedule ever. They beat an injured Justin Herbert in the first round, a horrible C.J. Stroud in the second round, and Jarrett Stidham in the third round.
Unbelievable.
Coming up next, Bick's going to kick off the second half of the show with the Tuesday Blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Of the names that are linked to the Cardinals, Saleh is right at the top or near the top of the list. You've covered Saleh before. How would you feel if he was the Cardinals' next coach?
That's a home run.
Yeah.
An absolute home run. And I did pre-half and post for the 49ers for about 10 years, covered the 49ers for about 15 years, and talked to Robert a lot. Once I found out I was coming in, I made a couple of calls last night. And look, it's not that Robert wouldn't come here. He would. His concern is about the quarterback situation. Here's the positive on Robert Saleh. He will 100% fix the defense. 100%. Not like Jonathan Gannon. He will fix the defense.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Murata, and whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers and baths, or creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and our communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. More than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances, but natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the kitchen and home. It supports economic development and growth in our community as well. Many of the recent large-scale businesses that have expanded their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. And for almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, helping turn houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future for our community, please visit their website at swgas.com.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
MyLowe's Pro Rewards members go big during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Get member volume discounts plus an extra 5% off eligible orders with a quote of $2,000 or more. Plus, buy more and save more with up to 25% off DWV pipes when you spend $250 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Exclusions, more terms and restrictions apply. Can't be combined with any contract or special pricing. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
The best in women's college basketball, the brightest stars in the game. And for the very first time, it's happening in the desert. The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix. 4 days of free family fun with tailgates, a concert, viewing parties, and more. April 2nd through 5th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns were able to bounce back over the long weekend, Saturday beating the Knicks 106-99, and last night in Brooklyn taking care of the Nets 126-117. They'll be in Philly tonight and hopefully getting Jaylen Green back. Tip-off will be at 5 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as the Cardinals are still looking for their next head coach, a name many wanted is now off the list. Robert Saleh is set to be the next coach for the Tennessee Titans. What does that mean on who might be the next Cardinals coach? Head to arizonasports.com to find out. And the Indiana Hoosiers are your college football national champions. The Hoosiers and Kurt Signetti beat Miami 27-21 to cap off a perfect season and claim their first national championship. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
After leading the worst team in college football history to a championship, it would be nice if Kurt Signetti wanted to do the same thing with the worst team in NFL history. Unfortunately, Arizona weather means nothing to Signetti, who spends most of his daylight hours indoors watching film. And he made it clear over the weekend that the NFL just isn't for him. So if not Signetti, how about placing a call to Kenny Dillingham? Because if you read my column over the weekend, you know it's not as far-fetched as you might think, because Dillingham's first car had vanity plates that read "Card for Life," because we know Dillingham is not all that settled with ASU's ongoing NIL situation, and because I have reason to believe Dillingham will listen to the Cardinals, and because the Cardinals don't seem to have many other good options. Yes, of course they should try for Sean McDermott. They should try for Raheem Morris, Clint Kubiak, Mike LaFleur, but the Cards currently rank last of the 6 remaining vacancies, and to date they have become a leverage play for worthy candidates and nothing more. It's all very depressing, especially if most of the fan base seems ready to revolt over the expectations of Vance Joseph. So give Kenny a call, because he's known to work miracles. You know how badly he wants to stay in Arizona, and because it never hurts to ask. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Bickley, what are you smoking?
Hey, shut up, Bickley, you idiot.
Ban Dickley.
Shut up. You're banned for life.
Yeah, so listen, it's a very fascinating thing, because in kind of researching this topic, Kenny Dillingham, when he was a high school player, young football player in Arizona, his first car had vanity plates, and it's CARD4LF, Card for Life. Okay?
How did he ever get that vanity plate? He thought that would be taken.
Uh-huh. And he still has a vehicle with that license plate on it to this very day. So the point is, at one point in time, Kenny Dillingham had a real reverence for the Arizona Cardinals as well as ASU. Now, the big question to me is that a breach of etiquette? If you're the Cardinals, should you not be even if, say, you wanted to go down this path, is this a taboo kind of thing?
I don't know if breach of etiquette is how I would phrase it, but you want to talk about massively horrible local PR. I don't know if that's something that they would ever recover from. Unless Kenny Dillingham went to the Cardinals and won like 4 Super Bowls.
Uh-huh.
I don't think there would be... I don't even know what the reaction would be.
Listen, I got...
It would be harsh, though.
I got the reaction from a lot of ASU fans who think I'm an idiot, which is, it's been an ongoing thing for quite some time. But what I was expecting a lot more Cardinal fans to be into the idea. And there's this feeling that Kenny Dillingham is too young, or just he's really more of a college guy, and I don't think that's all that accurate.
Remember how young Sean McVay was when he took the Rams job?
He was 30.
Yeah.
But, I mean...
Mike McDonald was 36 when he took over the Seahawks.
There's a lot of... I agree. It's... In the world of possibilities, it's a fascinating one. But... And people will label Kenny Dillingham's a college football coach. No, he's a football coach.
Mm-hmm.
People were asking the same question about Curt Signetti. He's never spent one day in the NFL, and he shot down the rumors.
Mm-hmm.
Was it ridiculous for anybody to inquire about Curt Signetti? No, it wasn't. Another thing that would turn me off on it, and I can't get past the connection, a lot of Cardinals fans, it's not unanimous, but a lot of Cardinals fans are ASU fans and vice versa. It would rub people the wrong way. And the recent experience of college coaches ascending to the NFL has not necessarily been successful league-wide.
I agree with that. But if you're the Cardinals and you're in this place right now where you need to do something to inspire the fan base, I would think that this is something that could be a gold mine for them. Because, listen, if you believe, like a lot of people at ASU believe, that Kenny Dillingham is not going to be at ASU for his entire career, even again, you talk to people over there, they think, okay, 6 to 7 years he's going to give this place before he's going to go try some other place. Because you know that the NIL component at ASU, Kenny's already tired of fighting that battle. And he's only begun to fight that battle. So I wonder if a guy like Kenny Dillingham could go into a professional rank and do that job as good as he does it in college.
I mean, with motivation speeches like this.
In order to play football, you have to play football before you play football.
I think that translates to any level.
Of course.
And there's a lot of logistical questions. What would a staff look like? How would you put it? I mean, how are the NFL contacts beyond that?
Well, he's already got Hines Ward, so he's got the wide.
Well,
yeah.
There is that.
There's that.
I mean, Kenny Dillingham has proven enough to me in 3 years in this job, and there's been difficult times, that it would be foolish to doubt him in any endeavor. I think there's just so many landmines in this that it would turn people off. And you do bring up an interesting point, is there was a sigh of relief. There was this flirtation with Kenny Dillingham, and if ASU continues to win football games, it's going to happen every single year. But Kenny himself made national headlines, and some people applauded it, and some people rolled their eyes at it when he was asking for one big donor to stroke that $20 million check. That hasn't happened yet, but to be consistently successful in today's landscape, if nothing changes with this NIL situation, it's not just about one $20 million check. It's about an annual $20 million check.
Yeah.
It's not about swinging for the fences and hitting a home run.
Yeah.
It's about becoming a home run hitter every single year and maintaining that. And I don't know how possible that is.
It's hard to do.
It is.
It's hard to do. So if you buy the idea that Kenny Dillingham is going to have a shelf life at ASU, and you're going to lose him at some point, why not lose him to the local NFL team? Now, but I also feel weird saying this because I love what's happening at ASU as much as anybody. And you're right, there's something that seems grimy about it. But as I pointed out in the column, if the Cardinals were if they were hell-bent on pursuing Curt Signetti, everybody would be like, yeah, go get him. Poach him.
True.
I don't know. It's just food for thought is all it is.
There's a lot of food there.
Yeah, listen, and you know how that Michigan thing started to play out. It was getting a little dicey there for a little bit.
Nobody was comfortable.
No.
And then people, they never even offered him the job. There's semantics involved there. Nobody's going to, no program of that ilk is going to offer a job to a coach who has the chance to publicly turn it down.
That's exactly
There's
right.
back channeling involved,
That's exactly
and you know
right.
what the answer is going to be.
Yes.
It's kind of like when you propose to a woman at a sporting event. You better know the answer to that question.
So well said.
Or just don't propose at a sporting event.
And listen,
or that's even better. Good point, Sam.
I was told by a well-connected source that the Michigan job was Kenny's if he wanted it. Now, again, that's something it's very easy for somebody close to Kenny Dillingham to say because it will never be disputed. It will never be confirmed.
No.
Because like you said, if that coach doesn't end up at the big program is never going to say, yeah, that was our first choice. Never. So it's very easy to play fast and loose with these facts, but it's something. It's something, all right.
It's something, all right. The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name or giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word all week long on this show, on Wolf and Luke, on Burns and Gambo, and when you hear it, just text that word to 620-620, and you'll be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. Coming up next, here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, what did Indiana's improbable title win tell us about the future of college sports? We'll tackle that straight ahead on the Tuesday edition, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns by 15, looking to add to it. Allen, another three, and another one falls, this time from the left side near the hash mark for Grayson Allen, and the Suns go up 18, 109-91. Allen has 14 off the bench tonight.
2 wins in NYC over the weekend for the Suns, and we talk about it today. So roll with us at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
So a new year is a great time to get moving, and if joint pain is holding you back, if it's keeping you from living the life you want to lead, there's a way for you to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. My friends at QC Kinetics deliver advanced regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting, and the patient satisfaction rate at QC Kinetics is a staggering 92%. That includes me. I've used them twice with great results. It includes Emmitt Smith, who raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him manage his joint pain post his NFL career. And these are simple procedures that deliver life-changing results, all organic. They happen right in the office. You get your treatment, you walk back out the door, you go back out, you go about your day. So skip the invasive surgery, move better, get stronger, stop managing your pain, start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call to schedule a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store and online. And now, the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Limited time. For JD Power 2025 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers.
eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Howdy, folks. AQ Shipley here, and I know the perfect place to shop for your next car. Earnhardt Lexus. My friend and general manager Bull Earnhardt and his team at Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback will roll out the red carpet for you. So listen up and get ready to experience amazing. Amazing comfort with their awesome facility, amazing customer service, amazing vehicles, and amazing offers like a new 2026 Lexus TX 350 for only $549 per month, a 275 horsepower turbo engine, spacious 3-row seating, and amazing cargo capacity. Just $549 per month for a 42-month lease with $49.99 due at signing and zero security deposit. Swing by Earnhardt Lexus and experience the no bull difference at 8th Street and Camelback, or shop online at earnhardtlexus.com. New vehicles include the no bull protection package for $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles. Lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for excess mileage over 10,000 miles per year. On approved credit through Lexus Financial. Excludes tax, title, license, and $599 dock fee. See dealer for full details. Offer ends 2/2/26.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us at 10 a.m. and we'll be reacting to what went down in the NFL divisional round and college football playoff national championship game. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey there, you in Whitman. Listening to Arizona Sports this morning via the radio, via the app, or watching on YouTube. We appreciate the support in Whitman.
Mendoza's in the gun. The ball's on the 13-yard line. He's clapping as if they're going to snap it. They do snap it. He takes off running on a design quarterback draw. He has the first down. He spins into the end zone. What a play by Mendoza. And what a call. It was a design run. He bounced off a couple of hits. Looked like he was going to get the first down. He wasn't satisfied. It's another highlight reel play for Mendoza.
Sean McDonough on the call on ESPN Radio. That is the highlight of highlights last night from a tremendous college football playoff championship game between Indiana and Miami. But the Heisman Trophy winner, when they needed a play, he made the play on 4th down and 4 or 5, runs for 12. Not exactly a play that's his forte. A quarterback draw, bounces off a tackler at the 5, dives into the end zone. I don't know if you saw Fernando Mendoza in the postgame interview on the field hold up his arm and the amount of bruising on his throwing arm.
Yeah, tough kid.
Yeah, he took a beating last night.
He sure did.
And he said it several times. He would die for his team. He didn't die, but neither
he dived.
He dived. The Indiana Hoosiers, for the first time ever, win the national championship. And it sounds weird to say it's this great Cinderella story for a team that was ranked number 1 for as long as it was, a team that was 16-0. But when you consider the history and what they came from and where they were 2 football seasons ago before Curt Signetti arrived, this is, if not the greatest, one of the greatest sports stories in the last 100 years in this country.
It really has to be. And you go back, and if you do a deep dive like I have on Curt Signetti, and you go start watching videos of him when he was at Indiana University, Purdue, he was the same guy on a much smaller stage. And it's remarkable to me that this guy lasted until age 62 before getting his first shot at a major college program.
Mm-hmm. And even that major college program was Indiana. It's not like he got hired by Ohio State.
We'll let you into the Big Ten, but you got to coach the
But you got to go
Hoosiers.
there. Yeah, and so it's really, truly remarkable. If you knew how bad Indiana football has been for most of this century, the past century, this is really, truly an inspirational thing. And I like what you said earlier. With all the madness and all the chaos and all the corruption and all the greed and all the things that are really turning people away from college football, you get a story like this, you get a postseason like this. Miami, the run they had, they
back to prominence.
Yes, back to prominence. Played a very accountable, tough game last night and had a chance to win it at the end. And then the Ole Miss team rallying around their departed head coach Lane Kiffin, and it's just proof that when that sport gets between the lines, there's nothing like it.
Yeah, but
when it gets outside the arena,
But when was last night was a weird feeling for college football fans because they crowned a champion, and it's a champion that nobody expected, and it's one with no championship pedigree or history. It's really, correct me if I'm wrong, but off the top of my head, it's the first time we've felt this new blood feeling of a team winning a championship in over 40 years.
Yeah, that's a good point.
When Miami first cracked through with Schnellenberger in the 80s, when they beat Nebraska in the Orange Bowl, that was the team's like, wow, where did this program come from?
It's a good point.
That's the last time we felt that.
I said it's the first new powerhouse since Oregon, but Oregon has never won a championship this whole time.
Exactly.
It's amazing. I was thinking about, like, how do you make this movie? Because you mentioned, like, the other great underdog story movies in sports history.
Mm-hmm.
This is a tricky one because this actual year they were a dominant team. People say maybe the greatest. You'd have to sort of factor in the history of the program, bringing in this head coach. It's almost like a 2-year movie they'd have to do.
The movie would have to start at the end of the 2023 season when they finished 3-9. Do you remember anything about that team?
No.
Tom Allen was the head coach. They were 3-9. I had to look this up. Brendan Sorsby was actually their quarterback in 2023 and then moved on to Cincinnati. It would have to start there. And it would have to start pretty early on in the movie with the Curt Signetti press conference and the brashness of it.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe him getting a talking to from Indiana. Take a little poetic license, creative license with it. And say, what are you doing? We're Indiana. You can't talk like that in a press conference. Like that. Talk about backing it up.
The fact that Assembly Hall was full of Indiana alumni and students watching the game, that wasn't lost on people either, because Indiana has always been, it's the cradle of basketball. And Indiana University, it was Bobby Knight, it was that basketball team. The fact that they are now known as a football school is unbelievable.
They now have the most recent undefeated season in basketball and football.
Yeah.
Exactly.
How about that?
Exactly 50 years apart.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Right. Until April this year.
In 20.
What are you predicting?
I'm just kidding.
He's predicting the Nebraska
yeah, exactly.
Huskers.
Miami of Ohio is going to win.
How about that? In 2076, their baseball team is going to be something else.
And you thought it might be slipping away near the end of that game when they had a chance to run out that clock, and the team that was so disciplined, one of their best offensive linemen flinches, and now a very easily gettable 2.5 yard now becomes a problem.
2nd and 6.
Yeah.
Think about it this way also. One of the most dominant college football teams we ever saw, this wonderful story, they won that game because of a missed field goal that doinked off the upright and a blocked punt that they referred to the touch. Like, pretty flukish special teams plays really helped them win that game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Look, anytime you block a punt and score a touchdown, there's an amount of flukishness.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go back and look at how that play was blocked, there was nothing
Completely
flukish
missed
about
the guy.
it. Yeah, just terrible.
And the fact that they did this in Miami's home stadium can't be understated.
Yes. Here's Curt Signetti after the game.
I knew in 3rd grade I wanted to coach. I've told that story many a time. I wanted to be like a Bear Bryant kind of coach. But when I was waxing staff tables at IUP when school was shut down for the playoffs, I never really thought this was possible. But I just kept working, and things happened, and here we are.
Unbelievable.
That really is.
And what does it mean for college football?
I think we sent a message, first of all, to society that if you keep your nose to the grindstone and work hard and you got the right people, anything's possible. In our particular situation in the athletic world, college football's changed quite a bit. The balance of power also. But we had the right people on our staff, in the weight room, in the locker room. And we had great senior leadership and togetherness, and we had a really good quarterback that played his best when the chips were down. And if you prepare the right way, which this team did week in, week out, and put it on the field, we met the challenge every single week. And we're 16-0. Are there 8 first-round draft choices on this team? Probably not. No, there aren't. But this team, the whole was greater than the sum of its parts.
Yeah, it was a joy to watch. And any championship game I'm going to watch, but I felt differently watching the end of that game.
Yeah, so did I. So did I. I was very invested, and I wanted Indiana to finish this story
Yeah.
Because now it will be a movie at some point.
And now, if they're good again next year, it's going to be the fatigue is going to set in, and we're all going to hate the Hoosiers.
They're going to become the Patriots. That's funny.
It could be about
Indiana again. Great.
movie title could be about Kurt Signetti, and it could just be called "Who's Your Daddy?"
Yeah. That's right.
Coming up next, we'll talk about some NFL playoff action and the latest with the Cardinals coaching search. With A.Q. Shipley, he joins us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If I'm Nolan Arenado, I'm looking around like, dude, I'm not 85 years old. Like,
Yeah.
I can play baseball. And so, yeah, you probably do have something you want to prove.
By the way, playing in the field is also part of playing baseball. It is.
You know he's good at that.
This guy's got a lot of clout, a lot of respect for what he's done in the league. This is a beautiful situation to bring a guy into the clubhouse who says, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play every day, every game. I'm going to play. That's the tone that is going to be set in that clubhouse, largely because of Nolan Arenado.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. And you know what's a great New Year's resolution for sports fans? Watching the sports you love in high resolution with the brand new entertainment system from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. Here's why you head on down to Waltz TV and Appliance and forgo those big box stores. You step into Waltz, you're immediately going to see the difference. They've got a great selection of big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. All the major name brands you're looking for. Inventory you will not find anywhere else in the Valley. Great selection of outdoor televisions, and the quality of those have gone through the roof in recent years. At Waltz, you'll hear the difference. Great selection of audio components, from speakers to sound bars, and when you put the right audio component together with the right television, you will have magic. You will feel the difference, and I know because Waltz did it for me. They gave me a great price. They'll do you one better. Shop at Waltz. Find out their great pricing. If you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to them. Watch them match it, and while you're there, drop my name. You get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Howdy, folks. A.Q. Shipley here, and I know the perfect place to shop for your next car, Earnhardt Lexus. My friend and general manager, Bull Earnhardt, and his team at Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback will roll out the red carpet for you. It's just what they do. You see, Earnhardt, they know what they're doing because they've been doing it for 75 years. That's right, 75 years. Bull's grandfather, Tex, started it all back in 1951. And what started then is still happening today. The No Bull way of doing business. Attention to comfort and kindness, offering amazing vehicles and incredible value, working hard to treat guests like family, ensuring happy customers for life. It's why people choose Earnhardt Lexus, and you should too. So swing by Earnhardt Lexus and experience amazing. Experience the no bull Earnhardt difference at 8th Street in Camelback, or shop online at earnhardtlexus.com. That's earnhardtlexus.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolko with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns handled the Brooklyn Nets last night, 126-117. Colin Gillespie, Dylan Brooks, and Devin Booker all had 20-plus points to lead the Suns to their second straight win, and now they'll be in Philly tonight, and hopefully we'll see the return of Jaylen Green after dealing with a hamstring strain for most of this season. That game will tip off at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The AFC and NFC championship games are set. An NFC West rubber match between the Rams and Seahawks, and the Broncos and Jarrett Stidham will host Drake May and the Patriots with Super Bowl berths on the line. Cardinals offensive coordinator Drew Petzing is finalizing a deal to become the OC for the Detroit Lions, and the head coaching carousel rolls on as Sean McDermott is out in Buffalo and Kevin Stefanski has found a new home in Atlanta, and Robert Saleh is heading to Tennessee, and the Cardinals are still looking for their next head coach, and that's what's trending now.
Former Cardinals center and current Cardinals color analyst. 12 years in the league. All 12 spent in the trenches. Super Bowl champion. A.Q. Shipley. The center of the Cardinals. With Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers and NoBull.com. A trusted name in automotive for over 75 years. And that ain't no bull.
Yeah, we continue into the postseason and into the Cardinals coaching search. Our weekly visits with A.Q. Shipley, and that happens right now as A.Q. joins us on video. Good morning, A.Q. How are you today?
A.Q.
Good morning, boys. How are we?
Good. I want to start here because I know Bick asked you about it last week. Being a Big Ten guy and seeing Indiana on the precipice of winning the championship, but here they are, the champions. I think it's one of the greatest stories of our lifetime in college sports. Do you disagree?
No, I don't disagree one bit, and it's definitely the best story in college football history, hands down. I mean, you can argue other things in other sports, but what Curt Signetti has done with that program is unbelievable. What Mendoza has done, transfer over. I mean, I read something this morning. There was only 7 4-star recruits on that entire team, so we can sit here and say what we want about recruiting, but at the end of the day, it's about buying into a program and still doing the fundamentals, doing all the things. They haven't lost a fumble. I don't know if you guys saw this stat. They haven't lost a fumble since the first half of the first game of the season.
Sick.
That's crazy.
It's absolutely
crazy.
Unbelievable. Yeah. And you know, being a Penn State guy, that this was a walkover for the better part of a century.
Circled that game every single year, boys. It was like, okay, we're 1-0 after that game, and it was. I mean, you know. And then I played for Indianapolis. I played for the Colts for a couple years, and all we thought about was going down to Indiana basketball games. Right? That was all you thought about. It was Bobby Knight. It was the movie Hoosiers. I mean, it was Indiana football was an afterthought. The stadium still kind of is an afterthought. You look at it, it's just like a high school stadium out in the middle of Bloomington, but man, what they've done has been fantastic, and you better believe all that money is going to be pouring into that program moving forward.
Yeah, we're talking with A.Q. Shipley as we do every Monday here on Bickley and Murata Morning. Some movement in the coaching carousel, a couple of names that were on the Cardinals list, and Jeff Hafley and Robert Saleh now hooking on with different teams. Kevin Stefanski's been snapped up. Sean McDermott's available now. What do you make of where these guys have landed and the Cardinals' place in all of it as they search for their next head coach, AQ?
Yeah, it'll be interesting. The funny thing, every time there's one of these coaching searches that come up for the Cardinals, it seems that, you know, we're one of the last ones to make the final decision. And for me, it's not just about picking the right head coach. I love these teams that are jumping on it and making a move early because there's 15 to 20 assistant coaches that still have to be hired too. Yes. So the longer you wait, not only are you losing out on your guy as a head coach, but you're losing out on all the quality assistants too. And I think, Saleh, I was a big fan of. I think we talked about him a little bit last week. I'm a huge fan of what he did, so I love that hire. Hafley, I've heard nothing but amazing things about, so that's a great hire. Obviously, Stefanski's been proven, but John Harbaugh has obviously been scooped up. But I think when you look at it, McDermott's an absolute stud. He was the defensive coordinator when I played for the Philadelphia Eagles back in 2010. He's a leader of men. He's been fantastic. He's taken his team to countless AFC championships, just couldn't get over the hump. So it was kind of time for them to move on. And I get that. Sometimes it just becomes stale in the marriage. But, I think at the end of the day, he's a very quality candidate.
Yeah, and I think you're right, though. You look across, and Lamar Jackson still needs a head coach. Josh Allen needs a head coach. And somebody's going to get the opportunity to work for the Rooney family, which means you're probably going to be there 15 years. So there's a lot of hurdles in front of you still if you're trying to get the right guy.
Absolutely. I mean, and listen, at the end of the day, the fact that there was 10 coaching openings this year and you're going to sit there and wait all the way into February just doesn't bode well for any organization. But whenever you have so many quality openings like we've talked about, like Pittsburgh's such a quality franchise, you're going to work there forever. So that's obviously at the top of the list. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson puts them at the top of the list, right? You just lost two of the quality candidates. So now where do we go? Where do you go from here?
Yep, AQ Shipley, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I want to stay on coaching for one more question, and it was at the assistant coaching ranks. Look, we talked about it all year. Drew Petzing took a lot of arrows from Cardinals fans. It wasn't the greatest year offensively, but to see him move on and get the opportunity to coach under Dan Campbell in Detroit, I think it's an interesting fit. I'm very curious to see how this works out because 2 years ago they had Ben Johnson, and I think the styles between Ben Johnson and Drew Petzing are very different. But what did you make of Drew Petzing's performance and his fit in Detroit, AQ?
Yeah, I think you kind of stole the sentence right out of my mouth. That's kind of what I've been saying too. When I saw that yesterday, I thought it was very interesting because two completely different offenses that what Arizona ran and what Detroit has been running, right? I think they've been tons of misdirection, tons of eye candy, and then wide open down the field with Jameson Williams and obviously the two-headed monster at the backs. Obviously the two tight ends are fantastic there. Really good offensive line. So it just seemed to me like they're trying to get back to smash mouth football. That's kind of what it seems like. They've built that team through the offensive line. They've built that team through those two tight ends. And what Drew Petzing does best is multiple tight end sets, run the football, and run play action. And I think that group over there in Detroit feels very comfortable and confident that if they can protect Jared Goff, they can win football games. Yeah. And how do you protect him best? You run the football and you go play action. So I get the move, but at the end of the day, like there's also a part of me that doesn't see that fitting so well because they have so much talent on the outside with St. Brown and Jameson Williams and all the studs they got at receiver. And the fact that they've been able to get all the chunks and explosives down the field, that is not what this offense was here in Arizona.
All right, we had a snowy smorgasbord of football over the weekend, from the refereeing debacle with the Bills-Broncos to that incredible game with the Bears and the Rams. What stuck out to you? What do you want to riff on from the games over the weekend?
Yeah, so if we start with the Bills and the Broncos, I mean, listen, everybody wants to talk about the two plays that kind of determined it, but you can't turn the football over. No. That's what it comes down to, right? Like, I think when you look at playoff football, you have to take care of the football. You cannot put the ball on the ground. You can't be loosey-goosey with the ball. And Josh Allen was that. Now, he's been fantastic for his entire career. He was pretty fantastic 90% of that game. But the 3 to 4 to 5 plays that you make where you get a little careless with the football, that ultimately determines the game. Denver's defense is ridiculous. I think if you just take a theme of the final four teams, stopping the run, running the football, playing good defense, all the stuff we've heard since 1922 about the game of football, it still matters today. We can talk about scoring points and spreading this thing all over the field, but guess what? The teams at the end are always good offensive line, good defensive line, play good defense, play sound fundamental football, How many times have we heard that before?
A lot. One other thing I wanted to hit on the weekend. Look, I'm not surprised Seattle won. I'm not surprised Seattle won in a romp, AQ, but the way San Francisco started that game, they give up the kickoff return to start the game. They're in the hole. Their first possession, they have a very crucial 4th and 1 in Seattle territory, and I hated the play call. It just kind of, to me, indicated that San Francisco was letting Seattle know, we can't muscle up with you guys. And we haven't seen that from the 49ers. How disappointing was that play call and that really that performance by San Francisco in your mind? Look, I know they overcame a lot to get there, but that was pretty telling to me.
Well, I think the big thing when you look at what San Fran was this year was they were a shell of any Kyle Shanahan coach San Fran team in the last 10 years, probably, right? I think exactly that play call shows exactly who they were. They knew their offensive line was not their strength this year. Yeah. Trent Williams is the guy. I've been saying it for years. That scheme has covered up for a lot of the inadequacies that they've had up front for years. But this has been the worst group on the interior. Now, I think their tackles are pretty decent. Trent's obviously one of the best of all time. Colton McKivitt's pretty solid football player. But the interior three struggled all year, and they knew that. And where have they always gotten their bread and butter? Between the tackles, right? Christian McCaffrey had his lowest yards per carry. And so when they come out in that crucial 4th and 1 and they run some gadget play that you're used to seeing the Dallas Cowboys run, right? You knew that it was going to be downhill from there. But I think one thing that we don't ever give enough credit to is it's the same thing that happened when Arizona played up there this year too. Yeah. When things go south early with that atmosphere, with that crowd noise, San Fran's not 40 points worse of a football team than Seattle. No. But when you get up there and things start to go south on you, it can go south in a hurry because that atmosphere, and then you start to press and you start to panic. And there's so many different things that go into the equation of playing in Seattle.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours has never been more true.
Wow. Wow.
Equating it to Seattle.
Thank you, AQ.
Great stuff. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, boys. Take care.
AQ Shipley, the center of the Cardinals segment, brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers. Coming up next, Sun Devils. A really rough stretch of schedule. Look good against Arizona. Things didn't go well against Houston. They're home for a couple of games in the Big 12. We'll talk to their head coach, Bobby Hurley, next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
rough. I sound like a dog.
Yes, you do.
Rough. Text the word rough to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and nobody wakes up in the morning and says, you know what, I got a great idea. Let's go window shopping. Let's replace all of our windows. But the facts are the facts, and if you've been a homeowner for about 10 to 15 years, you know the damage the Arizona sun can do to your home. It's now, and if you've been in your home that long, now is a great time to replace your windows, beautify your home, reduce your energy bills, all at the same time by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary, a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships, co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. You might remember him. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley. They do tremendous work. I know because they replaced my windows. They look outstanding. Everything from installation to cleanup was immaculate. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. That warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home, and they're great financing options available. And now they're running a New Year's sale. You can get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows, $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. Online at advancedwindows.com.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Hey, start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, you lose that belly fat, because don't be fooled, nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing. The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
New year, new ride. Start 2026 in a new Ford from Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. January means big savings only at Santan Ford. Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, EVs, all marked down, thousands off MSRP. Get up to $10,000 off MSRP on new 2025 F-150s. New 2025 Ford Escapes, up to $11,000 off MSRP. That's real value, real inventory, real deals. The New Year event is on right now at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford online at santanford.com. Restrictions may apply. Not everyone will qualify. See Santan Ford for details.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Check it out. At Gila River Resorts and Casinos, no one does it better. So, make a splash. Taste all the flavors. Pop in bottles all night long. And shake it till you break it. However you do you. No one lets you take it to a legendary status like we do. Gila River Resorts and Casinos. You do you.
Is your roof ready for Arizona's extreme weather? Trust the experts at Multi-Pro Roof Solutions, the Valley's top roofing team with over 40 years of experience. From quick repairs to full replacements, they bring championship-level service and premium materials to every job. They're also excited to announce they're a proud partner of Sun Devil football, supporting the Sun Devils on the field and your home off of it. Call Multi-Pro Roof Solutions today for a free inspection or visit multiproroof.com, your roof's strongest line of defense.
This is the Sun Devil Fast Break with ASU men's head basketball coach Bobby Hurley. The Sun Devil Fast Break is presented by Arizona Ford Dealers.
Every week we talk Sun Devil basketball with the head coach of the program, Bobby Hurley, and he joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Bobby, good morning to you.
Good morning, guys.
Last week we talked about the upcoming gauntlet. I don't think any team in the country had two tougher games than you guys had on the road last week at Arizona, at Houston. And it was kind of a mixed bag of results and good points and bad points. But let's start with the game at Arizona. It was a 3-point game with under a minute to go. You guys ultimately lose by 7, but I think it was a very encouraging performance by your team. What did you like the most about how your guys really responded in a tough environment?
Yeah, Masamba was very good in the first half. He made a bunch of shots. Teams have been very aggressive with Mo Odom and ball screen, and we were able to hit Masamba quite a bit on those little short pocket passes and made a bunch of shots. We took care of the ball. We only turned the ball over one time in the first half. That's what you have to do on the road against a team like Arizona, and we failed to do that miserably, at Houston. But it was encouraging. I don't think anyone realizes how hard it is to play a game in that environment against that caliber of a team and have a chance to win down the stretch. It was a very impressive performance by our team.
Yeah, and the game at Houston, you ran into a buzzsaw because generally you're going to get real sticky defense from them. Generally, they don't shoot the ball the way they did against you guys. But you were down 33 early in the second half, and I know that looked terrible on the scoreboard, but you whittled 20 points off of that deficit. Are there any consolation prizes to take from that game, or is that just one you want to flush entirely?
Yeah, I mean, it's more of a flush situation. I think the term you used, buzzsaw, kind of summed it up. I told the guys the day before the game, don't be surprised by how hard Houston plays. And in early stages of that game, we deer in the headlights, just not prepared for the physicality of the game. We didn't get back on defense. We didn't take care of the ball. We weren't strong with the ball. All things that you need to do against a very strong defensive-minded team like Houston at home.
We're talking with Bobby Hurley, Arizona State head coach here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I know what your comments were after the game, very complimentary of Arizona and what they've done so far, still undefeated, unanimous number 1. In a decade of coaching against Arizona, is this the best version of the Wildcats you've seen, and you think they can win it all?
It's hard to say and compare, and they've had other really, really good teams over the years. This team is doing something that those other teams were not able to do in terms of stay undefeated at this juncture in the season in a league that there's nothing like it. Like the Big 12 basketball is on a whole different level.
Yeah.
Like even, other sports, no disrespect to Arizona State and other sports that have, no one has to go through the type of competition that men's basketball presents night in and night out in the Big 12. And we've gone into a really, hard patch, but certainly, Arizona to be able to stay undefeated, to win games on the road, they have guys that are on NBA draft radar, and they have other veteran players that have won a lot of games there. So they have a legitimate chance to go very, very deep this year in the NCAA tournament.
All right, so you've got 3 home games of your next 4. You've got home dates against West Virginia, Cincinnati, then the rematch with Arizona on the 31st of January. How important is it for you to get some success going at home and kind of build out from there?
Yeah, I mean, we have to do better at winning. We're able to get the job done versus Kansas State, but again, we've dropped a couple of games at home this season. So to be able to get back on track is important. We got to stay in the moment and just focus right now on a West Virginia team that's coming off a win that's 3-2 in the conference in the standings and owns a win over Kansas. So they're a legitimate opponent. They're a really good team, and that's where our minds are concentrating and focused right now.
And I know in the 2 games against Arizona and Houston, it was good to see Bryce Ford back out there playing. How important is he for this stretch, and how does that affect your rotation moving forward?
Yeah, Bryce is just a really solid player, and he's he could really shoot it. So we had been struggling to make shots from 3, and all of a sudden he gets back in the lineup versus Arizona and even Houston, and our percentages were much better from distance, shooting the 3-point shot. I think that's been a key to our offense, and to not have Bryce for those games certainly impacted that end of the floor.
All right, second half against Houston, to be as competitive as you were, can that be a growth moment for you going into these next couple of games?
I mean, it shows the resilience that we have, that we were down as much as you discussed, and we cut it to 13 points. But then we made a few mistakes that haunted us earlier in the game. And I need to tweak our pregame warm-up, and I'm going to be in charge of that to make sure we're ready to play, because you can't afford to get down 24-2 in a game, especially on the road against a team like Houston, and think you have a legitimate chance to win. So I'll take ownership of that and try and fix it so that our players are more ready to play right when the ball goes up.
Bobby Hurley, the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, our guest here weekly on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I wanted to get your thought on something else, Bobby. With you holding a spot, I mean, college athletics royalty with your time at Duke and all the time you've spent in college basketball, we've seen Cinderella stories in basketball over the years. I mean, Villanova, NC State were teams that pop out as Cinderella stories. We don't see it in football, and people are talking about what just transpired with the University of Indiana winning a national championship, or Indiana University, excuse me, winning a national championship in football as a Cinderella story. What does this mean in the big picture historically, and what do you think it means for the future of college athletics?
Well, I think it's great. It's what, college sports is built on, stories like Indiana and teams that aren't projected to do something like that or shouldn't be capable of doing it, step up and seize the moment, especially with all the money out there and what other programs are most likely spending that probably far exceeded what Indiana had to work with. So it's always a great story, a human interest story to see what they did, and I'm excited for them. It was pretty special.
Bobby, thanks for the time. As always, best of luck against West Virginia and Cincinnati, and we'll talk to you next week.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Bobby Hurley, the head coach of Arizona State, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. I want to remind you, I do have a reminder for you. I just got to pull it up here. The Arizona Cardinals are hosting the first annual Civics Matter Summit today at State Farm Stadium. Cardinals offensive lineman and 2025 Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee Kelvin Beachum will be in attendance to speak to a group of over 4,500 students from 68 schools from 51 districts covering 9 counties across the state, all of whom will engage on hands-on, nonpartisan civic learning. The summit will give students an opportunity to learn and grow through breakout sessions and opportunities to connect with statewide civic and responsible citizen programs. There will be photo opportunities, interactive games, speeches from Cardinals owner Michael Bidwill, and Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs. So, well done, Cardinals. Remember, character counts, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Your one-stop shop for total home comfort. Coming up next, we roll into the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to the Sun Devil Fast Break with ASU men's head basketball coach Bobby Hurley. The Sun Devil Fast Break was presented by Arizona Ford Dealers. More Bickley and Murata next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
By now, you know Sweet James, the official accident attorney of your Phoenix Suns. In fact, I'm quite certain you've seen the television commercials of Sweet James dunking a basketball. Say it all the time. I do not know if his vertical leap is digitally enhanced or not, but I do know this. Sweet James and his accident attorney is great at dunking on the opposition. You are going to be battling if you are ever injured in an accident. And of course, I'm talking about those predatory insurance companies that will not want to pay you a nickel for your injuries. Here's what Sweet James will do for you. They'll get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They'll go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. They're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. This is a world-class law firm full of extremely talented accident attorneys who have extensive trial experience. All that trial experience gives them great leverage when negotiating with those insurance companies. And know this, having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you're ever injured in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Hey Sun Devil fans, college basketball is back, so grab your friends in a cold, refreshing Dos Equis lager and make the most of game day. Whether you're at the bar with fellow Sun Devils or watching with your friend who went to that other school, Dos Equis is there for it all. So buy a cold, crisp Dos Equis and get those forks up on game day. Dos Equis, proud partner of the Arizona State Sun Devils. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2022, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
When you invest in a swimming pool, don't settle for ordinary. Choose PebbleTech, the world's most trusted pool finish. Our Pebble Sheen finish leads the industry for its beauty, durability, and timeless appeal. Each PebbleTech surface is crafted with premium materials and applied by authorized applicators for a lasting, high-quality finish. So when it's time to build or remodel your dream pool, go with the best. Go with PebbleTech. Visit pebbletech.com to find an authorized installer near you.
Get a debit card with real class. Desert Financial is now the official retail banking partner of ASU. When ASU fans open a free checking account, they can show their Sun Devil spirit and their Arizona pride with one of 3 new ASU debit card designs. Stop by one of our new branches at ASU Tempe and downtown Phoenix campuses, or visit desertfinancial.com/sundevils.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside: creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns were able to bounce back over the long weekend, Saturday beating the New York Knicks 106-99, and last night in Brooklyn taking care of the Nets 126-117, and they'll be in Philly tonight for Tyrese Maxey and the 76ers, and it looks like Jaylen Green might return for the Suns after missing some extended time due to a hamstring strain. That game will tip off at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Indiana Hoosiers are your college football national champions. The improbable turnaround was complete. Coach Curt Signetti and the Hoosiers beat Miami 27-21 to cap a perfect season and claim their first national championship. As the Cardinals are still looking for their next head coach, a name many wanted is now off the list. Robert Saleh is set to be the next coach for the Tennessee Titans. What does that mean on who might be the Cardinals' next head coach? Head to arizonasports.com to find out. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. After a brutal summer, your home deserves an upgrade. Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Every morning at 9 o'clock, it is time for Social Studies. I am Sammy Sabolka, and where we bring you questions, where we'll post on X, where you can find us at Bickley_Murata. We're on Instagram and Facebook at Bickley and Murata, and YouTube at Arizona Sports. 380 people watching this morning, so a good turnout on YouTube. But let's get to the questions. The first question is for Cardinal fans. At this point, what head coach hire would excite you, and what would be the biggest disappointment, and why?
Yeah, I think the biggest disappointment, I think I'm in that camp of Vance Joseph. I don't think he'd bring anything special to the job. I think he can do the job, but I don't think he would be even remotely equipped to compete with some of these coaches in the NFC West.
Vance Joseph, if he can bring Pat Surtain and
Nick
Zach
Bonito.
Allen and Nick Bonito with him,
yeah,
sign me up. I think that'd be a great hire.
No doubt.
And no knock against Vance.
Sure.
I liked Vance when he was here. I thought he did a decent job while he was here. But going back to a key member of a failed regime with the Arizona Cardinals in very recent memory, by the way, Vic is right. It doesn't excite anybody. The most exciting would be getting in business with Sean McDermott, but that's not going to happen either.
Yeah, no reports of that as of now. And again, a guy that his name's still out there, but again, no reports of Mike McDaniel and Arizona as well.
It's like the Kevin Stefanski thing. Yeah. It's like they're not even linked to Mike McDaniel. I don't get it.
I don't get it as well. Jake McDonald, he said, Gruden is who I want, and Vance Joseph would be the biggest disappointment. That's a name that has gotten zero buzz in any head coaching search. Is John Gruden.
True.
But he's still out there.
It would be exciting.
It would be exciting.
Guy's a proven coach.
You remember the tweet from last week? Josina Anderson predicting a surprise coaching hire in the NFC.
Did she say surprise or interesting?
That's a good point.
I think it was interesting.
Was it interesting?
Okay. Was the interesting? It could have maybe been Stefanski
to Atlanta. That's not all that interesting to me, but
no.
whatever.
Daryl Lee's response, I got a good laugh out of. He said, Have you ever heard the ice cream truck coming through the neighborhood and you run out there and the menu has, quote, out written on every picture, but the weird cotton candy ice cream with frozen gumball eyes.
That's
and you're
fantastic.
like, at least it's ice cream. That's the definition of our coaching search right now.
That is, what a great analogy that
Between
is.
that and then Denny's analogy.
The Denny's
from earlier.
analogy. Oh, too good.
Food is the key to all great analogies.
That is true. Jarrett will subscribe to that theory.
Yes.
No doubt.
All right. So our next question for Suns fans, the possibility of Jaylen Green returning tonight in Philadelphia. So fill in the blank. The return of Jaylen Green will blank.
Happen sometime. I mean, one of my weekend checklist things was he was going to score 15 in his return.
Yeah.
And don't worry,
Jared
we'll
had
get
a
to that.
Jaylen Green return, and he didn't even play.
I thought for sure he was going to come back versus the Knicks, but
I thought so too. And then last night, I was doing other stuff, so I wasn't following the injury report. I tune in, and Jaylen Green might be on track to come back tomorrow. Come on. 33 games for him. Is this the worst hamstring pull in the history?
Yeah, and I
of the
understand.
NBA?
And I understand being conservative with this, given the fact that he's re-injured it twice.
Sure.
But this does seem quite something. And for Dylan Brooks to say what he said in the post game, whether
He's
or
on
not
leave.
Yeah, he's on leave. And then apparently somebody tweeted at us that Devin Booker said similar things after Saturday's win in New York.
Yeah.
I think everybody is in the same boat of like they just want him back and they're wondering why it's taken so long.
Look, we all have those coworkers who have a lot of time off.
Yeah.
Right?
A couple other good responses. Mr. Arizona said the return of Jaylen Green will help me forget about the Cardinals and their head coaching search. Chalk Riley said Jaylen Green will show us what the ceiling of this current Suns team can be. I think that's a possibility. And then Darryl Lee again, he said the return of Jaylen Green will give the Suns their 8th active player with double letters in their last name. Booker, Brooks, Gillespie, Dunn, Goodwin, Allen, Williams, and finally Green.
Daryl's bringing it today.
Yeah, he's
double letters in Daryl, by the way, and Lee.
Yes. Wow. How about that? All right. Our last question. With Indiana and Kurt Signetti and Fernando Mendoza winning the national championship last night, Indiana football, what is the greatest, quote, story in sports history and why?
For me, it's still 1980 U.S. Olympic hockey team, Miracle on Ice. I mean, you want to talk about improbable.
Yeah.
And just what went into that. Sports was much different then. Obviously, Olympic competition was much different 46 years ago now. This is the best story in college athletics, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Does it stack up against the Miracle on Ice? Does it stack up with Buster Douglas and Mike Tyson? I don't. It's different because you're talking about a football team and building. It's just such a gigantic undertaking. It's. I think that's the way of phrasing. It's the best college football story of all time.
if you were to directly compare it to any of the college basketball Cinderellas from over the years, it far surpasses that.
The hard
like
part
Villanova or
Yes, because history tells us basketball is more ripe. It's more possible to do that in the world of basketball. You get hot for 5 or 6 games, you can do it.
Yes.
The right matchups. Those are great stories, don't get me wrong. But for them to be as dominant as they were for 16 games, unbelievable stuff.
That's it. With Indiana football, it wasn't like you didn't see them coming. They'd been good last year, and they obviously were undefeated this year. It's the totality of where they were to where they are now. That's just unbelievable. SRW Sky said Texas Western, the 66 national championship, given the climate back then and the blue blood schools that they went through, was an amazing story. And that's the basis of Glory Road, I believe. Correct. Correct me if I'm wrong, right?
I believe you're correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, let's see, a lot of 1980 Miracle on Ice. And then Wookie said Jesse Owens winning 4 gold medals in the 1936 Olympics in Berlin. Why? Time and place says it all. And then a couple Eli Mannings to David Tyree to end the Patriots' undefeated season. And then Chris Lewis said Kurt Warner, because usually that player is never given a chance. And then Indiana is a great story, but they're also completely a product of the transfer portal, and that part isn't great. Respectfully, I somewhat disagree with that. All right, lastly, I mentioned we would get to our spreadsheet results and the checklist real quick. So I went 2-2 last week, bringing my record to 33, 36, and 2. Dan Bickley 1-3, so you move to 32-36, still right there. Vinny 1-3 moves you to 29-43-1, and Jarrett Carlin opened the door. He went 0-4 last week, 35-37-1 with 3 games remaining in the spreadsheet. So it's going to come down to it. Again, not our best. 3 of us had the Bills, 3 of us had the Niners, 3 of us had the Texans, 3 of us had the Rams. So
I thought the 49ers were going to lose, but we're going to keep it close.
No doubt. And then the weekend checklist, real quick. There are 2 items left to hopefully see tonight. Jaylen Green's return, but I will give a shout out.
Is it moot now because it
Yeah,
didn't
it's
happen
not
on
the
the
weekend.
Yeah, it's not the weekend.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair.
Before
But
the
I do want to give a shout out to Vinny. You did predict the Rams would kick a game-winning field goal.
I thought it would be a last-second field goal in regulation, but I got close. Hey, Mavis.
Game-winning field goal is still pretty good. And then Bick.
Shut up, Mavis.
Bick, I don't know. There probably were. I didn't see any the shirtless fans at Soldier Field. I'm sure there were more than 3. Correct?
I didn't see any on television.
Okay. And then Drake May did commit 2 turnovers. Congrats. Miami did not beat Indiana. But Indiana did not beat Miami by more than 14, which I had predicted. And we almost saw a backup quarterback in the divisional round. And we will see one
next round
in the AFC Championship.
We definitely did see a backup quarterback. I mean, Drew Lock came in to mop up.
Oh!
Mac Jones came in to mop up in that game.
Right.
I mean, you didn't say why there would be a backup quarterback.
That's so true. That is so true. So, again, not too bad on the weekend checklist. And the spreadsheet, again, will 3 games left coming down to it. But there you guys go, social studies every morning, 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Sammy. I want to remind you the loudest hole in golf could be calling your name. We're giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Code word. Listen for it on this show. Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo all this week. When you hear that word, text it to 620-620. You'll be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. Big win for the GCU Lopes over the weekend, beating a ranked basketball team. We'll talk to their head coach, Bryce Drew, next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Titans will hire Robert Saleh as the new head coach, taking him out of the running for the Cardinals job. Jaylen Green brings Suns the vibes. Now he must bring the balance. And the Suns rolled offensively through elite efficiency to dispatch the Nets. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and sports fans know that goals are great and all, but they also know you need more than goals to get where you're going. You need the right team. You need a really good plan, which is why if you're thinking about retirement, if you're worried about retirement, if you are seeking financial independence, set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. Get a second opinion on your existing portfolio. Go get a game plan that's going to assure you are making the right financial moves for your future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, and not beholden to certain products or portfolios, which means they can offer you a wide variety of options. Plus, they're fiduciaries, which means they're obligated and duty-bound to act in your best interest at all times. I became a client of Trajan Wealth because I was really impressed at their approach. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just honest, straight talk. And when you meet with Trajan Wealth, you'll see it all begins with relationships, and I'm talking about customized strategies, personalized plans, all based on your needs and desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Give them a call today. Get your plan started. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations: Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul. There's more than one roofing company, but there's only one roofing contractor of the year, America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing, just rated #1 in Arizona, #1. And that's reason enough, but you know what? So many more reasons. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Family owned and operated for over a quarter century. 500 employees statewide. Home or business, repair or replace. And we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Galvisi. Plus, right now, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery, because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Here's what's different about GCU. It's one of the country's biggest universities with over 360 programs shaped by industry leaders. GCU's campus ranks among the top in the nation. Most of all, GCU cares about affordability. The average federal and private loan debt for GCU undergrads is lower than the average for private nonprofit four-year universities. Find your purpose at GCU. Visit gcu.edu.
Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk Grand Canyon University men's hoops with the head coach. This is the Bryce Drew Show, presented by Global Credit Union. Proud to be GCU's official financial partner and the only place to get your official Lopes debit card.
Hey, good morning. Shout out. Thank you to our audience taking the show in today in Avondale. We appreciate the support in Avondale. Big win for the GCU Lopes over the weekend. They knock off Utah State by 10, 84-74. Utah State was ranked 23rd in the nation at the time. So, yes, a big win for the Lopes. Here to talk about that and a lot more. The head coach of GCU basketball, Bryce Drew, who joins us via video. Bryce, good morning to you. Congrats on the win.
Good morning. We're thankful. What a fun day, fun afternoon for us and for our fans.
Yeah, and to do it in front of a national television audience, huge. Where does that rank? You've had a lot of big wins at GCU. Is that at the top of the list in your mind now?
Yeah, not the top. It's definitely, up there. I think the conference championship games, getting into the tournament, those are definitely the highest. San Diego State a couple years ago was our first ranked win. So that was pretty special. But, new conference, really good conference, really good team, top 25, top 20 net, I think they were at the time. So pretty special day.
And you got such a great game from Dennis Evans. Let's talk about this. This is a 7'2" redshirt freshman with a 7'7" wingspan. I learned from Paul Corral this morning that he could dunk a basketball if the rim was 12 feet 6 inches. That gives you an idea of how disruptive he can be. What did he do for you, and what does that potential mean for you going forward?
Yeah, I think what he did was he changed the whole game for us, especially defensively. He gave our guys a lot of energy, took away, some baskets that they were getting early in the game. And, his timing was great. His reaction was much quicker. And his endurance was good. He hadn't played, and he played a lot of consecutive minutes which is really impressive. As far as the potential, I agree with what that question is. If he can play, give us like that and more, it can definitely transform and change our team for the rest of the season.
Yeah, Dennis with 6 blocks, and then Nana with 4 steals, getting a lot of stat stuffing on the defensive end from your bigs in that game. Talk about Nana's game, 11 points to go along with 11 rebounds against Utah State.
Yeah, we kind of talked the week before, they didn't do as well earlier in the week. Our bigs struggled to really impact the game, and they had a huge impact on this game. Nana's hustle plays, the energy he brought, how he handled the press was really impressive for, a power forward to be able to dribble and pass, against their pressure. And so, he did a lot of things in that game that didn't even show up on the stat sheet to help us win.
And Brian Moore Jr. was such a dog for you. He always is. He plays with such a great fury, but to see him contribute offensively the way he did, talk about the game he put on the court for you guys.
Yeah, I think Brian knew that he was capable of playing much better. He hasn't been really pleased with how he's played, recently. And to see him go out and play how he did, that was the player we've seen glimpses of, the player that we signed to come here. And, hopefully we'll see more of it. He's very capable. He's great downhill. He finishes excellent around the rim, for his position. And so, he and Dennis taking that big step forward, made us look like a different team.
Talking with Bryce Drew, the head coach of the GCU Lopes, every week here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I mentioned the national television audience, and it's another opportunity to kind of advertise what GCU hoops and the experience of the Havocs and all of that means. But this is not new to us. We're used to it in the Valley. Do you still get response from visiting teams that are coming in for the first time? Like, hey, what an atmosphere. You guys really have something cooking here. Does that still happen, Bryce?
We have gotten that. I do think the familiarity is really helping. I think people are knowing what to expect when they come into our atmosphere. And then when you see it on TV a lot, you are more familiar. So I would say there was definitely more the first few years.
Yeah.
Simply because more people are seeing it now, like you said, with all the national TV games and, being on FS1 and being able to, be broadcasted across the country in every sports bar, most every restaurant, on a Saturday afternoon. People get to see it. And so when they do see it again, they've already experienced it kind of one time.
You've had some really good victories this year. You've had a couple of puzzling losses. You've had a lot of growth and teachable kind of moments. What was it like for your guys to see that crowd storm the court? Because it looked like they really enjoyed that.
Yeah, some of them had never experienced that. And so for them, it was pretty special for them to have the students come down and celebrate with them on the court. I think, you work hard, you do a lot behind the scenes. Hopefully when they feel some success like that on national TV with the fans coming to be with them on the court, hopefully that continues their motivation to keep working hard, do things the right way, because the reward is it feels really good when you work hard and you get results like that.
Now you obviously winning that game against Utah State, you hand them their first conference loss. You got another tough one coming up against San Diego State. They're all alone in first place, 7-0. We know that they have kind of transcended the Mountain West Conference recently, a recent Final Four trip. How tough is San Diego State, and what kind of challenge do you have ahead in them, Bryce?
Yeah, I think you just hit it right there. They're undefeated in league. They're playing really well. They're really deep. They have a lot of experienced guys that have played in the Mountain West. And obviously, they're playing at a really high level right now with their margin of victory lately and how they've been winning games. So obviously, we got to bounce back really fast. We got to get rid of all the emotion from the other game and reset. And come with even a bigger emotion, for this one.
I'm looking at their stats, Bryce. They average 82 points a game, good number, but they also don't have anybody who averages more than 11 points per game. So you mentioned their depth, and they got a bunch of different guys that can put the ball in the hole. Is that more of a challenge to come up with a scheme defensively against a team like that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a wild stat to average that many, only their leading score be, 11.2 or around there. And yeah, different nights, different guys step up and have big games for them. So, They got several guys off the bench that are capable of getting 20. And so, every position is going to have to guard. And when they sub, you're going to have to guard even better. So obviously there's a reason why they're winning games. They do a great job. They have good players. Obviously, coaching's fantastic. So great opportunity for us, on our home court with our fans.
All right, well, last question for you, Bryce, from me, and I've asked you this before, but now that Indiana has won a national championship in football, it's still mind-boggling to me. As a kid who grew up in Indiana, you went to Valpo High School. This has got to be wild to see that team do that in football.
It is so wild. Like we've talked growing up, again, it was just, football to get to basketball season in Indiana. And when they were showing Assembly Hall with everyone cheering for the football team, my mind was just being blown away. Like this is unreal. I grew up, for decades, and it was all basketball, and now they're the best football team in the country. So go figure. Today's modern era of sports, who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, no doubt.
By the way, we found the game where you got ejected in the NBA. We were able to locate it.
Wow.
Vinny wasn't going to let that go, Bryce.
I have to credit our video coordinator, Jeremy Schnell, who did the research. But two of those guys are still working in the league, so maybe you're better off not saying anything, Bryce.
Boy, that's some great work. That is some great. Keep that guy. He's good.
There
he is good. Bryce,
good luck tomorrow,
congrats on the win, and best of luck against San Diego State. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Bryce.
Bryce Drew, the head coach of the GCU Lopes, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Want to remind you, the loudest hole in golf could be calling your name. Code word. You can listen for that code word when you hear it on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Wolf and Luke, or Burns and Gambo this week. Just text it to 620-620, and you have the chance to win Green's Keeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Again, listen for the code word, text it to 620-620. Coming up next, as the Arizona Cardinals coaching search continues, Harbaugh was a hard no, Hafley wasn't half interested, and Saleh said, see ya. So what do the Cardinals do now? We can only speculate. We'll get into it. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Bryce Drew Show, presented by Global Credit Union. Proud to be GCU's official financial partner and the only place to get your official Lopes debit card. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So I have 3 great reasons why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Reason number 1, they're reputable and highly decorated, talking about an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, the most awarded firm in Arizona. Reason number 2, they're fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. I've told you about my plumbing emergency. Happened in the middle of the night. Called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning. Got a live person to answer the phone. That blew me away. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were at my house fixing my leaking toilet that had flooded my downstairs basement. Number 3, they're trustworthy and credible. All their technicians are licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed drug tests. They've all passed background checks. And look, you don't let anybody into your house. That's your sacred space. You've got to be comfortable with the technicians you let into your home. That is never a concern with Parker & Sons. All you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
You applied to Grand Canyon University because you want somewhere fun and affordable, where hands-on classes and access to industry pros can help you build skills employers need, with the opportunity to graduate in less than 4 years. You want to feel seen, loved, called to more, to know you found your purpose. Make yourself the main character. Begin your story. Find your purpose at GCU. Visit gcu.edu.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-Y-REFI-85. That's 888-Y-REFI-85. Or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here, and it's time to shout it loud. Ready, set, Ford. Why are more car buyers than ever choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler? Is it experience? Yep. Earnhardt's been a name that Arizonans trust for the last 75 years. Is it selection? Absolutely. Earnhardt Ford has exactly what you're looking for, with nearly 500 new Fords to choose from. Is it incredible offers? You bet. Right now, get $2,000 in retail customer cash on select models with approved credit, or low 2.9% APR financing also available. As founder Tex Earnhardt used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, it still holds true. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. In Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns handled the Brooklyn Nets in the Barclays Center last night, 126-117. Colin Gillespie, Dylan Brooks, and Devin Booker all had 20-plus points to lead the Suns to their second straight win, and now they'll be in Philly tonight, and hopefully we'll see the return of Jaylen Green back on the floor after dealing with a hamstring strain for most of this season. That game will tip at 5 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The AFC and NFC championship games are set. An NFC West rubber match between the Rams and Seahawks and the Broncos, and Jarrett Stidham will host Drake May and the Patriots with Super Bowl berths on the line. Cardinals offensive coordinator Drew Petzing is finalizing a deal to become the OC for the Detroit Lions, and the head coaching carousel rolls on as Sean McDermott is out in Buffalo and Kevin Stefanski has found a home in Atlanta, and Robert Saleh is heading to Tennessee, and the Arizona Cardinals are still looking for their next head coach. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford, doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is: following the Titans' reported hiring of Robert Saleh, who will likely be the next Cardinals head coach? Is it Vance Joseph, Mike LaFleur, Chris Shula, Arthur Smith, or other?
Whew. Hank Gudgley didn't make the cut?
No.
Anybody else on that list, Jarrett, that didn't make the cut?
Mungo Beanfield?
Mungo Beanfield did not make the cut. I think it's going to be Vance Joseph.
And Bick?
Yeah.
Vance?
Vance Joseph. Vance.
Yeah. All right, so 47% of the vote was to other. So they're hoping someone else. 24%.
Hope is a funny thing, isn't
yes, it is. 24% Vance Joseph. 21% Mike LaFleur. 5% Chris Shula. 3% Arthur Smith.
3% actually voted for Arthur Smith, huh? Okay.
Indeed.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us at 10 a.m. We'll be discussing the latest regarding the Cardinals coaching search and what the Suns did in New York. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
There's more good coaches out there than there are openings. Your job is to find them. And so when you watched Steve Bisciotti, the owner of the Ravens, get up there, and somebody asked him, "How are you worried about not being able to replace a coach as successful as Harbaugh?" And he said, "Wait a minute. You mean the coach we identified when no one else, was hiring a special teams coach?" So you can find a guy. These teams have been doing it that know what they're doing forever. And look at the Steelers. They didn't go into there saying we got to have Mike Tomlin all these years ago. They identified him and liked him. So there is a coach for the Cardinals who can do it. They've got to find him, and it doesn't have to be a name to do it. You have to be good at this. That's what and can they do that?
Somewhat reassuring tones of Mike Sando of The Athletic on with Wolf and Luke here on Arizona Sports last week. Yeah, I totally agree with that. There are coaches who can do the job.
Yeah.
And we get caught up in the day-to-day minutia of names and resumes and skill sets and staff connections and all of those things because it's what's happening in the cycle now. We react to what's happening. Whatever happens with the Arizona Cardinals coaching search, there's going to be reaction. It's going to be positive. It's going to be negative. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. If the guy can do the job, he will have an opportunity to prove he can do the job. But that doesn't save us from being slaves to the cycle.
3 things we know when the Cardinals coach will be announced. 3 things we know. There will be negative reaction, there will be positive reaction, and it will happen at 10:02 a.m.
That's
maybe
funny.
not. Maybe 10:01.
Maybe 10:01. Maybe 9:58.
That's funny. Yeah. And Wolf will be absolutely astounded no matter who the name is.
No! It's funny also when you look at the coaching searches, how some teams, every coach, every time they finish an interview, they post it on social media. Teams are posting their entire list of candidates they've talked to. The Cardinals aren't doing that at all.
Yeah, I think the Cardinals should just put up graphics that say, none of your business.
We'll tell you when we tell you, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're doing work.
Well, listen, the issue is that of the 6 jobs that are left, the Cardinals seem to rank last now unanimously. And I think there was some debate going on for a while as to, okay, is this job real? Is the Browns really a better job than Arizona? And it seems the fact that Robert Saleh went to Tennessee and then was reportedly coming here today to interview with the Cardinals today and then canceled it. It just feels like a leverage play.
It does.
And it's just very depressing for Cardinal fans here who really want your own version of Jordan Love, a guy to come in. Jordan Love wouldn't be bad either, but Jordan Knott, you'd want a guy to come in here and, oh, wow, where'd you find him? This guy's fantastic.
Yeah.
So there's a new name here just announced by Mike Garafolo. Should be Garofalo. Garofalo.
Yeah.
Thank you from yelling in the newsroom there. I don't think this name has been connected.
Was that Jesse?
Jesse.
Man, you're in bad shape.
I know,
if
if he's
Jesse's correcting
telling
you.
you.
Yeah, about it.
Interviewing Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady today.
Okay. It's an interesting name. Up and comer. Guy that's available because of the McDermott firing in Buffalo. I'm not against that. I know he doesn't have a head coaching position on his resume, but some very impressive stuff on his resume.
Yeah, he was the OC at LSU when they won the title.
When they scored 1 million points.
When they scored 1 million points. Yeah, that's interesting.
I like that name.
Again, I think if you whittle down where this thing is going, this is what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to unearth somebody with some real special qualities. That's, again, you're talking about competing in the NFC best.
Yes,
is what it is.
But they've also,
that's what they've tried to do several other times in the past. So you understand the negative connotations around this search because you're always trying to find that guy. 3 years ago, they identified Jonathan Gannon as a guy with that special something. And how did that work out? It did not work out very well. Once upon a time, they did the same thing with Steve Wilkes. How did that work out? Didn't work out.
It didn't work out.
Yeah.
So, I'm not sure this thing is going to get resolved anytime soon. I mean, you're looking at a job market where Lamar Jackson doesn't have a head coach. Josh Allen doesn't have a head coach.
Going back to something
the Steelers
that you said about the 6 jobs still open. I mean, look, I know there's a lot of, pessimistic viewpoints in the Cardinals, and they've earned a lot of that. I would still rank them way ahead of the Vegas Raiders, wouldn't you? They don't have a quarterback.
They have the number one pick.
In the draft. Brady, and I don't know.
Yeah, but are you going to win with the number one pick?
They may
if you believe in Fernando Mendoza.
It's hard not to believe in him right now, but is he going to be an overnight sensation in the NFL?
But it's a much better quarterback situation than exists here. Because
they
there's
don't have
not the future guy.
And they're not a number 1 pick. They have the number 3 pick.
But talk about the quality of ownership there. Mark
Not
Davis
good.
Mark Davis doesn't know what he's doing. He can't even comb his own hair.
He might not, but
Tom Brady does.
The guy that he's probably talking to,
and Tom Brady certainly does comb his own hair.
Yeah, he combs his hair.
Oh, I think you meant Tom Brady combs Mark Davis's hair.
I wouldn't put that past him either.
Look, Mark Davis has the opportunity for the glow up of a lifetime. He's got Tom Brady right there.
Right.
He knows all the skincare products.
All of them.
He knows all the tricks.
He knows, exactly. He knows all the good Botox shops.
Guys, just tossing out the thought. You get Joe Brady, you rekindle him and Joe Burrow here.
Oh, jeez. Yes, I would be in favor of that.
Just build your entire organization around Joe B's.
Joe B's.
Yes. Can we think of another prominent Joe B?
Joe Montana.
That's a start. Coming up next, some final thoughts on this Tuesday edition. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
rough. I sound like a dog.
Yes, you do.
Rough. Text the word rough to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and I say it all the time, you should have high standards when making big purchases, especially buying a new car. You should demand a great experience, a very reasonable price, and a car you cannot wait to drive. That is what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW and a whole lot more. Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got 2 great locations, which is pretty important. It means you are going to get the best selection you are going to find. No matter what you are looking for, you're going to find it at Chapman BMW. Highly recommend you go on down, check it out. When you step into those 2 locations, you're going to feel the difference. They've got a great reputation for making luxury attainable, great reputation for elite handling and service. I've had a lot of listeners reach back and thank me for pointing them towards Chapman BMW. All of them told me it was an incredible experience. The customer service, incredible. One told me it even took them less time to buy a new Chapman BMW than it did a suit on a Saturday afternoon. So take a test drive, find what you like, then go get the hookup that's available to everybody listening to this radio station. As for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, general manager of both locations, hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just 1 shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When winter weather hits and the power goes out, will your family still have heat, light, and communication? The Grid Doctor 3300 solar generator from My Patriot Supply gives you serious off-grid power. It'll run heaters, refrigerators, medical devices, and more without gas or noise. Right now, you can double your power for free with a free expansion battery when you order the Grid Doctor 3300. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and get your Grid Doctor 3300 today. That's mypatriotsupply.com.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagus and Matt Taxis. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review.
Hey, if you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Wonder if during the timeout before the fourth down play, if Fernando Mendoza looked in into the eyes of Curt Signetti when they were drawing up the play, and he just looked at him and said, "I'll make it," and then they changed the play because they did not get caught watching the picket fence.
No,
or watching the paint dry on the picket fence. Going with the theme from Hoosiers today for obvious reasons. The composer of this, by the way, Jerry Goldsmith.
You know, while we're here, you know what really bugged me about the end of that game last night? The officials having to throw a penalty for unsportsmanlike conduct. The
guy
freaking team just made an interception to win a netty.
Thank you
I
so
cannot
much.
stand football officials.
Which left the two kneel downs in a
it's
little bit of
they had to fall forward.
Yeah.
I wonder if Miami would have complained had they not called that, because he did rip his helmet off. It is a rule.
Okay,
but come on. They just won their first national championship after a century of sucking out loud.
It's ridiculous.
And you're supposed to contain your emotions
it's
there.
Ridiculous.
Doesn't this get your blood pumping, this song?
Well, yeah, it does get me inspired.
Yeah, great movie.
Indiana,
Jimmy
the home
Chitwood
of underdogs.
Had a great-looking jump shot. Kept that elbow in tight.
The guy who played him, I agree with you. That was a tremendous stroke he had.
Yeah.
You know, he was like a professional racquetball player, if I remember reading that.
Wow.
Yeah. We just continue to give Hoosiers
spitting,
trivia.
yeah.
Jerry Goldsmith.
The theme from Hoosier is back from 1987. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Do you want to hear how that game-sounding interception sounded on the Indiana radio
I would
network?
love to.
This is their longtime play-by-play guy, Don Fisher, who's been calling basketball and football at IU since 1973.
Here's the snapback. Beck looks, throws it down the field, and it is intercepted by Indiana. Wow, what a play! And it is Jamari Sharp who comes up with a pick, and he runs into the end zone. They're going to call a penalty. But Indiana...
They can call that all they want. They can call that all they want.
Wow.
They were bothered by it, too, but a rule's a rule, I suppose.
But if you're an official, you're looking to call that. You're just, I caught you.
Yeah.
What a joke.
There are so many sporting events, and to bring it back to a selfish level again. Waking up really early in the morning, sometimes you got to stay up, sometimes you got to watch the game.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of major sporting events that I will watch, and as soon as the final second ticks off the clock, it's time. I gotta go to bed. There's just no thought of it. I didn't shut it off last night. I wanted to see a team from that background bask in the celebration. And yes, there's all kinds of envy involved because you picture what your team is. I even tweeted during the Rose Bowl, back when they were beating the stuffing out of Alabama in Pasadena, that I was jealous of how Indiana fans must feel at that time. I didn't think it was going to end this way. Even though they were the number one team and the top seed, didn't you expect history to kick in? Some sort of historical relevance? Like one of these blue blood teams is going to give them their comeuppance, and it never happened.
No, it never did. And
what
now,
a run.
Yeah, no, listen, that was the beauty of it. And I thought, as we discussed earlier, I thought when their very talented offensive linemen flinched on that second and short, that might be the one little crack and this thing might turn the other way. And again, I don't know. With all due respect to Miami, I don't know why they weren't feeding that football to Malachi Toney every single time.
What an electric player.
He was the best player in the field all night.
Yeah, he's fantastic.
Yeah.
And he was throughout the postseason.
Yes.
Just every time he touched the ball, you're waiting for something big to happen.
Right. And
although Mark Fletcher was pretty damn good, too.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was.
Although, did you see him throw a punch?
Yeah.
After the game,
I missed that.
Tyreek Taylor, one of the linemen for Indiana, was the target of a punch.
Really?
Yeah. So I don't know what was said, but then he went over and dapped up and hugged Fernando Mendoza, who talked about his fourth down touchdown.
Yeah, a big concept that we've really had on ourselves this year is always betting on ourselves. Whether it's preseason, no one thinks we can make it. Whether it's figuring it out in situations like Oregon, Penn State, and Iowa, we've always figured it out. And whenever Coach Signetti, Coach Shanahan, they called that play, we knew, hey, we're going to bet ourselves one more time in the biggest stage of the game. And at that point, I took the drop, and it wasn't the perfect coverage for it, but I trust my linemen, and everybody in that entire offense and entire team had a gritty performance today, and we're all putting our bodies on the line. So it's the least I could do for my brothers.
Yeah. Fernando Mendoza, from a personality standpoint, might be too good to be true.
It's out of a Hollywood script. That's why him dropping an F-bomb last night after the game, that you would have gotten real long odds on that happening, I'll tell you that.
You would have. By the way, there's another quarterback named Mendoza in the news today. His brother Alberto has entered the transfer portal.
Saw that.
In fact, Fernando was introduced in the media press conference last night as Alberto.
As his brother,
and Kurt Signetti had a corrector. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mendoza!
And the fact that kid is leaving his Heisman Trophy at the university, you talk about storybook stuff.
Oh, man. I'd want to keep that one.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
He played at Cal last year.
Unbelievable.
And Indiana, I expected them to be a one-year blip. Didn't happen, obviously. They came out. We talked about Indiana football at the beginning of the. What's happening?
I don't know.
I feel naked.
I don't know.
We talked about Indiana at the beginning of the football season, and you remember the conversation we had?
Mm-hmm.
It was us making fun of their non-conference schedule. But again,
that, yeah.
They beat Ohio State, Alabama, Oregon, and Miami back to back to back to back.
They beat Oregon twice.
Yeah, that washes away whatever they did in
That's
in
true.
The
Yeah,
non-conference.
no doubt about it.
I won't mention it ever again. Because their non-conference schedule for about the next 5 years is absolute cake.
Very interesting to see how
That's the last time I mentioned it.
see how sustainable this is now. If this is now an elite program.
They got another quarterback coming in to take over, and Josh River is really good.
And now they got Mark Cuban's full checkbook attention.
Yes. It's not like
They're in good shape.
Yeah, it's not like Mark's doing much with the Mavericks anymore. He's got time on his hands.
That's right. I can't wait to see what this victory parade in Bloomington, Indiana looks like.
Oh, my God. Dozens of dollars in damage will be done. Congratulations to Indiana. What a story. What a night in Miami last night. Thanks to AQ Shipley, Bobby Hurley, Bryce Drew for joining us. Thanks to you for hanging out. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Arizona sports fans, it's time to claim your home court advantage. At Just Pickle Courts, we're Arizona's trusted experts in custom pickleball court design and construction. From backyard escapes to resort quality builds, we handle everything designed to done. Get a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up now. Turn your backyard into the ultimate arena. Learn more at justpicklecourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technology surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'll be straight with you. I don't usually talk supplements. I'm skeptical by default. Most of them sell shortcuts, and shortcuts don't work. That's why I take M-Drive. I've been taking it for years. Not because it's flashy, because it makes sense. It's about routine, showing up every day, respecting what your body can still do even as it changes. Look, if you're still working, still competing and grinding, you probably noticed it. Energy dips, weight sticks around longer. Burning it off gets harder. That's not laziness, that's biology. M-Drive Boost and Burn was built for that stage of life. It supports steady energy, a healthy metabolism, and fat burning. So the work you put in actually counts. No hype. M-Drive's been around nearly 20 years. High quality, clinically tested ingredients made right here in America. It fits my routine, simple, consistent. You can find M-Drive Boost and Burn at Sprouts, Amazon, or at mdriveformen.com. Taking care of your health matters. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path We recently bought a new Explorer. Our Desert Ford dealers love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns were able to bounce back over the long weekend, Saturday beating the New York Knicks 106-99, and last night in Brooklyn taking care of the Nets 126-117, and they'll be in Philly tonight for Tyrese Maxey and the 76ers, and it looks like Jaylen Green might return for the Suns after missing some extended time due to a hamstring strain. That game will tip off at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Indiana Hoosiers are your college football national champions. The improbable turnaround was complete. Coach Kurt Signetti and the Hoosiers beat Miami 27-21 to cap off a perfect season and claim their first national championship. As the Cardinals are still looking for their next head coach, a name many wanted is now off the list. Robert Saleh is set to be the next coach for the Tennessee Titans. What does that mean on who might be the next Cardinals head coach? Head to arizonasports.com to find out. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke! Wolf! Hey, my brothers! Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's up, Luke? How we doing, man?
What a weekend of sports. What a time for sports right now.
What's up, Basinonians? People of the sun, gather on the transistor and press the ear. People of the blood sport, are you ready? Oh, my goodness, jacked up. How you doing, man? You doing
I'm
well?
good, yeah. How about the fact that we are getting spring training weather all the way through January this year? I'm liking this. I know it'll probably get colder in February, but this is pretty nice. You walk outside and you're like, hey, it's almost baseball season.
Kind of like the cold, too.
Well,
because you know what's coming, right? Yeah.
I know what's coming.
Triple digits.
Oh,
we
okay.
know it's coming.
Oh, that. I thought you meant like something good was coming. No, I don't want that. No, none of that.
Love it when it's cold.
Well, we got a lot of sports to talk about, to the point where we were just talking to Vinny so much during the break because there's so much good sports to talk about that then we looked around and realized we weren't even set up. But that's where we are right now. So, Wolf, we're going to talk to Patrick Peterson in a little bit. He's going to join us, kind of go through the divisional round of the NFL playoffs. What a weekend there.
Awesome.
Update on the Cardinals head coaching search. Kind of took I would say, a bad twist last night, but there's still names out there. Jody Jackson's going to join us for most of the 12 o'clock hour. We're going to talk baseball with her. We're going to talk NFL playoffs with her. She was at Seahawks, Niners. And, of course, we're going to talk national championship with her because she's went to Miami. K-Ray's going to join us. Some big Suns news today, but we are actually going to start with the national championship last night, Wolf. And I will start you here, okay?
Okay, this is good, yeah. Okay, where do you start?
You know my stance. The Cardinals need to go heavy on the offensive line in this draft. And I think if the right opportunity presents itself, not the third pick at this point, maybe you can grab a quarterback even in the second round or something. And I go into these games, these Miami games, thinking that, and every time I'm like, or Ruben Bain. You can go ahead and draft Ruben Bain if you want. I know it doesn't really fit anything you need, but go ahead and draft Ruben Bain.
Yes. Okay, so that was your number one takeaway from what you saw last night was draft Ruben Bain.
I had two main ones, but that was one
okay.
of them.
That was one of them. What a game! What a game, Basinonians, that we had the opportunity to witness last night. This is why we love this stuff, right? This is what competition. It was the competition and a contested game that I love so much in this game. Our national champion has been decided, Basinonians, and it is Indiana University. They win the game 27-21. Ron Wolfley reporting. Are you kidding me? What a game this was, too. The physicality, especially even when it was 10-0, it was like this is a contested game. You could still see it, especially on the line of scrimmage, man, on both sides of the ball. It was contested. I know that the Indiana Hoosiers had 169 yards at the half, and the Hurricanes only had 69.
Mm-hmm.
But think about that. Those two numbers. It wasn't like it was a lighted up fest offensively. It was not. This was contested, and I loved it. Every bit of this game, especially that fourth quarter, was awesome.
It's funny you say that, especially when it was 10-0, because it was back and forth, contested. Nobody really doing much. When the Hoosiers scored to go up 10-0, I had this thought of like, okay, I mean, look what they did to Oregon in the last round. Look what they did to Alabama the previous round. Like they're going to start to take off now. Not that they're going to put up 50 on Miami, but this kind of has the feeling of maybe it's going to be like 24-7 or something, right? No. Miami kept fighting back. Mark Fletcher is a monster. I mean, he's been that all year, but it's a little bit different to do it on that stage against Indiana. And yet my other takeaway, the Mendoza touchdown to go up 24-14, my immediate thought was, wow, he just won the Heisman with that. And then you're like, wait a minute, he already won the Heisman a month ago.
Right. For me, it was like Fernando Mendoza on that play, Basinonians. He took out the Heisman and waved it in your face, is what he did.
Pretty much.
That was incredible. There were two plays in this game where the Heisman Trophy winner left his mark. Two plays. One on the 4th and 5 in a 3-point game when it was 17-14, and Mendoza throws the back shoulder to Charlie Becker. And Charlie Becker
that was a ridiculous
made that unbelievable catch. By the way, Charlie Becker right now, I'm putting him number one on the draft board in terms of the wide receivers.
Really?
Number one. I'm going right. This kid has got a little something. He's got size. He's got length. He's got athleticism. He runs excellent routes. They say he's a brilliant mind. And yet this guy is going to make some plays like that. By the way, runs a sub 4.4. High 4.39 guy, somewhere in that vicinity. 4.3. Are you kidding me? This kid is, I think, something special anyways. To see that play, and then that was a play that happened 4 plays before the quarterback draw.
Yeah, the Mendoza run. Yeah, it was.
And that play, oh my goodness. Listen, you know me on this. All calls are not created equal, but you know the way I feel about this, basically. Do your job. Execute the play, and the play will work. Do your job. I don't want to hear about, that was a bad call. Do your job, period. Yet at the same time, I am willing to admit there are times when one play call is better than others.
Well, that was a great call.
And that was one of them.
And it was a great play, and then it was a second great play after he got the first down to just get all the way into the end zone. The other part of this, Wolf, and I know I kind of started this with the Cardinals angle. I'm going to go back to this again. Look, Fernando Mendoza was on Cal a couple of years. He was okay. Like he was okay on Cal. The leaps and bounds by which he has improved this season, if you just watch Indiana even in week 2 to week 5 to week 8 to the playoff to last night, like it went from, okay, yeah, this guy's one of the better quarterbacks in the country. Okay, yeah, he's probably maybe a Heisman. Okay, yeah, he should win that. Now it's like no doubter, number 1 overall pick, even if Dante Moore was in the draft. And maybe I shouldn't look at it this way, but that would be the Cardinals' pick if not for a strength of schedule tiebreaker that the Raiders won. I mean, the Cardinals had the same record as the Raiders. They have the same record as the Raiders. How different would all of this be if the Cardinals had the first pick. And, I mean, I feel like you have a more priority in picking a coach right now, too. Like, just brutal.
Next, you know what? Before you do that next time, pass me the protective cup so I can slide it in before you go with that. I mean,
if you had said 6 weeks
why
ago,
not just kick us all, Luke, right in the face?
Because it's not like the Raiders were 0-7.
Yeah, but it didn't happen.
Same record. The same record.
It didn't happen. They lost the tiebreaker. Okay, it didn't happen. So why even think about it?
Because they had the audacity to play good teams.
Just an incredible national championship game. It really was. And the Miami Hurricanes, too. Man, I stand at the ready. We are the Wu Fang Clan. Stand at the ready. Even though I believed Indiana was going to win the whole thing, even though I believed it because of how physical they are and because of how well they execute on the line of scrimmage especially. Oh, they're buttoned up. Yet at the same time, to watch the Hurricanes fight the way that they did when their quarterback was kind of struggling a little bit. Nothing against Carson Beck, but he wasn't alone. He wasn't alone, but man, they hung in and were tough, even though that was a bad pick at the end of the game by Beck.
Yeah, it was. Indiana's the better team, but it's always great to see a really good national championship. And like anybody who thought Miami didn't deserve to be in the playoff, what they did in the playoff, and they almost won last night. I think you can safely say, Indiana just went 16-0. No team at this level has ever gone 16-0 in college. So it's indisputable they're the best team. But Miami's right there with them. And to do it the way they did, that was impressive. I mean, I know if you're a Hurricanes fan, that doesn't do anything for you because you want to win, especially when you get that close. But just as somebody who really had no emotional investment in that game, Miami right there. All right, when we come back to the NFL, 3 big-name coaching candidates took jobs over the weekend, and none of them were with the Cardinals. One of them looked like he might be heading to the Cardinals. What does it say about the state of this job right now, and who's next for Arizona to pursue? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Basketball. Also flies in for the board. He'll bring it back the other way. Throw to Booker, right wing. Steps into a 3 and missed it short. Rebound batted out by Allen. Right back to Booker. 3 on the way and good for D-Book.
2 wins in NYC over the weekend for the Suns, and we talk about it today. So roll with us at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
2 years ago, Bobby Carpenter completed treatments for knee pain at QC Kinetics. So we're checking in with the former college and pro football player to see how he's doing.
I've been asked a lot, like, how long does this last? How long does it work? I go, I've had mine for a couple years, and everything feels very good. It feels just as good as it did when I started to turn the corner.
Bobby's an active husband, dad, and business owner. That's why 2 years ago, he heard about QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments, and he knew he could trust them for his chronic knee pain.
And thankfully, with QC Kinetics, I was able to go through this, and my activities are the same as it was. I'm able to coach my kids in sports. I can play golf. I can go run.
QC Kinetics patients like Bobby don't miss a beat. No surgery or rehab, just freedom from debilitating joint pain. Ready for lasting relief from joint pain? Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 AC inspection that includes a complete system performance test, a safety and efficiency review of your compressor, your coils, and your wiring, plus tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. Go to cbrothers.com to book it or call 602-222-3535.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, Your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy, and another round of the NFL playoffs is in the books. Plus, we'll give you the latest on the Cardinals' search for their next head coach. Join us at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
You want to go?
On a Tuesday morning. Let me get this in quickly. Shout out to Gilbert. What's going on, Gilbert?
Yeah.
Hi, Gilbert. Now here's some Nirvana.
Scattered. Turn that out. Okay. You never have to play it really fast, Space and Onions, to blow your face off. Do you, Kurt? You don't have to do it. I mean, even if you kind of bring it down, All right, where are we going? Kurt, just settle down for a minute, will you please? Where are we going in this beautiful part of the program?
Well, the way I see it, Wolf, there are 4
Well,
pretty...
you're wrong.
I was going to say teams need to bring the fullback back. But since you said I'm wrong, I guess that means the opposite. No, what I was going to say is the way I see it, there are 4 huge stories out there today, and then there are stories that branch off those stories, okay?
Okay.
And 3 of them, I think, are pretty invigorating, uplifting, exciting, happy, whatever. This is the one that isn't, to me. Because the Arizona Cardinals still don't have a head coach. Okay, that's fine. You don't necessarily need to have one yet. However, the good ones are getting hired. John Harbaugh to the Giants. Okay, that happened last week. I know they had to kind of finalize it this week. I'm still not even sure if they have finalized it. They keep pretending they haven't and then have.
Yeah,
whatever.
kind of think we all expected.
Yeah, so that one, okay, fine. If you want to tell me John Harbaugh, he can pick wherever he wants to go. We already went through all the selling points of the Giants right now.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. And then Kevin Stefanski goes to Atlanta. Okay, well,
Boy, that was so quiet, too.
Yeah,
it was quiet. You didn't hear anything about Kevin Stefanski.
Were we even in on Stefanski? What was
I'm wondering who was in.
Yeah.
Honestly, Arthur Blank, I think, was in on Kevin Stefanski from the get.
Do you think he made some sort of like dad joke too? It was like, I'll give you a blank check. And Stefanski was like, all right, I'm in. Because it doesn't make any sense that he wasn't really linked to anybody, and then all of a sudden he was Atlanta's coach. I don't know. It would have liked the Cardinals to go after that.
Very quiet on the Stefanski front. Very quiet.
Okay, so Harbaugh's gone. That probably was never realistic.
Yes.
Stefanski's gone. Okay, that's not Vince Lombardi. Like, there's risk with Stefanski. We can't get Stefanski. Okay, fine, whatever. Robert Saleh. Okay, Robert Saleh is talking to Tennessee, but he's already talked to the Cardinals, and the reports last night as the national championship is winding down is, okay, he's done with his in-person with Tennessee, and he's heading to Arizona.
And then like an hour later, he's Tennessee's head coach.
See, okay, for me, we still have bigger fish to fry that you didn't even mention. You know, the Mike Tomlin.
Well, yeah.
Okay, you had John Harbaugh, and then Mike Tomlin, and then Sean McDermott as
Sean
well is
McDermott's
out there now.
yeah.
Sean McDermott is out there now, Basinonians, and Kevin Stefanski. Kevin Stefanski, a two-time NFL Coach of the Year. Really?
In Cleveland.
Yes, in Cleveland. Robert Saleh was on the next tier.
Yes,
to me.
I agree.
The next tier down, and
it was on the almost like I'm settling, but I'll be happy tier.
Yes, it's almost like the next tier down who was still a name.
Yeah.
And Robert Saleh, I've got a ton of respect for him. Really like him. The stuff that I hear about him, I really enjoy. Don't really know how he works with a lot of offensive coordinators, yet at the same time, I know he's got a brilliant defensive mind, and I love his mentality as well. Robert Saleh is no longer out on the market.
He's connected to a lot of good offensive coordinators.
The Tennessee Titans have signed Robert Saleh. That is a big blow to the Arizona Cardinals right now.
We're into slap in the face range to me. Again, I'll look at the jobs. Okay, the Giants, totally get it. Fine, whatever it is. Atlanta, okay, I don't totally get it, but it felt like that was, in retrospect, that maybe that was just always going to happen. Maybe Stefanski was always going. I don't know. What makes Tennessee a better job than the Cardinals? Now, I get it. They have a quarterback.
Yes.
They have, and that's okay. But other than that, especially last night, I don't know how much you were on social media, but you see people in Tennessee saying a lot, and like media people in Tennessee, saying a lot of what people here say of like, well, this is the problem. You know, Tennessee's always going to get outbid for a coach, or, you know, Tennessee's been a mess for too long. They're not going to get their first choice of a coach. And they scooped us too? Like I had talked myself into Saleh. I would have been fine with Saleh.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I would have been fine with Robert Saleh as well. And once again, the Tennessee Titans would not let him leave the building. You know, again, you hear that a lot, but it's the truth. He didn't even come and interview. He was going to do it face-to-face, a personal interview today with the Arizona Cardinals. And they made him an offer he couldn't refuse, apparently.
So also Jeff Hafley got hired by the Dolphins. That one doesn't upset me as much. Nothing is Jeff Hafley, but it's just he's an unproven head coach. He's just a defensive coordinator who could end up being
great.
He
does have college head coaching experience, so he has been a head coach.
Yeah, but that's not the NFL, man.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that like he's another guy that has been the head coach of a team that is not going to be the Cardinals head coach.
And the thing that's getting really frustrating now is there's 6 jobs out there right now: Cleveland, Vegas, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Baltimore, and Arizona. And now some of these, I mean, I'll deal in reality. You are going to be behind Baltimore and Pittsburgh, whoever they pick as their coaches. You're not going to get them. You're not going to sway somebody to come to Arizona over Baltimore when they have Lamar Jackson there. Probably you're not going to sway somebody away from Buffalo with Josh Allen.
The Buffalo job, oh my goodness, run everybody.
There are so many established, legitimate head coaches available this offseason, and it feels like we're not going to get one.
Yeah, and right now, too, the rumor that is out there is Sean McDermott does not want to go to a big-time rebuild where you're going to have a brand-new quarterback. Oh, no. Run.
Can we interest him in Keaton Slovis?
I'm just saying, it's just bad. Yeah, run. It is. It's bad.
Right.
I'm thinking to myself, right now, the way that it's looking, Basinonians, the only thing that Michael Bidwell could do to pull this thing out of the collective coordinator fire that we're in right now is Mike Tomlin. Which is, by all accounts, Mike Tomlin is supposedly, ladies and gentlemen, going to skip a year. He's going to do it.
I don't know why he wouldn't, unless he likes the Buffalo job or something. Because if I'm Mike Tomlin, I'm looking around saying I can get pretty much any job I want if it's open.
Yeah.
So I could go do TV or just take a year off, see what jobs open next year. I could do it again. He's young enough where he could do it for 2 years. We probably wouldn't be out of the game. You don't want to be out of the game for 5 years. But he could take a year or 2 off.
Did you guys see Mike Tomlin at his daughter's volleyball game this week? He looked so relieved and like the weight of the world was off his shoulders. And it just made me think he wants to just watch his kid play sports and maybe do some TV. Does not look like a guy that wants to coach.
Could you be interested in him in maybe a 3-14 football team?
Yeah. So you're saying you think financially he's doing okay?
Yes, that as well. He's also under contract still, Steelers,
I think he's
for 2 more
okay.
seasons.
Getting paid to watch volleyball.
You know, it's just perception is reality. And the perception is the established coaches don't covet the Cardinals' job right now. And my beloved Big Red Basinonians is having a hard go of landing a big name. And, you know, the Cardinals, of course, we were talking about this last week. They don't have a history of pursuing these big-name coaches. And the big-name coaches know it.
You have to change it. You have to change it now because, again, not to be a downer, but there's a very real possibility you're going to hire an unproven guy and be in this spot again in 3 years. There's a very real possibility that happens right now.
And here's the other thing about it, too. The Cardinals quarterback situation has made the Cardinals opening less desirable than others as well. And there is no way you're getting rid of the Kyler Murray situation right now. You can't. It's still hanging out there. It's a massive question mark as to what they're going to do, and that really hurts the Cardinals too.
The only sort of like, I don't know, Hail Mary you were throwing is you were hoping that one of these big name coaches like a Stefanski or somebody would be like, I actually like Kyler Murray. If you guys kept him, I'd be interested in going there instead of working with Kirk Cousins next year and an injured Michael Penix.
Yes.
But that obviously wasn't the case. And then the other hope, and I will say this, the Cardinals were going after Robert Saleh. It's not like they were just sitting there being like, hey, there goes another one. They were going to have an in-person interview today. My hope with Saleh was going to be that he would look at this defense and say, yeah, it didn't get the job done the second half of last year, but I see talent in Darius Robinson and Walter Nolan and Will Johnson and Budda Baker. And in his mind that he was going to be like, I can flip that defense instantly. But he's locked in a building in Tennessee. He can't get out.
We shall see.
All right, when we come back, about some good stuff. Jaylen Green is coming back tonight, Wolf. So what do we expect from the Suns in his return? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Some candidates who might not trust the Cardinals organization, you know, like might not believe that this is a great time to be the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. And that Vance Joseph, because he knows the inner workings of the place, might be more comfortable in being open to the idea of being the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. Not that that's going to be the only reason why he gets it. Yeah. But I'm just starting to have this feeling that maybe he's going to be the guy. And I'll just be honest with you, I'm not nearly as excited about that as you are.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 809-million. That's 809-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey, it's Pat. Does your brain ever seize up when you have a lot of choices in front of you? Mine does. At restaurants, the mall, ice cream, decision paralysis. Weird thing is, I have zero issues picking out a Toyota. There isn't a bad choice in the bunch. It's easy. Not like other things. I mean, somebody gave me a gift card to an online store. I've been sitting in front of the computer for 3 days trying to figure out what to buy. Oh, maybe ice cream.
Right now, get low 1.99%
4.99% for 60 months on remaining 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 models. Or get 4.99% APR financing for 60 months on best-selling Toyotas like Camry, Corolla, and Grand Highlander. Or get a great lease deal on any new Toyota. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2026 Camry and Corolla. 1.99% financing with $17.52 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 only. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 2/2/26. See dealer for details.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-Y-REFI-85. That's 888-Y-REFI-85. Or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals head coaching search continues, and they are reportedly interviewing a candidate today. According to NFL Network's Mike Garafolo, the Cardinals are interviewing Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady today. And the Phoenix Suns go for their third straight win tonight in Philadelphia against the 76ers. Tip-off is at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Jaylen Green could be making his return for the Suns in the game. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted number 1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Hey, it's Gambo. What did we learn about the Suns after games against the Knicks and Nets? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
You have no idea. This weekend, Baselonians, what a loser I was. There's the family, of course, off at church camp. And what am I doing? I'm sitting home watching nothing but football, which did not suck buttermilk.
That doesn't sound like losing. That actually sounds like winning.
The problem was sleeping. I cannot sleep when they're away. Are you kidding me? Slept like 3 hours.
Total?
3 hours a night.
Oh, that's still not enough. Is this a coincidence that you're playing Green Day?
No.
Okay. All right. Jaylen Green is supposed to come back tonight. What was the exact quote? Dwayne Rankin had posted this. Jordan Ott said, Jaylen Green will play against the Sixers, quote, if everything checks out, unquote.
Okay. Oh, if everything checks out. Well, of course.
I mean, that's your coach. What else are you going to say?
It's called the layup line.
So he's playing tomorrow then? That's okay. Ready. Okay. Everything checks out.
Yeah.
There's not the official injury report. The Suns and Sixers have not submitted anything yet. They don't have to yet. It's still fairly early in the day.
We should get that, right? Before we get off the air, we should get that.
Yes.
Correct? Yes.
We should.
I have it constantly updating.
Okay,
back here.
There you go, Rick.
And
You're on it.
They update it every 15 minutes, the NBA now. So do we want to sit here in silence for another 11 minutes?
No,
then we
don't want to do that.
All right, well, I'm going to play this cut.
Okay.
Because I don't think you heard this, Wolf. Dylan Brooks after the game. I just want your reaction to it, okay? This is Dylan Brooks After the win yesterday against Brooklyn, by the way, the Suns went 2-0 over the weekend. Devin Booker's like, we're not losing 3 in a row. I'll just come back and beat the Knicks. And he did, and they did, and then they beat Brooklyn last night. Here's Dylan Brooks afterwards on TV. They asked him, hey, Jaylen Green's coming back here. What can he bring to the team?
Another downhill driver, electrifying player. Whenever he's ready, we need him every single night after this. He's been doing his rehab and all that, but he on leave for some reason. But I can't wait for him to come back, and I'm proud of him going through his rehab and all that. So whenever he's ready.
You say he's on leave for some reason.
Yes, that's what he said.
Yeah, once again, this is what you're going to do. You're going to jab your teammate whom you love. This is the locker room, isn't it? And even though you really pick your words and have to pick your words carefully when you're in front of a microphone or a camera, you are every now and then, metaphorically speaking, Basinonians, going to kick your brother in the cradle.
Metaphorically speaking, of
You're
course.
going to kick him right in the cradle.
Well, he did.
And that's what he did.
And
he's on leave.
He was, for some reason, he was as close to Dylan Brooks gets to laughing as he said it. I mean, it was obviously a joke, but it's a game changer here for the Suns potentially, one way or the other. I mean, they're playing really well. I heard somebody said this to me over the weekend. It was a great way to put it. You can have some teams like each other a lot. That doesn't mean they have chemistry. And I think we've seen that with some teams around town even recently. Like, oh, yeah, these guys get along. That's great. They don't have chemistry. The Suns have chemistry. And it's a major reason why they are winning at the clip they're winning at. So is adding Jaylen Green into the mix a good thing? Yeah. I mean, I would argue that tonight, him going in there, assuming now he's healthy the rest of the way going forward, this is actually kind of the start of the next chapter of this new era of Suns basketball, because this is your most likely way to inject another star player into this group. And I don't mean this season.
Yeah.
They don't need one this season. I mean like for the next few years.
Yeah,
Jaylen Green.
Man, for me, Luke, this is, first of all, really smart. Of course, the back end of the back-to-back here, of course, really smart to do it that way. That's not a surprise, Basinonians. These people know what they're doing. There's no doubt about it. But to me, it's just, I'm fascinated with this. We've talked about it many times. Fascinated with how is it going to go? How are the minutes going to be divided up, Colin Gillespie? How is it going to be determined? What are we going to see tonight from Jaylen Green? Our sample size is so small, and don't tell me he's played 2 games, right? Because you really didn't play 2 games.
Played 30 minutes.
That's right, 30 minutes. Thank you very much. To me, though, I'm fascinated by this. It is, you've got a guy who's wildly talented, and now here comes the blue juice. Here comes the needle. We're going to inject this guy into the minutes and the winning of the Phoenix Suns. And what kind of impact will it have? That's what I can't wait to see.
Well, yeah. It's going to take a few games to truly know, unless he just goes out there.
Oh, exactly. Please, we're not going to come in here and overreact tomorrow.
Yeah, we are.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Luke, what are you talking about?
There's
I'm
no
not
way
going
we're
to come in here and overreact.
You are
in
definitely
one game,
going to overreact.
Especially one game.
If he comes out and plays the way he did in his one game with the Suns this season, and he just looks amazing again.
What are you
tonight,
saying? I'm going to be Jack?
You're going to, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm not going to overreact.
Okay. All right.
If he has a great game, I'm going to overreact because, again, my whole reason for picking the Suns to make the play-in and then make the playoffs is because of Jaylen Green being on this team, and they've exceeded my expectations without him. And now when they get him back, I think they can go even, and not even go to the play. And I think they can be a top 6.
That's right there for him. It really is. I mean there's
logically, Ricky. You're right, Rick. You're right. Logically, he is a wildly talented individual. His presence is going to make the Phoenix Suns more talented, but it's a blend of the talent and the toughness, is it not, brothers? And that's what I'm fascinated to see. Hey, Jaylen, you've looked at the culture of the Phoenix Suns. You've had a front row seat, literally a front row seat, watching this Phoenix Suns team come together and shock the NBA, basically. The basketball universe shocked by the Phoenix Suns. What are you going to do? This is This is fantastic.
What if he does give them the jolt that on paper he should? Wolf, they're the 7 seed right now in the West, but they're a game out of 4.
I know.
They're a game out of 4th. They are tied with the Lakers, a half game back of the Rockets, 1 game behind Minnesota. If he comes in and they start winning at a better clip, they can jump 2 or 3 teams here.
Is that a ridiculous statement by Luke Lipinski?
Yes, it is, but it's also possible.
That Rick is going to come on the airbase and say they're in the play-in with Jaylen Green.
I thought when Rick made that prediction before the season, he was going full Rick ridiculous. Like but he, as it turns out, is very right. I mean, they should certainly be a play-in team at the very least.
Ridiculous. There you go.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know. Rick Ridiculous sounds like more.
We'll talk about that after.
Wolf's the nickname guy. And
let's not get carried away
he's
here.
He's definitely vetoing that one.
I think. Just saying.
And so is Jamal, and Jamal hasn't even said anything yet. I can just see the look on his face.
Problems.
All right,
you guys only have to hear a few seconds of it every once in a while. I have to hear 4 hours
every day.
Rick, what is it? Rick Ridiculous?
Yes.
Ridiculous?
Yeah. You got yesterday off. I mean,
that is true.
That's something.
That was always glorious.
I think I texted him a few takes.
Oh boy. I don't know.
Yeah, I read all of them.
Well, then that's on you.
And that is on me. Yeah. But I regret some of them.
Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Bernsey on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. Just text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today, Wolf.
Man, text HIKE and sign up, Arizonians, and join us February 21st. Rick is going to be out there. I'm going to be out there walking around. Walk with me. Right there with me. On my shoulder, man. Sign up and do it today, bro.
All right, when we come back, the NFL playoffs, we're down to 4 teams. We had 4 games this weekend, and 2 of them were instant classics. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is bunker. Bunker. Text the word bunker to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know, Moving Team 6, they have a deep knowledge of Phoenix, of course, and Arizona for smoother routes, faster moves for you, and a whole lot less stress. That's what Moving Team 6 wants to do. They want to remove the stress from the equation. They also have a brand new Mesa facility that is now open, proudly serving the East Valley. That's right. They've got 2 now, one in Phoenix and one in East Mesa. Listen, this is a full-service solution for you. Local and long-distance moves, residential and commercial moves. They've got you covered. Professional packing services, secure climate-controlled storage now in Phoenix and in Mesa, Basinonians. This is one of the reasons why I would say you need to go to movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to elevate your game in 2026 with the Bunker to Bunker Club membership. Get an official USGA handicap, subscription to the AZ Golf Insider magazine, invitation
invitations to Bunker to Bunker's 2-person scramble golf events and incredible rewards promotions throughout the year. Get in before January 31st and save $5 off your membership, and you're automatically entered for a chance to win VIP hospitality to the 2026 WM Phoenix Open. It's the best value in golf since the Mulligan. For more info, go to bunkergolf.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Titans will hire Robert Saleh as the new head coach, taking him out of the running for the Cardinals job. Jaylen Green brings Suns the vibes. Now he must bring the balance. And the Suns rolled offensively through elite efficiency to dispatch the Nets. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Well, we're down to 4 teams in the NFL. This is when everybody starts to get a little sad that the season's almost over.
Yeah.
Kind of disappointing that one of the teams doesn't have a quarterback, so feels like we already know one of the two Super Bowl teams.
Process, is it not, brothers? It's part of the process. Elimination must happen. A champion must be crowned.
Where do you want to start, Wolf? I have an overarching...
Okay, what was the best game of the weekend? Championship weekend, Basinonians. What was the best?
I'm going to go Rams-Bears.
Rams-Bears.
Because there were 2 great games, and that one was just mostly without controversy.
Yes. Who is going to win the game and go to championship weekend? Well, you know what? For me, it was Buffalo-Denver. That was the game. Are you kidding me? An overtime game in Denver. Oh, man, bring it on. This game was awesome to me. And by the way, this is Bo Nix's coming out party.
Yeah, except he doesn't get to play the rest of the playoffs.
And can you believe this? The fact that this kid goes out, here it is, Bo Nix, everybody. He's going to get into a playoff game and actually win a playoff game. This young guy is developing. This was the next step for him. And the Broncos don't win this game without Bo Nix.
No, you could make a strong argument that he had one of the best weekends of any quarterback, Bo Nix. And if they have him, I think they're going to the Super Bowl. I can't imagine there's any way they win with Jarrett Stidham. The guy hasn't thrown a pass in a regular season game in forever. It's an unfair ask. But I instead of looking ahead, because we have plenty of time to look ahead, let's just focus on that game then, Broncos-Bills. I have no emotional ties to the Buffalo Bills other than, like you are from there.
You know that I do, yes.
And Zoe obviously played for them. It was a huge part.
Zoe and I were crying.
That fan base, man.
Not literally.
And this was the year for Josh Allen to lead his team through the playoffs.
Josh Allen was crying.
He was, literally. You go through the recent years since he's been there where they've lost in the playoffs. And it's like, well, yeah, Josh Allen played a perfect game. Mahomes just had the ball last. There's so many of those where it's like there's not anything else Josh Allen could have done. Well, this Saturday there's more he could have done.
This, to me, I sat here and I wrote it down on my notes. This was the best game of the season to me. How many lead changes? 5, 6 in this game? Yeah. Ties.
Yeah.
How many turnovers? 6, as a matter of fact. How many great throws by 2 quarterbacks that have orchestrated a ton of comebacks in the fourth quarter. Man, tons of times. I mean, for Bo Nix already, as young as he is, to have as many fourth quarter comebacks, it's incredible to watch him develop. But, man, overtime. Let's go into overtime. The snow. There were so many reasons why I love this. And then all of a sudden it got sideways at the end with a couple of pass interference calls and a catch that wasn't a catch.
Yeah, that's why that game, I mean, it's a great game, but if you're asking me which one was my favorite of the weekend, Rams-Bears was not decided by a call. It's not like a bunch of fans feel like they got ripped off.
What
right
is
or
the
wrong.
play everyone is talking about?
Yeah, I mean, there was a few, right? I had this thought. I think a lot of people did watching that game. Wolf, when I was 5 years old, I 100% knew what a catch was. We all knew what a catch was, right?
Yeah.
You're playing hey, caught the ball. Nice. You're out playing in the playground, caught the ball. Then you watch the NFL and you have no idea what a catch is anymore. And this guy, because Devontae Adams, his catch was a catch in the Bears game. Sometimes it's like you make this catch and it's like, okay, you had it for half a second, that counts. And there's other times where it's like you have to catch that ball and then establish control and then stand on 2 feet and then go into the locker room and then do 3 interviews and don't set the ball down yet because it's not a catch unless you're holding on to it for 45 minutes.
Terry McCulley on X Space Audience. He is a football rules analyst. That's what we're going to call him right now, Terry McCulley. And he said a player going to the ground to catch a pass must maintain control during and after contact with the ground. That's the rule. Apply accordingly. And he was spot on. And that is the reason why. You go back. Unfortunately, you look at it, ladies and gentlemen. The Josh Allen throw to Brandon Cooks, of course, with Jaquan McMillan contesting that catch. They went to the ground. And unfortunately for my Bills, I have to admit, that was the right call when they gave it to McMillan coming out. That was the right call.
I feel like every time I
Cooks
watch...
did not have possession of the ball.
Every time I watch a game that Tony Romo's calling, I mean, he says Jim's name like 700 times during the game. But then there's always a point late in the game, and I even said this before this happened on Saturday, there's always a point where it gets intense and he switches and he goes from Jim to Gene. And sure enough, he was yelling for Gene Steratore at the end of this game. Here's Gene Steratore's explanation of that play you're talking about, Wolf.
Yeah, this is really close. I'm not sure that Cooks has possession coming to the ground there to say that it would be simultaneous. It feels to me like Cooks doesn't have firm possession of the football when they're down by contact there.
Wow, that is close. I mean, reaches up, has it for a moment, and then as they roll over, it ends up in the arms of McMillan.
We don't ever see this. Yeah, you would go interception here because the ball doesn't hit the ground, and if he doesn't have firm possession, but the defensive back does, whenever he rolls,
whoever gets possession
the D-back
first
is down by contact.
Right? Whoever gets possession first.
There it is, Bills Mafia. I'm sorry. My beloved Buffalo Bills go down, and they, to me, likely would have won that game. Had the ball come out, think about this, had the ball come out with McMillan being there, had the ball come out without McMillan being there, it would have been ruled an incomplete pass because he did not survive the ground.
Yeah, I know that you're right. I just don't like it.
Oh, I know. You think I liked it?
No.
Oh, my goodness.
And look, I mean, it continued. There was how many pass interference calls against the Bills on that final drive was just chuck the ball down and get pass interference. It was smart. It's smart play. I hate it. And in the middle of all that, Bo Nix is out for the year. He got hurt in the middle of all that in overtime, too. So now Denver's probably done, too.
Can I just say this? My angst on this play, it comes from how the situation was handled by the officiating crew. The white hat, Carl Cheffers, really? Should have made a spectacle out of putting the headset on and meticulously engaged the league and the replay officials on what they were seeing.
It's the season.
Oh, my goodness.
Sean McDermott's job. It's Josh Allen's best. They would have gone to the Super Bowl if they won that game.
What is Cheffers doing? How in the world do you not make a spectacle? Wait a minute. We're calling a timeout. We're getting in front of the camera, and we are going to examine this play. Every dirty little bit of it. I would have taken the headsets off twice and then come back to it again.
Hold on, this is it.
We're looking at this.
The biggest call of the season in the NFL. I don't think that's hyperbole. That was the biggest call of the season. And even if you got it right, you really need to be like, we only have 3 seconds because I got to hurry up so we can review something else that is meaningless for 10 minutes in a little bit. We only have 3 seconds to make this one call. And yeah, if I'm a Bills fan, I'm like, hey, maybe go back in there and look at the whole play again, just in case. This is it.
I don't know what Carl Cheffers was thinking, or how you don't have a replay official in your ear saying, hey, we need to, let's really look at this, man. Okay, let's go ahead and look at this. This game is huge. And this call is going to be huge as to who could win this game.
We got people jumping through folding tables out in the parking lot. We got Josh Allen breaking down. We got Sean McDermott getting fired. How about we look at this replay for more than 4 seconds?
Let's go. Are you kidding me? We've got a commercial block here. We've got to play.
It's cold. I don't want to be out here any longer. Now, the flip side of this is Denver wins, but they did lose Bo Nix, seemingly in overtime. He finished the game. So now the Patriots, who played one of the easiest schedules in NFL history, then faced Justin Herbert with a fractured hand in the first round. C.J. Stroud, who that's a whole different conversation in the second round.
More on this as the show unfolds.
And now they're going to face Jarrett Stidham. Like, the Patriots are a good team, but this has to be the easiest path to the Super Bowl in recorded history. I have a cut here of Sean Payton saying he believes in Jarrett Stidham, but A, we're going to break, and B, he has to say that. There's no way they really believe they're going to win with Jarrett Stidham.
But it is in Denver.
It is in Denver, and they got a great defense.
Yes.
But you need a quarterback at some point in the game. All right, when we come back to basketball, what do you make of how the Suns fared in the Big Apple over the weekend? They got Devin Booker back. They won a couple games. They set themselves up for what could be a successful finish to this road trip now. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Man, are you in the market for a newer pre-owned Ford? Because if you are, Basinonians, you got to jump in your vehicle and you got to drive on over to Santan Ford. January is when smart buyers make their move, and when it comes to new vehicles, I trust Tim Hovick and his team at Santan Ford. That's right, Tim Hovick, Santan Ford. I'm all about no gimmicks and no nonsense, and that's what I love about Timmy. Tim Hovick is not about a gimmick or a nonsense. What you see is what you're going to get. Just great Fords and great Ford people who do business the right way. Try out the world-famous Ford F-150 or family rigs like the Explorer and the all-new Expedition. That's what the Warrior Queen loves. If you need a little more than Bronco or Mustang is for you, find them all, plus some great people over at Tim Hovick Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from Amco.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the Hummer EV is a game changer, and you're kicking off the new year with some serious savings.
What's up, Dave? There's no better way to start the year off with a brand new Hummer EV. For a limited time, get up to $8,000 off the all-new 2026 Hummer EV, SUV, or lease for just $799 a month. It's a new year, a new ride, a new opportunity you don't want to miss.
So shop and buy online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals head coaching search continues, and they are reportedly interviewing a candidate today. According to NFL Network's Mike Garafolo, the Cardinals are interviewing Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady today. And the Phoenix Suns go for their third straight win tonight in Philadelphia against the 76ers. Tip-off is at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jaylen Green could be making his return for the Suns in the game. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait? Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. What did we learn about the Suns after games against the Knicks and Nets? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, hour number 2 of the show live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf, I just refreshed the official NBA injury report again. Still nothing from the Suns or Sixers yet.
All right, good.
That is up to the last 10 minutes. So.
How about the Suns coming back and beating the Knicks?
Yeah.
Look at that. I just hit the post. It's an 8 based on it. Just natural.
It's a wonder your musical career hasn't taken off yet.
It is. Until you hear me sing, then you know why.
You don't have to sing. You can play the...
Yeah. No, I could not play.
No?
I don't
You could be a
understand
screamer
music.
for a band.
You're
actually
amazing.
really
I could do that. Yeah, there are some lines, ladies and gentlemen, I definitely could do. When I hear them, I point it out to my kids. I could have done that. I could have done that. Are you talking to me?
Well, you do that.
I could have done that. Yeah.
So you just need to find a band that just needs a screamer at the front.
Yeah, right.
And then there you go.
Screamer.
There's plenty of bands out there like that. The Phoenix Suns had not lost, not a singer, a screamer.
Once again, though, I mean, I'm a little shy when I get on stage with a microphone.
What if there's a DJ in front of you? The Suns had not lost more than 2 in a row since before Halloween, since they started the season 1-4. Okay?
Yeah.
But they started this road trip. It was kind of looking a little dicey there. They lost that one to Miami. That was a hotly contested game a week ago. Okay. Well, then they lose to Detroit on Thursday, and they don't have Devin Booker for that game. And you and I didn't get to talk about that game really, Wolf, because it happened Thursday night. We didn't get to talk on Friday. That was a game the Suns almost won without Devin Booker or Jaylen Green, which is crazy in Detroit. But that said, on Friday morning, they were 0-2 on the road trip, and we didn't know when Devin Booker was coming back. Well, he came back the very next game. He was a huge reason why they won that game, and he was a big part of them winning last night, too. And all of a sudden, this is a road trip that you could close out potentially going 4-0.
Yeah, that would be fantastic if you did close it out going 4-0. But the fact that you lost the first 2 games of the road trip, that kind of stunk, no doubt about it. But I think we all kind of expected that in Detroit. I did in Detroit. For the most part now, we don't have to worry about it because, again, the Suns have come back. They're 2-2 on this road trip right now, correct? 2-2.
2-2.
On this road trip. And, for me, the question of Jaylen Green is going to be answered, and that begins tonight. It does. Okay, this is something are you not excited to watch this game tonight? I think we're all jacked up. How is it going to go with Jaylen Green? How are we going to see this team play with Jaylen Green? How many minutes are you going to insert of this wildly talented human being? How many minutes are you going to give him tonight? And who are those minutes going to be taken from?
Well, that's a real good question, that last one. I mean, I think you can go into this and you can say the dude has played 30 minutes all season. I don't know, play him 20, 25 minutes tonight, whatever. I mean, I'm guessing if they waited this long, they were waiting for him to be 100%. So maybe you don't need to ease him back into it other than just you're playing your first game in a long time and just basically your second game of the season, I guess your second and a half game. And you're playing on a court where most guys, this is their 42nd, 43rd, 44th game of the season. So maybe let them ease into it a little bit. But the way the schedule breaks down right now, they play tonight, then they don't play again until Friday. Then they're off till Sunday. Then Tuesday, Thursday. They have a back-to-back late next week, but they got like a break after this game, too. I wonder if internally they were specifically looking at this date for maybe a week or two of here's the second half of a back-to-back, and then we don't play for 3 days.
Yeah, no, it seems logical. And not only that, too, when they played the Knicks, think about it. They didn't have Jalen Brunson, and they didn't have Josh Hart as well. Mm-hmm. They didn't have those two guys. Now, again, you could say, well, the Suns, are you kidding me? They didn't have Jaylen Green. And at the same time, you did have Devin Booker, of course, and Devin Booker went off for 27 points in that game against the Knicks. That game, I thought, was so Phoenix Suns. Everything about the Phoenix Suns, everything we've come to know about the Phoenix Suns, I thought it was on display for the most part in that Knicks game and that on-the-road victory against the Knicks.
Yeah.
That's a difficult place to play.
I thought you were going to like the Brooklyn game more because it was just kind of a sloppy, ugly game, and it's like, how's Brooklyn hanging around?
Team you should beat.
Yeah, but they did beat them. I mean, I just checked the injury update again. The Suns haven't submitted theirs yet, but I will say this. Philadelphia submitted theirs, and Joel Embiid is out.
Oh, no.
And he's always out, but it's they're officially calling it injury management.
Yeah, I just don't like it.
Well, he was pretty clear when he got his $8 billion extension that the second he signed it, he's like, I'm never playing back-to-backs again. And they did play last night, so obviously it's incomprehensible to ask him to play back-to-back nights when he's making $80 million a year.
Yes.
So the Suns don't have to deal with Joel Embiid tonight.
Okay, that kind of stinks. Honestly, I would love to see them play with Joel Embiid and see the Suns compete against Joel Embiid, and that's not going to be the case.
Nope. But we'll keep checking the injury report for an official status on Jaylen Green. This is Devin Booker after the win over the Knicks on Saturday.
Yeah, man, we just had to get back in the winning column. Shout out to our second unit; they held it down. There's some things to figure out with our first unit, but they definitely picked us up throughout the whole night. So it's a big time win.
So that was the win over New York. This is Dylan Brooks yesterday after the win over Brooklyn, despite the fact that, as we were just saying, it was kind of an ugly game.
We're a little bit sloppy, towards the end on our execution and what we wanted to get done. But, it's a good test. Even though whatever the team is, they fought hard, they play hard. We just made the right plays at the end, which could have gone a little sticky, but, overall, I'm glad we got this win.
How did you feel about it, Luke? How did you feel about
yesterday's game?
Yeah.
That was one of those games where, and it was the one on the schedule you looked at going into the road trip, too, of like, okay, you're clearly better than Brooklyn. But, it's the first half of a back-to-back with Philly the next night. It's one of those games that if you're Oklahoma City or you're like you're Denver or whatever, like you should win all those. But anybody else, like it's easy to kind of just let one of those. Here we go. It's a Monday in the middle of January. There's 82 of these games, and this is game 43, and we kind of let our guard down and we lost on the road. It's what this team does well, maybe better than anything else. They don't lose those games.
Yeah,
and those wins add up.
No, there's no doubt about it. They add up, and not only that, they do a lot of damage if you do lose those games.
Yeah.
If you do lose games against teams you should beat, they can do a lot of collective damage to the psyche of a team. Having said that, it is one of the things that I appreciate the most about this team is their competitiveness never wanes. It never seems to fade. Their competitiveness is always there. Very few games have we seen the Phoenix Suns go out and not be competitive, not be ready to play. Not have an intensity level, the requisite amount of intensity level you need to go out and win games in the association. Rarely do we see that from this team, and it's one of the things I appreciate the most. But I do have to say, beating the Knicks, even though they didn't have their full lineup in front of them, even though they didn't have Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart, even though they didn't have those guys, to me, still, beating the Knicks, an excellent team in the East, as we all know, that matters. And that also says something to you, your team, collectively.
Well, you asked whose minutes Jaylen Green's going to get. He might get a bunch of Dylan Brooks minutes here soon because Brooks now is back up to 15 technical fouls. So we might be getting Jaylen Green back just in time for him to have to eat up some Dylan Brooks suspension minutes in one of these games because he's next technical he's getting suspended.
Yeah.
So, the
it's
loudest.
Going to be interesting to watch too. Yeah. Dylan Brooks sometimes takes some shots. You're like, what are you? Oh, nice shot, Dylan.
Put up 27 yesterday.
And Jaylen Green does the same thing.
Yeah,
sometimes.
you're just going to have to change the name.
Get ready.
The same reaction. The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name. We're giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo all this week. And then when you hear it, just text that word to 620-620, and you will be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. When we come back, and talk to Patrick Peterson. What stood out most to him in the NFL divisional round playoffs? We're going to talk to the Cardinals legend. Joining us next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Can you have a great running back who's running behind a subpar offensive line? Like it's a chicken and the egg conversation. And I feel like the offensive line is the thing that has to come first before you have the great running back. That having a great running back, Ashton Genty in Vegas could run. He's stuck behind a terrible offensive line. Terrible. It didn't matter that he was the 6th pick overall. So what?
You got to fix the offensive line.
And so that's the only reason why I don't love the Jeremiah Love idea.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basin Indians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, when I met with Trajan Wealth a long time ago, I got straight talk from them, not a sales pitch. It's one of the things I appreciate the most of Jeff Jr. That's right, former Marine, Well, you know what? Once a Marine, always a Marine, Basedonians. Jeff Jr. owns and operates Trajan Wealth. I left that meeting feeling empowered. They're fiduciaries, so their advice is built around what is best for you. I'm a client now because I saw the difference. It's one of the reasons why I recommend you call Trajan Wealth, 480-360-7900. I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. It turns out there were some big opportunities I was indeed missing. Now I've got a clear path to retirement, ladies and gentlemen. They're fiduciaries, which means they'll put your needs first. Pick up the phone, give them a call, 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Why Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been doing business the right way, putting customers first and giving back to the community they call home. From online shopping to convenient delivery options, buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, Sanderson Ford makes maintenance a breeze with mobile service plus pickup and delivery. Your vehicle gets the care it needs without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling, it's about honest pricing, real value, and helping you find the best deal for your budget and your family's needs. Right now, purchase America's best-selling truck for 49 years straight, the Ford F-150, starting as low as $33,995, with over 100 in stock. When you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. $33,995 offer on 2025 Ford F-150 regular cab, stock number 255986. Offers expire January 31st, 2026.
Sanderson Ford.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Dan Bickley here, and you know what's a great New Year's resolution for sports fans? Watching sports in high resolution with a new entertainment system from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. They have great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for. They'll match any price you bring to them. They offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and their service and expertise is unparalleled. Plus, they're local, and shopping local really matters. Visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner. Shop online at waltz.com.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Drops back to throw. Quick pass to the far side is picked off by Peterson. He's going to house it. 20, 10, 5, touchdown. Patrick Peterson, a pick six. That's why we drafted him.
Former Cardinals cornerback, number 21, Patrick Peterson. P2 joins Wolf and Luke in the no-fly zone. The no-fly zone.
Patrick Peterson, 10-5. He dives. He's in. Touchdown, Cardinals win.
The no-fly zone.
Quick shout out to Deer Valley. What's going on, Deer Valley?
Yeah, Deer Valley.
Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning. Pleased to be joined by Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson, who is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. What is going on, Patrick?
How you guys doing?
Doing good.
Doing well, Pat P. Thank you, man.
Patrick, let's just start with some of these playoff games over the weekend. And was there one that jumped out to you? I mean, Wolf and I were kind of going back and forth between the Bears game and the Broncos game, but there was a lot of good football this weekend.
It was a lot of good football this week. The one that probably stood out the most to me is the Bills and the Broncos. Obviously, we saw the aftermath, what happened to that, not only with the injury with Bo Nix. He's not going to be able to play in the AFC Championship. The Bills fired their head coach. It was so much on that game, but that game was just, that to me, that was a phenomenal game. Both teams went out there, put it all on the line, and it came down to the wire. And it just so happened, consequences have to come with that to the losing team, and that's what, unfortunately cost, Coach McDermott his job. But for the most part, that game, stood out to the most to me because how is the Denver Broncos is going to be able to answer the bell now without their quarterback? Is Sean Payton is going to be able to get his quarterback, the backup quarterback, whoever that's going to be getting the starting job, ready enough to at least keep his team in the game to be competitive.
Oh, my goodness, Pat P. Everybody is talking about that game. I thought that was the biggest game as well for me. Overtime game, Josh Allen, of course, Bo Nix, the young guy in Denver. I mean, it just, bad weather, snowing. It just was fantastic to watch this.
It was.
But Brandon Cooks, of course, on a 3rd and 10 in overtime. Did he have possession of the ball or not? With Jaquan McMillan contesting that, covering him. What did you think about that play?
I thought it was an interception. I've just put it in the terms of, say, for instance, Brandon Cook was going up for that catch, and he didn't have firm possession, and the ball ended up bobbling out of his hands, and McMillan was there to get the interception. Technically, he didn't have possession. So Brandon Cooks, when he caught the ball, he never had firm possession or made a football move to solidify that he had, possession of the football. It was just one of those plays that you really rarely see happen, and it's always that's a 50-50 play, of course, and it typically always goes towards the offensive, side. But for the most part, that was the right call. That was an interception. It was a bang-bang play. And, McMillan was just, in the right place at the right time in the right tense of the seconds to make sure that he grabs the possession over Brandon Cooks.
We're talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, you see Denver advance, but they lose Bo Nix, and so now they're going to a guy who hasn't played really in Jarrett Stidham in a couple years. I mean, unfortunately, you have experience with this where the Cardinals had a really good team that one year and then had to go into the playoffs with a guy who really hadn't thrown a whole lot of passes for you. How is the team, and I guess especially as a defense, because there's probably more pressure on Denver's defense this weekend now against New England, how do you prepare for a game like that?
Man, it's going to be tough because, it's always a lot easier on the defense when they have an opportunity to go in with their starting quarterback, kind of understand what the flow and the feel of the game is going to be and what it can be. If it comes down to this situation, we know this guy can get us out of it. So I won't necessarily say that guys play, with that in the back of their mind, but now I'm going into the game with a backup quarterback, a guy who haven't seen much playing time. Now you have to make sure that you're definitely mistake-free. Now every yard counts. Every first down matters. So that's the mindset that this defense is going to have going in, just because of, the uncertainty on how, the quarterback performances is going to be.
So what are your thoughts in regard to what you saw from the Rams and the Bears? To me, it was just another legendary venue in Soldier Field, outdoors, bad weather type game. What are your thoughts on this one?
Man, that game was awesome as well. It came down to the wire, back and forth. It was a slugfest for the most part. Both defenses was playing, early on, at a high rate in the first half, and then both of those offensive-minded head coaches and Ben Johnson and Sean McVay, they went into their bag and had opportunity to, go through their adjustments and see what the defense was showing them, and then they was able to come out and perform better, on both sides. I knew that game was going to come down to whoever had the ball last was pretty much was going to win that ball game, and Caleb ended up throwing that interception late in the game that ended up ultimately helping the Rams, win that ball game. But for the most part, that was a great play game. congratulations to, I know these guys don't want to hear this, but congratulations to those guys for the season that they did have. They have a lot to build on. Now, the hardest part about the year that they had this year, because I've been a part of those years as well, is now how are you going to rebound, from it? How are you going to, assemble your team? You understand what you need to do to get better. So are you going to do the necessary things to get better? And are you really, truly ready to take that next step?
Patrick, how are you supposed to defend Caleb Williams when he makes plays like he did at the end of regulation, which he seemingly always makes at the end of regulation at least, but that touchdown to Cole Kmet, it looked like that was defended about as well as you could defend it.
I mean, one thing I will say, if I'm a defensive coordinator, we cannot allow him to roll out to his left, because that's when you see the magical throws. That's when you see, him being basically Houdini, throwing off his feet, throwing like, jump man. I would definitely, if I'm a defensive coordinator, I would want to force him out to the right. And that's when you see less of those heroic throws and less of those, unorthodox throws. But for the most part, you just got to hope and pray, man. You just have to be in the right position at the right time. But good quarterbacks can always throw their receivers open.
So I'll ask you this right now, because this is the question I continue to ask myself, Pat B. What are we watching with Caleb Williams? This young guy, and you know where I'm going. What are we watching here? Because what this kid did all season long in bringing his team back in the fourth quarter, almost seemingly at will, bringing them back in the fourth quarter 7 times. Yeah. And then here it was again in front of our face with this miraculous throw. What do you think we're looking at here?
Man, he's special, man. He really is. And like you talked about those miraculous throws, and that's one thing now that I have an opportunity to sit back and watch the game. I had the opportunity to digest, offenses and to see what they do really well and try to take those things away. I'm telling you, Wolf, it's very hard for a right-hand quarterback to roll out to his left and make the throws that he's making. And for the most part, those are his best throws. Yeah. And when a quarterback is able to do that, that's uncoachable. That's just pure talent and ability. And he has all the tools. And now that he's matched up with Ben Johnson that understands the game, helping him understand now you don't have to play hero ball each and every drive. Now you can check it down for 2 or 3 yards, and maybe even minus 1 yard, and that can go for 5, 6, 7, 10 plus. So understanding how to take your medicine, understanding the flow of the not only the offense but the game, how important it is, how important the ball is to the football team. Because when we don't turn the ball over and we run it at a good clip, we're pretty much unstoppable.
Patrick, always great talking football with you, man.
Thank you.
All right, guys. You guys take care.
Okay, brother.
That's Patrick Peterson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. I'm surprised nobody in Chicago has taken like the silhouette of Caleb Williams doing the jump pass and put it next to like the Michael Jordan, like that logo, because it's just the jump pass is ridiculous.
I have so much more I want to say about Caleb Williams as the show unfolds.
Oh, more on this as the show unfolds. We are going to get into that game in a lot more depth later on. When we come back, there is a new big name out there available on the coaching market. Is it somebody the Cardinals could go after? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns by 15, looking to add to it. Allen, another three, and another one falls, this time from the left side near the hash mark for Grayson Allen. And the Suns go up 18, 109-91. Allen has 14 off the bench tonight.
2 wins in NYC over the weekend for the Suns, and we talk about it today. So roll with us at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com. For over 25 years, Legacy Green Solutions has been family-owned and rooted right here in the Basin. While other companies come and go, Legacy stands by their work today, tomorrow, and for years to come, ladies and gentlemen. From design to certified installation, no shortcuts, just quality craftsmanship and the best warranties in the Valley. Whether it's a backyard retreat, a pro-grade putting green, or any hardscape project, they do it all within budget. They've been voted best of the Valley. Best of the Valley. And after seeing their 5-star work firsthand at the compound, I know exactly why. So don't spend another holiday or another day with high-maintenance lawn. Don't do it. Text GREEN to 620-620 right now or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com. Text GREEN to 620-620 for big savings right now or LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals head coaching search continues, and they are reportedly interviewing a candidate today. According to NFL Network's Mike Garafolo, the Cardinals are interviewing Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady today. And the Phoenix Suns go for their third straight win tonight in Philadelphia against the 76ers. Tip-off is at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jaylen Green will be back for the Suns after missing 33 games with a hamstring strain. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Catch the big game on massive screens with specials, prizes, and more only at Talking Stick Resort. Doors open at 3:30, so get to Talking Stick Resort early.
For this life I cannot change. In the hills, keep off in the main. Eminem, sweet like candy cane. Drop the top. Let it bang.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and another round of the NFL playoffs is in the books. Plus, we'll give you the latest on the Cardinals' search for their next head coach. Join us at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Well, how about that? Jaylen Green not even on the injury report.
Oh, that is great news, is it not, brother?
Like the injury never even happened. What injury? Jaylen Green's not even on the injury report.
Are you kidding me?
Crazy?
Forget about that hammy. That hammy's fine.
He must be
tweak
so
the hammy.
fired up to finally get. I mean, like as impatient as we were all getting, I can only imagine how much he's like, dude, I just want to get out there and play basketball. He's watched a lot of basketball from the bench this season.
It's just incredible. Half a season. Yeah. That's crazy.
For a guy that never missed games. Ever.
Never missed games. With a hamstring. Man.
Well, he's back now. You were definitely starting to see more and more people getting frustrated online, on social media. I mean, he has already missed more games this year than Bradley Beal missed last year, all of last season. No. I mean, that's not fair, but that was certainly out there. And it's real. But so hopefully now he's back and just he's back. Like rest of the season, not missing any more games. This is not a guy who typically misses games. And if he is back, that's going to be a real potential game changer for the Suns.
And what is so cool about what Luke just said, Basinonians? Back means tonight.
Yeah, not like, hey, 2 to 3 weeks,
That's
we're
right.
going to talk to
well,
him.
You know what? Even in 2 days. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? The next game might be No, tonight.
Try 6 hours, 5.5 hours? We get to see this now?
Yes.
All right.
He is back and ready to ball out tonight. What is it going to look like? That's what I can't wait, man. Yeah, we're all going to have a front row seat.
So, except him, he won't have a front row seat. He'll actually get to play. He's had a front row seat all season. Now he actually gets to go.
Yeah, he has, literally.
This is Adam Schefter, Wolf, talking about, and there's been so many big name head coaches available in the NFL this offseason. John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin in the same offseason. Normally, Kevin Stefanski and even Robert Saleh would be like major headliners. Brian Flores out there. Those guys, you'd be like, wow, you can get one of them? Normally, you have to kind of like stretch for a coordinator who's never been a head coach before. Those guys got bumped down because Mike Tomlin is out there, probably not coaching, but he's out there. John Harbaugh was out there. Well, here's another name that is now out there as a ramification or repercussion, I guess, of what happened this weekend. Here's Adam Schefter.
He now may get in on other head coach openings. I will say this. There have been teams that have brought up his name to me and said that if he got fired, he would automatically become a part of their candidate pool. So there have been teams that have been narrowing down their searches that I think Sean McDermott will have a chance to go coach.
Oh, Sean McDermott.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. You know what's fascinating about this is most people believe that now the Buffalo Bill job is the best job that is out there.
You get Josh
Because
Allen.
of Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And yet they also believe that Sean McDermott is the best coach out there now.
Mm-hmm.
That I don't know. I think that is definitely debatable. But at the same time, this is I can't imagine a year. And again, it's not like my memory is great, Basinonians. It is not. But at the same time, John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin, Kevin Stefanski, and Sean McDermott. I'm putting all four of those in there. And you could say, well, what do you mean, Stefanski? Why would you put him in there? Well, you know what? The guy was 2-time NFL Coach of the Year. That's why.
In Cleveland, I'll keep saying, where they kept messing around with their quarterback. And, I mean, yes, in Cleveland.
So, again, to have this kind of talent that is established in the NFL that is out there, man, can't remember another time where it's been like this. But here's the other thing. Do you think anyone else might get fired now? Because Sean McDermott is out there?
I mean, it seemed like that's why Mike McDaniel got fired, because he wasn't fired for a couple days, and then John Harbaugh became available. Miami's like, we're calling Baltimore, we're calling John Harbaugh, and Mike, sorry, you're out. Except then they didn't hire him. They hired Jeff Hafley, so I don't know. But, yes, I mean, I think –
They went from Harbaugh to Hafley.
Did you see that? This is such a wolf stat. Did you see the AFC Championship and NFC Championship? The coaching matchup is a Mike versus a Sean.
Yes, I did see that. Are you kidding me? Knock it off.
So this is why you have to get Sean McDermott, because he's a Mike or a Sean, right? You got to go out there and get him. I'll just throw this out there, and don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I think of the three, I think Tomlin's the best coach, then Harbaugh. I'm not saying McDermott's at that level, but if you just go career winning percentage as a head coach, John Harbaugh wins. He's got a 614 winning percentage. Now he has a Super Bowl. You've got Mike Tomlin, who has a .628 winning percentage, also has a Super Bowl. Sean McDermott doesn't have a Super Bowl, but his winning percentage is .662. He's 98-50 as a head coach in the NFL.
Ridiculous.
So if you want to make the playoffs every year, now he's had Josh Allen for most of those years.
So here's the weird thing about this. Because of Sean McDermott and because of his age, he's still in his 50s, I believe. I think he's young. 51.
I can look that. You always just know these things. So
I'm going to throw that out there.
Well, he is, but how many days? 51 and how
Is
many
he really
days?
51?
51, yeah. Like, I don't know how you know this
See,
stuff.
this blows my mind, ladies and gentlemen. But yet at the same time, here's Sean McDermott. He's out there. I think there might be other teams that were like, they're never going to fire Sean McDermott. Now even some teams, are they thinking about firing their coach to get Sean McDermott?
Do you think Harbaugh waited until after the first round? Just because there was talk that it might happen if they lost in the first round. Do you think he's like, yeah, I'll do my interviews after the first round just to see if, like, well, the job with Josh Allen's open, I'll just go take that job.
Yeah.
Because now he's taking the one with the Giants, but, like,
I think the one with the Giants was just such a natural fit. I mean, he loved being Baltimore's head coach. He loves the East Coast.
I tend to agree, but Josh Allen.
I know, right? I know. But, you do have this young gun now in Jackson Dart. You do have this young quarterback who shows a little promise as well and a little moxie, a little something coming out of the side of his neck. I do like that, and I think he's got some other talent on that team as well that makes it attractive.
What about McDermott from a Cardinals perspective? I mean, Harbaugh got fired, and so you knew he was almost certainly going to look to coach again. Tomlin has stepped down, so he might not coach again this year. McDermott got fired. Generally, those guys would like to just get right back into coaching.
I would imagine if you were the Arizona Cardinals, you would want to talk to Sean McDermott. I'm just imagining that is the case. The problem is right now, at least the rumor that is out there is that Sean McDermott may not be interested in two jobs that are out there, the Raider job and the Cardinal job. And why? Because of these quarterback situations that they're in.
Well, I'd go ahead and throw the Browns in there then too, Sean. If you're not going to coach the Raiders or the Cardinals, probably don't want to take the Browns job either. The problem with stuff like this is Baltimore needs a coach. Pittsburgh needs a coach. So those legitimately are perennial powerhouse teams where it's like, okay, we're the Cardinals. We sure would like Sean McDermott. Well, if Pittsburgh calls him, you're probably not getting him.
See, you're going to have to pay. You are going to have to pay
the equalizer.
through the nose.
That's the only way to change this reputation situation you're in, whatever you want to call it, is you're going to have to do something dramatic to get somebody dramatic. Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Burns on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community. During the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st, Wolf, it's just over a month away. Text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today.
Man, come join me and Rick. Once again, we're going to be out there walking February 21st. Yeah, the Cardinals Climb base in Orleans. Text HIKE to 620-620. That's HIKE to 620-620.
All right, when we come back, let's get back into the NFL playoffs in a huge game that we talked about it a little bit with Patrick Peterson, but all you and I really got into was the Bills-Broncos game. There were 3 other games this weekend with varying performances by the quarterbacks. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is bunker. Bunker. Text the word bunker to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Rates may apply.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. All right, how's this for a plan? You find your dream home, and then you just move in right away, all right? New year, new home, everything. Do all that without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it, and you know what? Orchard lets you do it that way. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time. Just go do that. Then sell the old one later, and here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. If you've ever tried to do a double move before, you know that you don't want to do it that way. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home right now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick and easy right there on the site. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagus, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people enter retirement without a real roadmap.
They do, and it's really risky. You need to know how your income works, how taxes affect it, and how long your savings will last.
And you help people understand the whole picture.
Yes, we build complete retirement plans that are simple to follow and designed to protect your future.
And listeners can get a complimentary consultation?
They can. Call 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Trust and Will.
My dad and I were always close, but some things we just didn't talk about, like his will. After he was gone, we found out he didn't have one, and it created a lot of stress during a time of grief.
Creating a will can be hard to think about, but avoiding it can lead to greater difficulty for the people you love. That's why Trust and Will makes estate planning simple. Create a will online in as little as 30 minutes.
Now, I have a will in place to make sure my loved ones are protected. With Trust and Will, it was easy and affordable, and I got peace of mind knowing my wishes are clear.
Trust and Will.
Get 20% off when you visit trustandwill.com/plan. That's trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
All right.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Wednesday. All the latest names and news surrounding the Cardinals coaching search and an NFL conversation with Mark Schlereth. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Good thing I got my square-toed boots on.
See y'all from Texas, where we should ride slangers and put diamonds in our necklace.
Dancing Big X the Plug fan.
Well, just saying, it did kind of sound a little Western there.
It is. I mean, he's
That's what I'm saying.
Texas guy.
You know, I'm just saying. We got the right boots on, square-toed, love them.
I have good news. I have our playoff standings here. Okay. But when I say good news, I mean
playoffs.
Just for me, Jamal, and Aaron, not for you.
Oh, okay.
So
I slid the shorts on, huh?
Well, yeah, because we each drafted 3 teams before the playoffs started.
Yeah.
You get a 1 point if you win in round 1, 2 in round 2, 3 in round 3. Okay, so right now the standings, I'm at 6 with 2 teams left. Jamal's at 4 with a team left. Aaron's at 3 with a team left. If you have a team left, you can still win because the points go up. Wolf, you're at 1 with no teams left.
No teams
left.
Man.
Buffalo.
That is tough.
And I was out of town when y'all did this, so
yeah,
that's why Aaron did it.
See, there you go.
Right. Okay.
So
wouldn't have been any different.
Come on.
Aaron's still got a chance to win. Everybody has a chance to win as long as you get somebody into the Super Bowl. Speaking of going to the Super Bowl, We got a great matchup.
That's
going
to cost you at some point.
I figured.
All right. I'm just letting you know, Luke, at some point in time. I don't know when that point might be. I'm just going to keep you guessing.
I'm just saying.
That is going to cost
just updating
you.
something.
I'm just going to go ahead. Hey, I'm going to read this right here. By the way, Wolf didn't do anything.
Here it is.
Okay?
Wolf had one game right.
Yeah, that's right.
Look at that.
That's right. Okay.
And it took Josh Allen playing out of his mind against Jacksonville for him to get that. So, Rams-Bears. We're going to have Rams-Seahawks in the NFC. Rams-Bears, that game on Sunday night was everything you were hoping for and more. I tell you this, when the Bears scored to tie it, I first thought, is Ben Johnson going to go for 2 right here? Because he's just crazy enough to do it. But secondly, and this is why I'm assuming he didn't go for 2, did you not think the Bears were going to win at that point? The Rams weren't moving the ball. Stafford was not having a great game. Devontae Adams just hasn't looked totally like himself since he came back for the playoffs. I don't know. I mean, the Bears are playing well. It just felt like they were going to win the game, and then the Rams do nothing with the ball in overtime. You're like, this is over. This game is. I truly thought the game was over, and then the interception.
It was just absolutely incredible. Seriously, to see Caleb Williams do what Caleb Williams did in that situation. They were on the 14, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
We're on the 14. And he literally ran back. And it was, listen, we've seen Kyler Murray do some incredible things with a football, have we not?
Mm-hmm.
We have seen that. Just haven't seen him do it in a playoff game, in a playoff atmosphere like this. After you've already brought your team from behind 6 times in the regular season, and another time last week in the playoffs.
Too, yeah.
Brought him back in the fourth quarter to win the game. And you're thinking to yourself, I thought the Rams had control of this game. And when he made that play, I thought for sure the Bears were going to win that game.
I did too.
And they did not, ladies and gentlemen. The Rams, I give them an awful lot of credit. The Rams, Luke, I know coming into the playoffs, you love the Rams. In fact, you actually had them winning the NFC, did you not?
I had them number 1 in my power poll last week.
Or was that me that I...
I don't know who you had. But I truly thought the Bears were going to win that game. I mean, we did the power poll last week. Remember how conflicted and messed up I was over here? I was disaster.
It's kind of hard from every day, though.
Yeah, but it was enhanced.
Always conflicted and messed up.
Yeah, I know, but that one was especially because I had the Rams number 1, but I thought the Bears were going to win. And certainly when the Bears tied it at the end of regulation, I definitely thought they were going to win. And then your mind starts to wander, Wolf, where you're like, this quarterback can do stuff most guys can't do. Are they just going to keep winning?
Here's the whole thing about this right now. What I've seen from Caleb Williams, especially this year, based on what we saw contrast the first year to the second year, what you saw, and the fourth quarter comebacks by this guy. It's no accident. Do you know what kind of confidence this young guy has to actually go? What kind of confidence you think he's going to have going forward as a quarterback? Yeah, we're down 10 in the fourth quarter. Here it comes. Oh, okay. Well, hey, time for us to go to work.
We're definitely going to tie it.
That kind of confidence, I know what it does for a young player, especially a young guy that is trying to make his way at the most difficult position there is in professional sports.
Now, to be fair, his interception in overtime cost them. Certainly, and
it was a bad pick too.
It was. So
he's already done so many. He's proven that he is a guy that is going to be there in the fourth quarter when it matters the most. He's going to be there. I think this is what he takes from this season more than anything else going into his third year.
It's. If you were drafting quarterbacks going forward, if you were just every team, okay, all the teams stay the same, but you're just redrafting the quarterbacks, and you were considering age and all that, I mean, you'd still take Mahomes and Allen up there because it's not like they're that old. But Caleb Williams, he'd be fairly high on that, like 5, 6 at this point because of the upside. Now, he's got stuff he's got to work on, obviously, because he didn't just have 1 interception in that game. But it's the arm strength, it's the ability to make plays that, as you said last week, even before that game, most quarterbacks in the NFL don't even have that ability. It's just a matter of harnessing it so he's making plays in the second quarter, too, and not turning the ball over.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. This kid's got a little something. Now, again, he threw 3 picks, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then that's – they lost in overtime, so that's obviously a huge difference.
He did, but anyone who watched that game, watching Caleb Williams and the Bears come back in this game really was unbelievable the way they did it. And once again, we'll see where it goes from this point forward, but ominous is the word that I used.
So we should have Bo Nix versus Drake May in the AFC Championship, and Caleb Williams was a few inches away from being in the NFC. That would have been 3 second-year quarterbacks in the conference championships, and major reasons why their teams are there too. Not like they're just game managing.
That could be a changing of the guard.
Feels like it.
Yeah.
So let me ask you about the AFC now, because it's not Bo Nix, it's Jarrett Stidham, and I don't want to take away from what the Patriots have done, because they probably won me the picks pool this year because I just kept ending up with the Patriots, and they're doing it again in the playoffs. But this path, man, you look at Josh Allen and what he's had to go through in recent years, or Lamar, or any of these guys that couldn't get past Mahomes, and the Patriots. Their regular season schedule was well documented. Fourth-place schedule. Okay,
Yeah.
but all fourth-place schedules are not equal. Look at the Cardinals' fourth-place opponents next year. They're not all equal. The Patriots ended up with one of the easiest schedules just by strength of schedule ever in NFL history. They beat one team with a record above 500. Okay, well, you beat the teams in front of you. They won 14 games. Now they're doing it again in the playoffs, but they've beaten Justin Herbert with the messed up hand, C.J. Stroud, throwing exclusively to them. And now they're going to face Jarrett Stidham and almost certainly beat him, too.
Oh, my goodness. Like, what are your thoughts on C.J. Stroud?
They're changing rapidly.
Wherever you are right now, think about it. He had 7 turnovers in the postseason. 7. I don't know how you don't view that as stepping back. I don't know how you don't view that as taking a step back. And you know, this was the situation. You know, he had that rookie year where it was just lights out. And everyone was thinking, oh, my goodness, here it is, the new Pat Mahomes of the AFC. And that is not the case right now. Again, I think most people believe that at the end of year 2, he did not play as well as he did his rookie year. I think that was determined. And now, after year 3, where are you on C.J. Stroud?
He feels like he's regressing to NFL average starting quarterback, you know. But if he's going to throw interceptions the way he did in the playoffs, then he's below average. There's my question to you, Wolf. So C.J. Stroud that year was, I mean, that was the guy. He basically came in and just played so well so the Cardinals couldn't have a high pick. That's all he has really done in his career is he's killed the Cardinals, that pick that they were going to have, because he was so great as a rookie, the Cardinals ended up with the 27th pick instead of like the first or the second.
That's right.
So you have him with that amazing rookie year, 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, over 4,000 yards. He's definitely come back to the pack. You had Jayden Daniels last year, amazing rookie year. Now, in fairness to Jayden, he was hurt all this year. But when you look at a Caleb Williams, Drake May, Bo Nix, they're probably not all just going to automatically be great now just because they're doing this well in their second years.
Okay, of those 3, who do you think? How would you rank them in a power poll? Where would you start?
It's tough because I think Bo Nix is on the best team, so he's never going to be bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just, I can't do it. I can't do it because I want to say Caleb Williams, based on what we have seen this year from Caleb Williams. Oh, my goodness, by the breaking of my thumb, something wicked this way comes. Drake May.
Drake May is going to be in the Super Bowl in a week. So it's
Drake May.
Even if he's not as good as Caleb Williams, he's going to have the confidence jolt of being in the Super Bowl in year 2.
By the way, I like the look on Drake May's face while he's competing in the fourth quarter.
I like how even when he's having a bad game,
cold.
He still slings 3 touchdowns, even when he's off. All right, we come back. We're going to take you to the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morana mornings. At one point in time, Kenny Dillingham had a real reverence for the Arizona Cardinals as well as ASU.
Kenny himself was asking for one big donor to stroke that $20 million check.
Mm-hmm.
But to be consistently successful in today's landscape, it's not just about one $20 million check. It's about an annual $20 million
That's it.
check. And I don't know how possible that is.
It's hard to do. So if you buy the idea that Kenny Dillingham is going to have a shelf life at ASU and you're going to lose him at some point, why not lose him to the local NFL team?
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Murata with big news. Kick off the new year with huge savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, discover serious value on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with savings of up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or take advantage of 0% APR financing on select models with approved credit for current eligible Buick and GMC owners. Step into the future with the 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, and pickup models, offering up to $18,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% APR financing with approved credit. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has a price to move right now. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bill protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges approved and dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. Images for illustration only. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals head coaching search continues, and they are reportedly interviewing a candidate today. According to NFL Network's Mike Garafolo, the Cardinals are interviewing Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady today. And the Phoenix Suns go for their third straight win tonight in Philadelphia against the 76ers. Tip-off is at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jaylen Green will be back for the Suns after missing 33 games with a hamstring strain. And that is what is trending now.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
This will smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Tuesday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
What's up, guys? We will start with the Phoenix Suns. They face the Philadelphia 76ers tonight at 5 p.m. right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jaylen Green is officially available for Phoenix after missing 33 games with a hamstring strain. What do you guys expect from Green in his return tonight?
You know, I'll be honest. I know he hasn't played much this season, but the one game he really played, he set the bar extremely high. You know, the first time we did this, when he was playing for the first time, it was against the Clippers. I was like, yeah, you know, maybe he's into it. I don't know, maybe 10, 15 points. I expect probably 20-plus points, honestly. This is what he's going to be.
Yeah, it's not like the 76ers are this wicked top 5 defense. They are not number 14, as a matter of fact, in the association in points allowed. Number 14, oddly enough, in points scored as well. Interesting.
That is odd.
Having said that, I am fascinated to see how Jaylen Green is going to fit into this new dynamic. And when I say new dynamic, I'm talking about the dynamic of winning. Winning basketball is being played by the Phoenix Suns right now. I just did not see this happening. Nobody saw this coming, ladies and gentlemen, yet winning is the dynamic that is going on for the Phoenix
winning.
Suns. That's right. For the Phoenix Suns right now. How is he going to fit into that? And what might it do to the winning of the Phoenix Suns? I don't know, but we're all going to be able to see this. I am fascinated by this.
The Arizona Cardinals head coaching search continues, but they will not be landing Robert Saleh. He is reportedly taking the Titans job. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com. It asks, following the Titans' reported hiring of Robert Saleh, who will likely be the next Cardinals head coach? Vance Joseph, Mike LaFleur, Arthur Smith, Chris Shula, or other?
I mean, I guess the smart move is to play the odds and say other. It does kind of feel like Vance Joseph might have the inside track, so I will vote Vance Joseph. This is not who we want, right? This is who we think's going to get it?
Yes.
Okay, I think Vance Joseph is...
Yeah, I would have to say Vance Joseph as well because of his prior experience with the Arizona Cardinals. Mike LaFleur is a guy that I'd be fascinated as to whether or not he would get a second interview, a face-to-face. I love Mike LaFleur, and I love where he comes
Not
from.
Greg LaFleur, though.
Not Greg.
All
Or
right.
Matt.
I agree with
Even though
you.
I do love Matt.
Yeah. I agree with you guys on the Vance Joseph hiring. I think he'll be the next head coach. So I'm going to go with Vance. Other is leading at 48%. Vance is second, 25%. Mike LaFleur, 19%. Chris Shula, 5%. Arthur Smith, 3%. Sticking with the Cardinals coaching search, according to NFL Network's Mike Garafolo, the Cardinals are interviewing Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady for their head coaching opening today. What do you guys think about the idea of hiring Joe Brady?
I mean, I don't hate his resume. I don't. And I guess we're going to have to all kind of wrap our heads around the fact that it's probably just going to be an unproven coordinator, or it's going to be Vance Joseph or Arthur Smith. I mean, that's pretty much, those are your options, I guess, at this point. So in that context, I don't mind it. I just want an established head coach to coach this football team. It's been 20 years since they've hired an established head coach. 21, actually 22. It's 2020. It's 20. Yeah, it's been 22 years.
You know, for me, of course, it just highlights the fact that Sean McDermott is not an option, or does not appear to be an option. And the rumor that is out there today, this morning, based on earnings, is that Sean McDermott wants not a rebuild. He wants to take over a team that has a chance to win right now. I don't think anybody would look at the Arizona Cardinals and say this is a team that has a chance of winning right now, largely because of the quarterback situation. So having said that, I think Joe Brady is who you're going to go after, knowing that Sean McDermott, or I'm just supposing that Sean McDermott is not going to interview for the job.
The only thing with Brady, and you know, again, there's so much unknown when you hire an unproven coordinator. He doesn't get to bring Josh Allen with him. You know, that's right. You can't just look and say, "Well, look what he's doing." Like, because I do that with Kubiak. Look, I mean, at least I don't want him to bring Sam Darnold with him. But like with the Rams, you look at Mike LaFleur. Well, he doesn't get to bring Puka Nacua and Matthew Stafford, and Devontae Adams, and Kyron Williams with him.
Yes, and once again, I just want to say this quickly, based on earnings, that it doesn't mean, this is just me, I want to make sure everyone understands. It doesn't mean an offensive coordinator or a defensive coordinator, he might be the next Chuck Noll, for all we know. Might be the greatest hire in the history of mankind, for all we know. Doesn't mean that just because you hire an offensive coordinator or a defensive coordinator that the guy can't be this great head coach for the Cardinals. He can. It's just the odds of what we're talking about. And when somebody has already proven that they can do it and do it well, boy, that really holds a lot of heat, if you know what I mean.
The Indiana Hoosiers defeated the Miami Hurricanes 27-21 in last night's college football playoff national championship game. Does Indiana, once a total non-power in college football, winning the national championship game, give you guys hope that Arizona State can do the same in the near future?
Yeah, I mean, I think it should give hope to anybody who's a fan of a program that isn't one of the like 8 or 9 just traditional blue bloods that have been up at the top of college football basically every year for the last 50 years plus in some cases. Indiana doing what they did. I mean, we've all seen the pictures, right, of their first game last year, and the stadium has like 50 people in it, it feels like. And now, I mean, they just completed one of the greatest seasons in college football history. They went 16-0 and were pretty dominant almost the entire season. So yeah, ASU, any major program that can take off if they find the right coach, I think you have to be encouraged.
You know what's amazing about this? I think Indiana has, 2 4-stars? 2 4-star recruits?
Yeah, I mean, their roster's not like loaded with hype guys.
So what does that tell you? I mean, once again,
coaching makes a difference in college.
Coaching makes a difference in college. There's no doubt about that. Yet at the same time, culture as well. Indiana's culture is thick.
Did you hear the stat that AQ Shipley had? And I think they said this on the broadcast too. Indiana, their last lost fumble was the first half of their first game this season.
That's buttoned up.
That'll win you some games if you just never lose the ball.
That'll win you some games, no doubt about that. And, you know, again, it's just a reminder to me that football is one of the greatest games on the face of the planet because it's not just about who's the most talented. It's about who's got the circumference as well.
Rick, can you give me 20 seconds here before we go to break? I've been putting together this list of quarterbacks the Patriots have faced this year. Can I read this real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
go for it.
Here's the quarterbacks the Patriots have faced this season, okay? You tell me how tough this is. Geno Smith, Tua, Aaron Rodgers. Remember, they lost to Geno and Aaron Rodgers. Bryce Young, Josh Allen, Spencer Rattler, Cam Ward, Dylan Gabriel, Michael Penix, Baker Mayfield, Justin Fields, Joe Flacco, Jackson Dart, Josh Allen again, Tyler Huntley, Brady Cook, Quinn Ewers, an injured Justin Herbert, C.J. Stroud, and Jarrett Stidham. You shouldn't be allowed to go to the Super Bowl. You should be like, okay, I'm sorry, you win the NFC, way to go. But the Seahawks and Rams are going to play in the Super Bowl.
Maybe that is why Drake May had a stone-cold face. This guy, did you see his eyes, Base Audience?
They're going to have to put up 8 points to win next week.
Drake, are you okay?
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank
Somebody
you.
slap him in the face
Rick.
and see if he'll blink.
When we come back, what were the thoughts of Jody Jackson on that national championship game? And remember, she went to Miami. She's going to join us in here in studio next, and we'll get her thoughts on a couple of those Hurricanes that have been mocked to the Cardinals a lot in some of these mock drafts already. I just saw her walking around out there. There she is. She's still smiling, even though her school lost, because Jody Jackson's always smiling. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Some candidates who might not trust the Cardinals organization, like might not believe that this is a great time to be the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, and that Vance Joseph, because he knows the inner workings of the place, might be more comfortable in being open to the idea of being the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. Not that that's going to be the only reason why he gets it, but I'm just starting to have this feeling that maybe he's going to be the guy. And I'll just be honest with you, I'm not nearly as excited about that as you are.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. People from all over the world come here, Basinonians. The reasons why you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments as well. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust. The DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices. This is something that really matters to me. People from all over the world, they come here to learn from the doctors at DISC. And they use these techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
I had a dream last night. We drove out to see Las Vegas. We lost ourselves in the bright lights. I wish you could have seen us begging for change to get home. Or at least San Francisco.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Wednesday. All the latest names and news surrounding the Cardinals coaching search and an NFL conversation with Mark Schlereth. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Quick shout out to Litchfield Park. What is going on, Litchfield Park?
Man, I love Litchfield Park. What up? Litchfield Park.
Jody Jackson is joining us in studio right now for the rest of this hour. We got a lot of stuff to talk to Jody about. We're going to talk certainly some D-backs because stuff has changed since last time we had her on. We're going to talk NFL playoffs because Jody was at the Seahawks-Niners game. Jody, you got stuck with the least compelling game of the weekend.
I know. And last year I had the Rams-Vikings, which was also a blowout, but different. What a turn of events for Sam Darnold, though.
That's true.
You know, he got rocked last year by the Rams, and then this year, like, everyone's wondering, is he going to play? He looked pretty good. You know, he didn't have to do a whole lot. What did he have, 17 attempts or something?
Yeah.
But yeah, the Niners, you know, look, there's part of me, you know, of course, I'm unbiased when I'm out there for Westwood One. You know, you're doing your thing. You're both sides. You're checking storylines all week, prepping both sides. But, you know, Brock Purdy's just a kid that, you know, we watched grow here, and I covered him in high school. I was hoping they'd have a chance with him in there and the things that he can do.
Yeah.
Because, look, even though, like, I just evaluate him play by, you know, each play that he actually tries to execute. And it's hard. How do you say this in a game that was a complete blowout? But that kid moves around so well in the pocket and makes decisions. And yet, you know, they just couldn't. The score was still ugly, but he, you know if you can give him a chance, but they were just decimated. Even Christian McCaffrey finally was injured, and I'm over there, and he's over there with the Theragun on his neck. He's over there, a trainer's like rubbing his leg. He had a stinger. I mean, I'm sure you can tell me what a stinger is all about.
No.
But
every time you hit somebody, you get this like electric
like a nerve
shock.
thing.
Oh,
goes
God.
right down your shoulder.
Yeah.
Oh man,
he got it, I think, chipping a linebacker at the end of the second quarter, and he was trying to come back in, and then you're just like thinking, Christian, guys, this is. You hate to do it, but they just had lost so many players.
Short week, too, for reasons that don't really make any sense to me, why they made the Niners.
Oh, yeah. Kyle Shanahan made it his feelings known, and it didn't matter, though.
Well, we can't avoid this, though, Jody. The national championship game last night. First of all, Wolf and I were talking about this earlier. Quite the impressive run by Miami, but not even just to get to last night. In last night's game, because there was a moment where Indiana goes up 10-0, and you're like, okay, this is kind of what Indiana does to teams. They're going to pull away. They never pulled away. Miami had a chance to win to the very end.
I thought the same thing. That's actually, I just saw our friend Mike Broomhead out in the parking lot. We had a little moment about our Canes, and I agree. That's what I said to him. I was proud of, because you worried that they were going to be. There was even a moment I kind of saw on the sideline where it looked like a little bit of, you know, you're like, guys, let's stay together. You know, let's keep fighting. This is going to be still a lot of game to be played. And they did. They hung right in there. And that third quarter really turned things around. You're thinking, okay, this they're going to have a chance here. But, man, Mendoza was unbelievable. There's just so much to dissect. I love that it was a great game. I mean, it was a great for the Canes, for us. It was a great season to have those big games again, to win the Fiesta Bowl, to win. I guess I didn't, I went to the Fiesta Bowl, but all my friends that had, and some were from Miami and some were from all over, but people that I had gone to school with back in the mid 90s, and they went. The A&M game was really big for them too. Like I'm just talking about the journey and the ride right now, but that was I haven't been to that field. I guess it was crazy. Kyle Field is kind of iconic, and that was a huge win. So the ride is what we have to be happy with. But yeah, the game, I mean, that defense is unbelievable. And yet Indiana was able to make plays. Mendoza's play on 4th and 5 was incredible.
Absurd.
And just the guts by the coach to call it.
Right.
And he said that they planned on, if they had a certain, I guess there was a chance he could have passed the ball in that moment. And he kind of said, I'm going to go with this. I believe he used different words, but I'm going to, blanket. I'm going to do that. I'm going to run. And, it worked out really well. And what a tough kid he is, getting the helmet in the back on the way. First, he had to break a bunch of, I don't know if he broke tackles. It was almost like he emerged out of a little. It was like 2
plays. It was like get the first down and then just keep going. Yeah.
He wasn't happy with the first down. He just kept going. And there he was.
So were you on the Miami side or the Indiana side or both?
I was not there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was at the NFL.
Sorry,
I wish I could have been there.
I wish I did both. I'm so sorry.
Oh, believe me, I wish I don't know if I would have been back yet.
To be fair, he works with Dave Pasch all those years. And Pasch does 8 different games a week somehow.
I honestly thought that they said you had done both.
Oh,
okay,
I wish. Yeah, no. Yeah.
Okay, so Reuben Bain Jr. Did you happen to see this guy?
Yeah, he'd look good
What
in
are
a
your
Cardinals
thoughts on
uniform,
this?
wouldn't he? He'd look real good. I mean, first of all, Mendoza would look. I mean, that's just like I know he's going to the Raiders.
It's just not going to happen.
I know we got to let that go. But Reuben Bain,
we don't have to let it go because it's by a stupid tiebreaker. They had the same record as the Raiders. All right, sorry.
Yeah, Reuben Bain is
over. It's never over.
Let it go.
You got to double team him. You got to. I mean, he's a game wrecker. He's a guy on the D line that I think clearly is a game changer. So I would love to see that. Yeah.
Is that something I was telling Wolf? I think this was at the start of the show today, where it was just like I watched these games and I'm like, the Cardinals have to find a way to get a quarterback this year, but probably early in the draft they have to draft offensive line. They have to get offensive linemen. They have to. And every time I watch Miami, I'm like, or they could just draft Reuben Bain and whoever the quarterback is and just run for his life again, I guess.
Yeah, it's hard. That's the hard thing about being in NFL personnel and, scouting is like, how are you going to, like, you have a bunch of holes to fill, and that's where you have to find, that's where the best player thing does come in, right? Like, who do you think is going to be the best sure thing, because nobody's, there are very few sure things in this league. You see guys translate over from college. It's difficult to do.
So, I love that guy. That guy, to me, 270 pounds, he was so thick and so nasty in how he plays the game as well. I'd love to see the Arizona Cardinals if somehow, some way they got him there at number 3. I'd be okay with that.
Great football name, too, on defense.
Reuben Bain. Yes, no doubt. But for me, overall, I thought it was one of the most contested national championship games we have seen in a long time. And to watch Charlie Becker go out and play the way that he did as well, this is also I'm looking at Charlie Becker, and I'm wondering, based on his performance in these games and in crucial situations in these games, with his ability, being a guy who can run a sub 4.4 as well, and yet he's shown, and I'm from what I hear, he's brilliant as well. I think Charlie Becker could be a guy that we might see go first in that wide receiver room. Now, I know there are other people out there that are saying, no, it's not going to happen. Jordan Tyson is going to be the first guy off the board. Some people say that. Who's the other kid,
Parnell Tate a lot. I've seen Tate actually ahead of Tyson sometimes.
I mean, but to me, this kid has got he checks every box.
I agree with you. He's pretty special. That's another thing that crossed my mind.
He's brilliant.
Yeah, and I've heard that too. I mean, yeah, that's the other thing about Indiana, and like starts with Mendoza, but just the intelligence level and the IQ for the game. And you saw him adjusting time and time again all year. Now, I remember watching the first time I really knew Fernando Mendoza was going to be special was that Penn State game. I remember watching the end of that game, and I'm like, this kid can make. He's unbelievably tough. He can make some ridiculous throws, and I mean, and then as the season progressed, we know what we know. And then Becker has been a big part of his success, though. You can't, it's a relationship that works together, right? And so Becker, the way that he was able to make adjustments on balls, but you're right. I mean, speed aside, just the physicality that he brings and the route running, the adjusting, it's hard to argue with that.
Oh my goodness, he'll make the contested catch. Just incredible.
I'm looking at I just pulled up a random mock draft. This is Athlon Sports because I just wanted one that came out after last night's game.
Yeah.
Just as far as tight end or receivers, they went 2 rounds. Okay, they have Carnell Tate going 6th to Cleveland. They have Jordan Tyson going 8th to the Saints. They don't even have Becker in the first 2 rounds.
Oh my gosh!
So that is somebody that's
I'm stunned.
He's probably going to climb, I would think.
Stunned by that.
But I mean, that's somebody that might be a nice value in the middle of the draft
runs a sub 4.4.
All right, when we come back, let's get into the NFL playoffs. Jody was at the Seahawks-Niners game, so we'll get her thoughts on just how good Seattle is or isn't, because that NFC Championship is shaping up as the game this weekend. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Also flies in for the board. He'll bring it back the other way. Throw to Booker, right wing. Steps into a 3 and missed it short. Rebound batted out by Allen. Right back to Booker. 3 on the way and good for D-Book.
2 wins in NYC over the weekend for the Suns, and we talk about it today. So roll with us at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'll be straight with you. I don't usually talk supplements. I'm skeptical by default. Most of them sell shortcuts, and shortcuts don't work. That's why I take M-Drive. I've been taking it for years. Not because it's flashy, because it makes sense. It's about routine, showing up every day, respecting what your body can still do even as it changes. Look, if you're still working, still competing and grinding, you probably noticed it. Energy dips, weight sticks around longer, burning it off gets harder. That's not laziness, that's biology. M-Drive Boost and Burn was built for that stage of life. It supports steady energy, a healthy metabolism, and fat burning. So the work you put in actually counts. No hype. M-Drive's been around nearly 20 years. High quality, clinically tested ingredients made right here in America. It fits my routine. Simple, consistent. You can find M-Drive Boost and Burn at Sprouts, Amazon, or at mdriveformen.com. Taking care of your health matters. Don't put it off. M-Drive for men who still show up.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals head coaching search continues, and they are reportedly interviewing a candidate today. According to NFL Network's Mike Garafolo, the Cardinals are interviewing Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady. And the Phoenix Suns go for their third straight win tonight in Philadelphia against the 76ers. Tip-off is at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jaylen Green will be back for the Suns after missing 33 games with a hamstring strain. And that is what is trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. What did we learn about the Suns after games against the Knicks and Nets? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, it's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday afternoon. Jody Jackson is here to talk some more football with us. So let's talk playoffs. Jody, I compiled a list of all the quarterbacks the Patriots have faced this season, and I got nothing against the Patriots.
Yeah.
It will make you feel like they don't deserve to be where they are. I actually think
sometimes
they are a really
it is
good
the road.
team.
I mean, were the Cardinals not part of that in the year that we all remember so well in 08-09 when the road might have been? I mean,
Yeah, I don't know.
I
I've
don't
never
remember that.
I've never seen a list quite like this.
it wasn't quite, yeah, but I
for
mean,
the whole season, I've never seen a list quite like this. But at the same time, it doesn't mean they're not a great team. They might be, but it really puts it's a downer for the AFC Championship that one of the teams doesn't get to have their quarterback for the actual game.
Yeah.
So
I kept thinking, like, is someone going to call Rivers again? Like, he's looking a little better than he was a couple weeks ago.
They called Ben DiNucci.
I did see that. I saw where he tweeted, like, hey, let's go get a Super Bowl.
I know the offense. Bring me over.
And then, I mean, there's just all this thought of, like, who can you call? And it's kind of silly and then I saw a lot of people expressing confidence in Jared Stidham. So I don't know where they're.
I was not one of those
He hasn't
people.
thrown a pass in like 3 years or something, right?
I mean, it feels like one of those things where best case scenario, he goes out there and isn't terrible, right? But he probably still turns the ball over at least once or twice. The Patriots have a good defense. And so then we're all on Monday like, well, he gave it a good try. And the Broncos defense played out of their minds, and they're clearly better than New England, but they lost. Like, that's the best case scenario.
What are your thoughts of Drake May and what you saw from this young quarterback?
I think he's fantastic. I think, I mean, all season long, just making the smart play. I mean, when you're the guy that people, want to compare to Tom Brady because it's like, is this the next guy? I mean, he's not, but there are some qualities there of like just make the smart decision, and he's got some athletic ability. He can move around a little bit better. That's where he's, Tom Brady. No one ever really said that about him, but, I mean, that's what's crucial these days. I don't think you need a guy who's going to run a running quarterback per se. You need a guy that can move around well enough to buy some time to make that play. And those are the guys you see in the playoffs making the great play. And I'm not even talking about the Caleb Williams. I mean, that was spectacular. I'm just talking about guys, like who did I see do it the other day that wasn't, he's not a guy that is known for moving around. I mean, in the playoffs, you see guys execute it better.
I have no idea what Jody just did, Mason.
It's weird.
Did I show out?
Can you hear that?
It's weird. Somebody and you hear static because fine. So I'm just going to do that. Static is something over there. No, the Drake May thing. Quarterbacks who we can take.
promise you, every guy on that sideline Caleb Williams, with the ability to play his best when it matters the most, that to me is critical.
Joe, do you get all the credit in the world? You left the headphones on so we would know when the static was gone.
It wasn't so bad. I thought it was my microphone, but I don't know. Apparently, you guys know what you're doing here, so you know how to deal with it.
We just knew how to take our
But
headphones off.
yeah, I mean, just to to the Seahawks. I don't know where we're. Is that okay to go there
Let's
now?
go there. Well, 'cause are they
I don't know.
Seahawks
I was
Rams
kind of confused
for the third time? Yeah, I mean that's the better game this weekend.
The Seahawks defense is ridiculous. I don't need to tell you guys. You've seen it. But Leonard Williams, Byron Murphy, DeMarcus Lawrence. I mean, one of my stories. I know they really put it together very quickly. Lawrence coming over, playing his best ball. It's kind of feeding on itself. This group of guys, and then the fact that on the back end, so they all are very aware of the Legion of Boom, and I saw Richard Sherman out there. Cam Chancellor was out there riling up the crowd. They were leaning into all of that, because this was the first playoff game since 2020, and I think the first one at home since 19 or something like that. So, we can all relate to that. Like when you haven't had it in a long time and you're leaning into all of that. Now they want to be called, they wanted a nickname, the defense, so they're called the Dark Side. And, the meaning is just, it sounds cool. And it's like something like, we're going to shut down the offense. We're going to turn out the lights on them.
Okay.
Like basically they're not going to do anything. And that's kind of where what they're feeding off of. And it's really come to fruition. I mean, you look at how they have shut down the run game, the pass game, and they're stronger up front than that Legion of Boom group.
Yeah.
The Legion of Boom, we all remember, right? Earl Thomas, Chancellor, the big hitters. And they have some of that back there. Then Nick Imanwari is a rookie, and
Bobby
Devin
Wagner.
Yeah. And then this group, they have guys on the back end, but I think it's all up front, right, Wolf? I mean, that's where it's kind of like chicken and egg, right? Where does it? But when you have both, they have both going right now, where they have that pressure up front, they can rush 4 and get pressure on any quarterback, it seems, and then on the backside, they can hold up. And Witherspoon is kind of a guy where, he's so good in the run game too.
Yeah.
Like he can do both. And they've said, Kyle Shanahan has said he's kind of the guy that gets it all going for us because he's the spark plug back there. So I'm going to, but look, that's why this is a great matchup because Matthew Stafford is such a good quarterback. He's such a smart guy, and then they have weapons, and they go to Puka on every crucial play, and he manages to usually get it done. So that's going to be, to me, the big thing is, can you stop Puka? And then Kyron Williams is a really good back.
Yeah, this for me, this is what we all expected. We all expected to see the Rams, I think, dominate a little bit more this season than what they did even.
Yeah.
I think it was one of the things we thought. I thought the Rams were going to win the NFC West.
On paper, they are the best team, top to bottom.
So much of it had to do with Matthew Stafford. The only question with the Rams coming into this season was Matthew Stafford's back. Remember?
Yeah.
It was bad.
It's like, he can't stand up, but he's going to win MVP.
That's right. No it was just, was his back going to be able to hold out? And once again, if there is a position where you don't want to have a bad back, it's quarterback. And the
offensive
fact that
line too.
He's just rolled right through all that, and now here they are, the Rams, going to the conference championship game. I'm not counting them out. A lot of people are picking Seattle. I'm not counting them out at all.
I think just that crowd, and that's something that I got to experience. I think that is something that people, if they're hedging on what they're doing here, they go, okay, it's at Lumen Field. We're going to go. But I'm with you. Stafford is unfazed. I mean, how cold I don't know if you guys even talked about this, but it looked like it hurt to tackle
the Bears game.
To hit the those guys look like, I'm thinking like they
both
look
games. The Bronco game too.
How hard is the ground? It's just like everything's frozen and you're out there trying to, it looks like, so now that's not going to be the case in Seattle, but Stafford, my point is Stafford is unfazed, right? He's seen it all, he's done it all. Look at what happened last year. Even though they didn't win that game, the snow, whatever, he can handle it. But Yeah, I'm excited to see it because Stafford has no ill effects. I mean, he's making throws that are incredible. Like,
it's been fantastic.
Yeah.
Darnold against the Rams defense in the playoffs again, too. Just want to see what that looks like.
Now I'm witnessing that last year.
Well.
Now this year, though, I mean, look, they've stayed balanced to Wolf's point always, right? If you're balanced, you are going to have a lot of success.
Yeah, they don't ask nearly as much of Darnold. All right, hear ye, good people. The 30th annual Arizona Renaissance Festival starts with Jody's reaction when I said that.
I like the hear ye.
So
I was like, oh, okay.
I'm going to try it in English now. The 38th annual Arizona Renaissance Festival storms back into Arizona January 31st. That's like next week. Joust on over to the contest page at KTAR.com for all the royal details and your chance to win tickets. When we come back, let's talk baseball. How will Nolan Arenado help the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2026? Well, Jody Jackson's going to stick around, and she covers the Diamondbacks very closely, so she's the right person to talk to. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is bunker. Bunker. Text the word bunker to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com for more information. Listen, Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers that are out there. This is your health, Basinonians. It's not a sales pitch. Go experience the Aria difference. You're going to be super glad that you did. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you might see elsewhere, the bait and switch pricing and fake limited time offers or surprise add-on fees at Aria, you'll never see any of that. It's one of the reasons why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for, and choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. At Aria, they're incredible, and they're here in Phoenix, and they're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care at their state-of-the-art facility. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Why Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been doing business the right way, putting customers first and giving back to the community they call home. From online shopping to convenient delivery options, buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, Sanderson Ford makes maintenance a breeze with mobile service plus pickup and delivery. Your vehicle gets the care it needs without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling, it's about honest pricing, real value, and helping you find the best deal for your budget and your family's needs. Right now, purchase America's best-selling truck for $49 9 years straight. The Ford F-150 starting as low as $33,995 with over 100 in stock. When you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. $33,995 offer on 2025 Ford F-150 regular cab. Stock number 255986. Offers expire January 31st, 2026.
Sanderson Ford.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
All right, we're back. Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday afternoon. Wolf, I feel like Charlie Becker's becoming your grandpa this year.
Honestly, right now, just watching the kid play, we the Wu Fang clan, we stand at the ready, bro.
Well, I only looked at one mock draft just because it happened to be 2 rounds, and it didn't have him in the top 2 rounds. But I do think that that's somebody who's going to move up.
Oh, my goodness.
I also think mock drafts start to turn a corner here, like from this point forward, where it's not so much just writers writing what they see. Like you start to get more input from NFL personnel, and you get the combine coming up here shortly as well. Jody Jackson is here, so let's talk some baseball, and let's talk.
Yeah, it's coming.
I mean,
sooner than we know.
Yeah. Where's your excitement level now that the Dodgers, their payroll is $2.1 billion, literally $2.1 billion in guaranteed money they have.
Yeah, they've gone out. The first move was Edwin Diaz. You and I talked about that a month ago when I was in here, I guess. That's about as sure as it comes as far as a closer, because they have loaded up on bullpen, but to no avail, really. They had to, credit to them, they found other options, but Tanner Scott, who was supposed to be their big signing, just wasn't very good last year and had some injuries and wasn't able to do it. So Edwin Diaz is as close as it gets. And then Kyle Tucker, he's a very good player. He's a very good baseball player.
That other teams really could have used.
He had a good year last year, though.
Yeah, he did. The interesting thing with him is just how he came through Houston. He wasn't one of those first names you talked about when you saw the Astros. And it's just he has evolved into this guy that is the player you see now and was coveted enough by the Cubs to go out and get him, and then now the LA Dodgers. So, look, again, I think it's always Mike Hazen has a great approach. I think we've all heard him talk. He's talked to you guys many times about, hey, we can't worry about them, and we just have to go out and compete. And we've seen it work out. It didn't work out, last year, but it certainly did in 23. So as they continue to load up, and I know that they've loaded up time and time again, it didn't surprise me really to hear about it. I know I did get some texts like, the system. I got various texts from various people, more, maybe family members more, maybe, I mean, it wasn't like, it wasn't necessarily, my fellow broadcasters, or it wasn't people at the D-backs. It was just the general sentiment was like, dang it.
Well, because they don't even need them. I was, we were
dang.
doing the show on Friday, and John Lund was in here. We were trying to come up with an analogy, and the one I finally settled on, and I want to get your reaction to this, Jody, is like you live on this street, and your car's broken down, and you're taking a bike everywhere, and your neighbor up the street has 25 cars, and they go out and buy a 26, and they buy a Bugatti. But they don't even drive it. It's just to prop their recycle bin up. Like, that's what the Dodgers are. They don't need Kyle Tucker. They in no world do the Dodgers need Kyle Tucker, and they go out and get him.
Yeah, there are definitely teams that could have, that do need a Kyle Tucker. But that's what it is. And that's what, I think we're fortunate here with the D-backs that they have done a lot to, through the years, they have and continue to compete. But how can you compete with a team that's just doing that? But the question is, you do have some teams in Major League Baseball that don't do enough to compete. And we know who those teams are, and they've, it's been through the year. Now the Rockies have new management, so is that going to change? I mean, I'm just looking overall. I'm not talking about the current plate for like the D-backs and the Padres, and I just think, I know the Pirates are a team that, and they made a couple moves, but the disparity.
They're developing Paul Skeens for the Dodgers in a couple of years. I mean, that's what's happening.
The disparity is something that does concern me and a lot of other people in baseball, right? With the teams that can't compete, the teams that aren't even loading up where they need to and maybe do have some resources to do it and not using it. And then you've got teams like the D-backs that are top 5 and pouring back in. They're right up there with these huge money teams with the ratio, like what they're pouring into this. And so, it just, I don't know where it's veering toward. We all know what's ahead with with the CBA and what's going to happen. I don't know. It is a big concern, though, of course, for everyone that works in baseball.
It's kind of like minor league baseball. You've got a few prospects on every team in minor league baseball, and then everyone else is there to go ahead and play with those prospects. So they might get the opportunity to go up to the bigs. I kind of feel like this is where Major League Baseball is at this point in time. You've got the haves and the have-nots. And this was something that, I know in every sports league, it's been a point of contention, and nobody wants to ever get to this kind of point. I think it's something Rob Manfred has got to address, or at some point in time, some of these small market teams that are out there that can't even compete with the Dodgers. At some point in time, how is that healthy for Major League Baseball?
It's not.
It isn't. It's got to be fixed.
It comes off as a Dodgers hate thing because we're in this city, but it would be any team. I would much rather have the Dodgers just win the World Series every year, but they go out and sign 1 or 2 free agents and they develop their own players than what this is becoming, because we're not going to have baseball in a year and a half if something doesn't get fixed. Jody, before you go, I want to ask you about Nolan Arenado and just your thoughts on that addition, and if you think the Diamondbacks are going to or still need to do anything else this offseason.
Well, I think they're going to continue to add to the bullpen, and we'll see, what else they can do with the pitching staff as a whole, because again, it's going to be, you're going to get a bunch of pitchers back in the middle of the summer, but what do you have to do until that point? And we've seen Jonathan Loizaga.
I think you said it
right. Am I screwing a name?
Everybody says his name right, and then they're like, I didn't do it.
You're looking at me, Jody?
Can you help me out with that one?
You got
it. Loizaga, and you've seen Taylor Clark recently, and Soroka to the pitching staff. You have Merrill back. You're kind of seeing the basic core there, but I think you're going to see you're still going to see some moves there. There's still a lot in baseball. I mean, not to go big picture again, but we still don't know where Zach Gallen and Cody Bellinger and all these things. I will say with Arenado, just on a I call it my water cooler is my coffee shop, right? And I have got, how many times this week have people said, are we getting Goldie back? Because I think Arenado, people see the two were rivals in the NL West, and then they were together with the Cardinals, and I'm like, I don't know. I mean, it wasn't really, I don't think so, but if you like that idea, I'll pass that on. But no, Arenado.
I would love that idea. I would love that idea.
It would be kind of fun, wouldn't it?
Oh.
But Arenado, I was really encouraged on the call. I've always liked Nolan. I mean, I've covered him so long with the Rockies, coming in when we played them 19 times and all that, and then seeing, I think he's going to be energized here because St. Louis is going through a very tough time in their franchise history. They are a storied franchise. And everyone loves. I heard their fan fest was encouraging. People love baseball there. They want to love their baseball team, but they've had a rough go as far as it's a rebuild. And I just think he's going to be energized here. And I think that I was encouraged to hear already what he did, getting with the hitting coaches and going to be doing, and some easy. I saw him at Driveline. He's going to be working really hard to get back. What can he do offensively? I'm not sure. I think his defense is going to be great. Yeah. I think his defense is still the same Nolan Arenado we saw. He made a great play in the stands, I think, against the D-backs last year. He went diving in there. I think he's going to be a great veteran presence. That's why I like the Bregman idea so much. I mean, that was a no-brainer, right, that he would be a great add if you could financially or, if that fit.
He doesn't like taking days off, which I think is good.
Nolan?
Yes.
Yeah, no, he's one of those grinders, and I just think, again, to add him to the clubhouse is huge. So I'm excited to see him added into this mix. And even though I didn't really see it coming, the Cardinals, again, it's like Mike Hazen wanting to, as you call him, right, Wolf?
Yes,
do we have
the
freaky Mike Hazen
wheeling and dealing,
taking advantage of,
Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing.
The Cardinals were. They were trying to, it's been a process. Last year was awkward when he showed up to spring training because they really didn't, they wanted to see the young players. They kind of made it known he was out there. And he also had to say yes to the trade, right? He had to say, I'm okay with coming, and he wanted to come here. Like, this was a place that he was like, cool, I'll come to Arizona. So I really like the move.
Where did you get the music for the Freaky Mike Hazen song?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Do you have a backbeat, a studio in your home, maybe? Like just your rapping?
A lot of DJing. And
somebody else actually picked that.
Rapping in your spare time?
It's perfect for that song.
Just wanted
Jody,
to lay down some bars.
Thank you for coming in and talking sports.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jody.
This was fun.
It's Jody Jackson joining us right there. When we come back, Jaylen Green's not even on the injury report for the Suns tonight. So what are our expectations for his return to the Suns lineup? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Whether you want a total makeover and want to build a luxury resort-like pool, or you want a pool that doesn't break the bank, man, Presidential Pools, they've got you covered. Basinonians, I can tell you right now, we did this. We at the Wu Fang Clan 8 years ago. We brought Presidential Pools over to the compound, and they built us a pool, and I can tell you it's one of the best things we ever did. You got a 5-year warranty on that, and they can build your pool in 60 days or less. And let's not forget about the value that this will add to your house. But you know what is so cool about this? It's not just about the money, is it? It's about the memories that you're going to make around the pool with you and the kids, the family out by the pool, hang by the backyard, barbecues, man, it's fantastic. If you want to finance your pool and just do a set payment each month, Presidential Pools has in-house financing as well. Go to presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a New Year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work, and I know because they replace my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call, tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110, or online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagus. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibility is to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes, call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Cardinals head coaching search continues today, and they are reportedly interviewing a candidate. According to NFL Network's Mike Garafolo, the Cardinals are interviewing Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady today. And the Phoenix Suns go for their third straight win tonight in Philadelphia against the 76ers. Tip-off is at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Jaylen Green will be back for the Suns after missing 33 games with a hamstring strain. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. It's the biggest game of the season, so grab your crew and be where the action is. The big game watch party only at Talking Stick Resort.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday afternoon, and that sound, of course, means it is time for Staring at the Suns. So who or what are you watching for in tonight's Suns-Sixers game? Wolf, hey, I'll go first. Jaylen Green.
Jaylen Green. How could it not be Jaylen Green? It's got to be Jaylen Green, of course. It does. Here we go. This hyper-talented, super-talented individual is going to be interjected into a paradigm that has been good to the Phoenix Suns. Talking about a winning paradigm, a winning culture. Now what are we going to see from the Phoenix Suns with Jaylen Green? All of this talent. Do you expect him to go out there fully and actually add value to the Phoenix Suns? I do. I expect that to happen. Yet at the same time, somebody's going to have to sit on the bench while Jaylen Green is out there. Well, roles are going to be changed, Luke.
He's played 2 games this year. 23 minutes on November 6th, so it has been over 2 months. It's been 2.5 months. He played 23 minutes against the Clippers. Suns won. He had 29 points in those 23 minutes, by the way. And then he played against the Clippers again 2 days later. He only made it 7 minutes. I mean, when he pulled up with the injury, I think we all knew we probably weren't going to be seeing him for at least a month plus. Now it's been 2.5 months. So he's only played the Clippers this year. Both games he played in, the Suns won. But this is the start, I would hope, of another new chapter here for the Suns, because the team they have, this is unbelievable what they've done this season. And I think at this point, 43 games in, we all believe this is what this team is, that they are a good team and they're going to hang around here and they're going to be in this race. But Jaylen Green represents your future too, because you just don't have enough. You don't have picks. You're not in position to draft star players. This is your star player that you don't have yet.
Yeah. Just listening to you talk right there, again, this has been the surprise of the association as far as I'm concerned. It's not just the fact that the Phoenix Suns are competitive. They're winning. That I think, is the biggest surprise in the association, that they are winning. And they could actually avoid the play-in. I mean, that's something Rick brought up earlier, something that he was getting ready to actually change his prediction, right, Rick? What was the prediction? What was it? And what are you willing to alter on this again?
I think they can be a top 6 seed. I thought that I thought coming into the season that they would be like a 8 or 9 and then make the playoffs that way.
They're tied for the 6th seed right now with the Lakers.
So are you guys hearing me? That's fine.
I'm listening.
We're not hearing it.
We're not running out of space to know.
You are move.
So that's going to go up tonight.
What was the plus minus in those 7
Let's
minutes?
see. Jaylen was +7. Brooks was +2, and Book was +7. But I mean, that was all in the first. That was very short, very early in the game. You know, I don't want to overstate it, but I think it's at least worth pointing out again, especially now because people can hear us. They were tied with They are currently tied with the Lakers for the 6th seed. Man. They're a half game back at Houston for the 5 seed, and they're a full game back at Minnesota for the 4 seed. And none of those teams are adding Jaylen Green to their mix.
So right now, if you are a fantasy owner out there, you're a fantasy guy, or you happen to be an actual general manager in the NBA, I know those two things seem really disparate. Yet at the same time, I think you can look at the addition of Jaylen Green and say, that makes us way better.
Should.
That makes us way better. It should. There's no denying that. The talent just skyrocketed.
You know, honestly, Wolf, I mean, they're winning the Suns are winning. They have a .605 winning percentage in the season when they were supposed to be an afterthought in the league. I don't know if it's going to suddenly mean like, oh, now the Suns are winning at a 700 winning. I don't know if it's going to do that. I just think I think getting Jaylen Green back gives them more margin for error.
Yeah, yes. It gives them so many more options.
And I shouldn't even say getting him back because they really haven't had him.
Especially when you think of a playoff series.
Yeah.
As well, and how important that is.
We can do that. We're already halfway through this season.
You know, it's just a situation where, can you imagine, even if they kept the same winning percentage, that's what, I mean, okay, the Suns are a 600 winning team. That's what winning team. That is really weird. 600 win percentage. That's who they are. Mm-hmm. Would you take that with Jaylen Green? Without a shadow of a doubt.
That would have got you the 6th seed last year, even in the Western Conference. I think in the Eastern Conference, it would have got you like the 1 seed. No, it would have got you the 5 seed in the East, and it would have got you the 6th seed in the West. And I think you just kind of hit it right there. You add Jaylen Green, and you keep him now, and he's healthy the rest of the season, you are more of a problem to deal with in a playoff series.
You are dangerous. Yes, I would agree with that. You are more dangerous, especially when you got Book, and we all know about his propensity for hitting last-second shots, and Dillon Brooks as well, and how well he has played. Now all of a sudden you throw Jaylen Green into the mix. Man, you've got some options in a playoff series.
It sounds crazy to say, oh, yeah, this could be a top 6, top 5, maybe even the number 4 seed. But is it any crazier than this totally factual statement that they're one game out of the 4 seed in the West and they've had Jaylen Green for 30 minutes this season?
Yeah. And, you know, the one thing we have seen from the Phoenix Suns, my brothers, is desperation. We have seen them go out and play with an intensity level that I marvel at all the time. If you've listened to this broadcast, you know the way I feel about this. I love it. I respect it so much that you can consistently bring that kind of effort and energy and intensity to the floor. It is something to be applauded. But, man, can you imagine if they can actually do it with this kind of talent? They can play the same way in the postseason. I'm thinking there's going to be teams out there in the association that are going to be like, I don't want to play that team in a 7-game series. I don't want to play that game.
With or without
a playoff series.
Jaylen Green, I don't know that this is necessarily a team you want to play with the way those teams I just read off in front of them. Okay, they haven't been able to beat Houston, but they've beat Minnesota twice. They've beaten the Lakers twice. They've beat the Spurs twice. Like, if I'm the Spurs and I'm the number 2 seed, I feel really good about my team.
Yeah.
I don't want to play the Suns in the first round. I mean, that's way too difficult of an opponent.
You want to be the team nobody wants to play.
Mm-hmm. The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name. We're giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, and Burns and Gambo all this week. And then when you hear it, text that word to 620-620, and you'll be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. All right, when we come back, no Robert Saleh for the Cardinals. He is now the head coach of the Tennessee Titans. So which names that are still out there are you interested in for the Cardinals? And is one maybe moving to the top of the list, at least for them? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns by 15, looking to add to it. Allen, another 3, and another one falls, this time from the left side near the hash mark for Grayson Allen. And the Suns go up 18, 109-91. Allen has 14 off the bench tonight.
2 wins in NYC over the weekend for the Suns, and we talk about it today. So roll with us at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store and online. And now, the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Limited time. For JD Power 2025 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Check it out at the Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here, and a new year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing Company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work. And I know because they replaced my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 5-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
Green Sally up, a green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, a green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Wednesday. All the latest names and news surrounding the Cardinals coaching search and an NFL conversation with Mark Schlereth. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Quick shout out to Fountain Hills. What's going on, Fountain Hills? What do you think, Wolf? Oh, Wolf's not here. Well, still, quick shout out to Fountain Hills on this Tuesday afternoon.
Yeah, Fountain Hills.
Oh, look at that. Comes running in to talk to Fountain Hills. Wolf, the Cardinals coaching search now, I feel like, is kind of wide open again, don't you? I mean, it seemed like Robert Saleh was the consensus fan favorite. Not that it was like, hey, this guy is, the next Sean McVay or whatever, but it seemed like there was a thought that, okay, we can all get behind this for some obvious reasons, but also some nuanced reasons. Well, he's gone. He's in Tennessee. They hired him already. So now I don't even know. I have no idea what the fan consensus is, and it doesn't even really seem like the Cardinals have anybody specific that they're pursuing, with maybe the exception of Vance Joseph.
Yeah, and, for me as well, they continue to add names and run interviews and conduct interviews. Joe Brady. The fact that now they're going to talk to Joe Brady, that is a name that has just been added. And what's odd about this, Macedonians, once again, is the fact that you still have coaches being fired. And I still think there is a possibility a coach may be fired right now because of Sean McDermott and the news of Sean McDermott. I don't think there are a lot of people out there that thought Sean McDermott was going to be out on the head coach market. Not after they won against Jacksonville. It sort of seemed like that had cooled that hot seat there, at least for the rest of this year. But and it's not like they went out and got blown out by Denver. And really, I said this earlier. I'll say it again. Most of their playoff losses over the years, this is where football fans get crazy sometimes. You just blame Josh Allen because he's the quarterback. He's been close to perfect in some of these games, but he was not this weekend. I would put that more on Josh Allen than Sean McDermott. Yeah, it's amazing, though, right now. It makes me think of how ridiculous this is that Sean McDermott got let go. And yet I'm thinking, again, in a very desperate kind of way, but thinking nonetheless, if you've got Josh Allen and you've got these great Buffalo Bills teams that you have seen, literally watch go out there and play well all season long and get into the postseason and still fall short, at some point, don't you have to change something after all of these years? And that something, unfortunately, I think, was Sean McDermott. Do you think Josh Allen knew when he was at that press conference post-game? I don't know. Because that was... It's a great question. He was pretty... obviously pretty emotionally beaten up after that game. And I get it. That's you losing in the same round again. And this time it wasn't to Mahomes. And this time it wasn't even to Joe Burrow.
But now looking back, I wonder if he just knew that was probably it for his coach.
I don't know. It's a great question. It really is. I think that Josh Allen, one of the things I love about him is he's not a guy who sits around and thinks about how can I advance my career? How can I, how can I get more followers? He's not one of these guys.
He's not going to scrub the Bills on social media.
He went to Wyoming for a reason, and he's got that kind of mentality, I think, and it's one of the things I love and appreciate about Josh Allen. And one of the reasons why, just listening to Zoe as well, the respect that Zoe has for him, and to watch him grow and develop into the man that he has become. I think it's one of the things I appreciate the most about Josh Allen. So, again, I don't know why he was crying specifically, but he was definitely crying, and that was something I was not ready. I've seen a guy shed a tear.
I've never seen that from Josh Allen before.
But he was crying.
Do you think Sean McDermott is an option at all for the Cardinals, realistically?
I don't. And I think it's got an awful lot to do with their quarterback situation because, once again, we're hearing rumors out there about Sean McDermott that, and to me, I haven't looked, Basinonians. After I get off the air right now, we'll look again. But for me, Sean McDermott, I think, for the most part, wants to go into a situation where he can compete immediately. And I don't think you could say that about the Arizona Cardinals and their roster right now.
Yeah, and the issue that you run into even with that, on top of that, is look at some of the teams who need a head coach now. These are not the typical teams that need head. I mean, you've got teams that made the playoffs that need a head coach. You've got a team in there that won a playoff game that needs a head coach. So, I mean, I would say Sean McDermott's probably the biggest name out there now, setting Mike Tomlin aside. But so he can't go to Buffalo, but want to go coach Lamar Jackson in Baltimore? I mean, that's going to be more appealing than coaching the Cardinals. Do you want to go coach the Steelers? They don't have a quarterback, but they always are in the playoffs or right around it. Any major coach right now that you want, you're going to have to hope Baltimore, Buffalo, and probably even the Steelers don't want him.
Honestly, you look at a coach like Nick Sirianni, okay, for the Philadelphia Eagles. I could see him getting fired. I could see them say, Sean McDermott.
Well, he's in Philly, so he's always on the verge of getting fired.
Right. But, Sean McDermott, he's out on the market?
Yeah.
We did not see that happening. By the way, we need a paradigm shift here. I'm just using this hypothetical as a situation. I could still see somebody doing that based on this Sean McDermott news.
He's 98-50 as a head coach. Now, he's 8-8 in the playoffs. So, to some teams that might be, well, he's 500 in the playoffs. Well, how about the fact that he's coached in 16 playoff games? That sounds appealing to me right here in Phoenix, Arizona. Vance Joseph is a name that keeps popping up, and it seems like he's at least fairly high on the Cardinals list. Here he is from last week just talking about the coaching carousel in general.
It's flattering, but it speaks to the entire program. And again, I think when teams want to hire a coach from a winning program, right, they want the recipe. So it speaks to Coach Payton, it speaks to the ownership, it speaks to George, our players. It's everyone's reward, kind of, so to speak. It's strange that way, Obviously, when teams are struggling and they want to make a change, they look towards the teams who are winning, and how we flipped it here in the last 3 years is pretty special, and it's a way to do it, So that secret lies with us, so they want that secret.
I will say right now that I love Vance Joseph in regard to his love and affinity for the line of scrimmage. He does love that and has experienced it on both sides of the ball, to have an offensive line and to not have an offensive line, to have a defensive line and to not. And I think he values that greatly, and because of that, that's one of the things I would love. His mentality about the game of football is built on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball, and I like that.
That would be such a weird career arc if he came back here and was the head coach, because he was Denver's head coach in 2017-18. Now, he had other stops. He was Miami before that. But then he comes here. He's the defensive coordinator from 2019 to 2022. Then he goes back to Denver, but this time as the defensive coordinator, is doing a pretty good job. He's really going to come back here and be the head coach? Like, he's just going to keep bouncing back and forth between the Broncos and the Cardinals. I know a lot of Cardinals fans would probably have mixed feelings or just anger towards that just because he was here once already. And I think a lot of Cardinals fans just want something different. But, when he's an experienced head coach, and he's had some really good experience as a coordinator too. So I don't know. We'll see. When we come back, Jaylen Green is back for the Suns tonight. What's that going to do for Devin Booker? We'll get into that next. Kevin Ray is joining us for Game Day with K-Ray next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Can you have a great running back who's running behind a subpar offensive line? Like, it's a chicken and the egg conversation. And I feel like the offensive line is the thing that has to come first before you have the great running back. That having a great running back, Ashton Genty in Vegas. Could run. He's stuck behind a terrible offensive line. Terrible. It didn't matter that he was, the 6th pick overall. So what?
You got to fix the offensive line.
And so that's the only reason why I don't love the Jeremiah Love idea.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. You got to have shade. Of course. Listen, installation is all done by their in-house team. That's right. There's never any subcontractors with All Pro Shade Concepts. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades right here in the basin. They'll work around everything, stucco, tile, work on your pillars for a seamless fit. You're going to love that. These shades are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized sealed track or cable shades, of course. And when you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau as well. Go to allproshade.com. You got to have shade.
Dan Bickley here, and a new year is a great time to get moving. And if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And these treatments happen right in the office, and you go about your day. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So skip the invasive surgery and the 3 to 6 months of pain, recovery, and rehab. Plan the upcoming year on your terms. Move better, get stronger by taking care of your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatments. Stop managing your pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now to schedule your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Italian subs for your finance team at Chicago. Easy Cater. Burritos for your call center crew in Plano. Easy Cater. Bagels for your sales reps meeting clients in Charlotte. Easy Cater. Hot chicken sandwiches for your third shift warehouse workers in Memphis. Easy Cater. Your teams may be spread out across the country, but you've got one platform to feed them all, whenever and wherever they work, with food they love from favorite restaurants. Easy Cater. Food for the workplace, all in one place. Order now at easycater.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals head coaching search continues, and they are reportedly interviewing a candidate today. According to NFL Network's Mike Garafolo, the Cardinals are interviewing Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady today. And the Phoenix Suns go for their third straight win tonight in Philadelphia against the 76ers. Tip-off is at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jaylen Green will be back for the Suns after missing 33 games with a hamstring strain. And that is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom. And catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever. I'm ready for whatever.
All right, well, we've been waiting for this game day with K-Ray for 2.5 months. Jaylen Green is back tonight. Suns getting ready to take on the 76ers in Philadelphia, where Kevin Ray joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Kay?
What up, gentlemen?
What's up, Keg?
How we doing?
I like that shirt, man. Nice little T-shirt there, bro.
Yeah, we got you.
All right, Kay, I know we're going to play on this show in the final segment here in a few minutes, a game where we all just try and predict how many points Jaylen Green produces tonight. We've seen him for 30 minutes this season. He has 31 points in those 30 minutes. Just generally, what are you expecting from him in his first game back tonight?
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you base it off of the most recent game that he played, it's hard not to imagine him equaling that. And then when you look at what he has done in his brief career against the Philadelphia 76ers, averaging over 30 points per game, you'd go, yeah, I think you're going to go for 30 plus. So, it really is going to come down to, in a lot of ways, the way Philadelphia elects to defend this Suns team. I mean, when you consider now they've not only got to contend with Devin Booker, but now you got to contend with this, just absolute blur on the court. And then you throw in the other shooters on the floor, the way the Suns have been shooting. I mean, it presents some real challenges. So I would expect them, at least early on, to continue throw doubles at Book, because Green is coming off the long layoff, and see, Philadelphia is going to say, okay, prove it to us that you can do something. And that's a dangerous proposition if you're Philadelphia. But what else are you going to try to play straight up? Because with the Suns team and this offense in particular, you're playing straight up. You're leaving wide open driving lanes and wide open shooting pockets for guys.
Yeah. What kind of style of play do you expect to see from the Phoenix Suns? We all understand what they were like without Jaylen Green. How do you think he might tweak their style of play, if at all?
Oh, yeah, style of play is not going to change, Wolf. I mean, other than you've got a guy who's just ridiculously fast and quick with the basketball. But the scheme itself is not going to change. That's why this team has been so successful. And it's why you look at Devin Booker, and just another example of Book buying into a system and, continuing to draw attention, knowing and trusting his teammates on the other side. And I think that's, if there's any upside to Jaylen being out this long, it's the fact that he has been able to be an observer, a very, a front row observer and spectator, seeing how and why this team won and is winning.
Yes.
And you know this from having played and maybe being injured and coming back, Wolf, your team experienced success. You don't want to be the guy that screws that up, right?
Yep.
So I have no reason to believe that, that nothing is going to change other than you've got a supremely talented dude with the rock in his hand. And now he can change the offense in the sense of just how much more pressure he can put on a defense, which triggers multiple options off that.
We're talking to Kevin Ray. Kay, it's easy to look at this and say, well, they get Jaylen Green, they're going to be so much better. And that makes sense, certainly on paper. But they are also winning at a 605 winning percentage already. So in your mind, best case scenario, what does this look like? And I don't mean tonight or in the next week, but just overall, whether it's the rest of this year or, even beyond, Jaylen Green is set up to be such a big part of this team's future. What's the best case scenario for how this can play out with him on the floor?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we would be naive to believe that there's not going to be a level of, and I don't know if clunkiness is the right word, but there are going to be some moments, some stretches, because while it's a good or great problem if you're Jordan Ott, when you consider how well all the other guys have played, there is most definitely going to be a trickle-down effect, because those minutes that some of those bench guys were getting are going to, be drawn back and pulled back. And there could be, a couple of DNPs in there for guys who had been pretty much regular rotation guys, but it speaks to the depth that they have, the confidence that they have. And I think that Jordan, this will present his first real unique challenge, because everybody else has played so well and his team is gelling so well. But as he has reiterated time and time again, he'd take that problem 7 days a week.
Yeah, I bet.
Okay, what can you tell us about the 76ers?
Well, Joel Embiid, not expected to play tonight. Hasn't played in a back-to-back, I think, since he was 13 years old. So they will have. Sorry, it's been a 15-year process, Wolf. What can I say?
Right.
Paul George will play tonight. That's kind of been the back and forth. If they've got a back-to-back, neither of them, both won't sit the same game. So Joel played last night, has played well the minutes he's played on the floor. Don't expect to see him tonight. Paul George, who did sit last night, will play. So they're a different and in many ways more dynamic team. But this is, look, Joel is still talented, but this is clearly Tyrese Maxey's team. And he is supremely talented. This is a guy that is a handful. Then you throw in VJ Edgecombe, electrifying rookie. So they will play at a much quicker pace without Joel Embiid. And so this Suns defense going to have to tighten up after last night. I know they were disappointed in the way they allowed Brooklyn to get to some spots. But you also tip your cap. Brooklyn was hitting some shots when the Suns were all over them. But I expect a Philadelphia team looking to try to get downhill, and the Suns are going to have to try to catch bodies early.
Talking to Kevin Ray, Kay, it really is the stat of the year. Ever since you wore that Batman mask on our call on Halloween, the Suns have never lost more than 2 in a row. And it's been such different circumstances. I mean, for the most part, they don't even lose 1 in a row. But anytime they get to 2 losses, they find a way to win. And it looked kind of bleak going into that New York game because we didn't even know if Booker was going to play, but he played. He had 27 points. They win again. What is it about this team? People focus so much on how many wins you can stack in a row, but if you never lose more than 2 in a row, you put yourself in a pretty good position to succeed.
Yeah, I just think so much of it goes back to the messaging of Jordan Ott, and certainly was not privy to all the training camp practices and some of the private stuff that they had going on, but you listen to him in the post-game comments, which our Suns content team does such a great job in catching and, posting out there. But it's, whatever it takes. And that's really been the message from day one is, look, block out the outside noise. I don't care what anybody's saying about us. This is the group we are taking to battle every single night. And so we, as a collective, will do everything that it takes. That includes, me as a head coach. And I think because he has stayed true to that message, these guys do not allow any excuses to kind of seep into their thinking. You know that, Wolf. It's a little bit like what Nick Saban calls the rat poison. Well, rat poison not only is when you're being built up, but when the outsiders are saying, "Oh, they can't win tonight because they shouldn't win tonight because ... this team does not take that philosophy.
I got 15 seconds here. Your thought on the national championship game last night?
I mean, I can neither confirm, deny that EJ and I were watching that while we were broadcasting the game.
That's great.
That's amazing.
But
that's great.
What I saw, I can't say that I was completely surprised. It made me happy because it was a competitive game, came right down to that last possession. But speaking of a no nonsense, no excuse guy, Curt Signetti has, laid the groundwork and given a blueprint on, just what it can take to win. And in a lot of ways, I'll give a shout out to ASU because Kenny Dillingham personifies many, many of the same qualities. So that's why if you're a Sun Devil fan, you got to feel great about having that guy in the house as well. So go Devils.
K-Ray, always great to talk to you, man. Thank you,
bro.
All right, boys. Be good.
All right, you too. That's Kevin Ray joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Just a few hours before he calls Suns and Sixers tonight. Yeah, throw Paul George into the mix too. So you have Devin Booker versus Paul George. That's always fun. And you throw Jaylen Green out there as well. Kelly Oubre was questionable in this game too.
K-Ray's a huge college football fan, by the way.
How can you
turn your microphone on?
Talking and muting to yourself. All right, when we come back, 4 teams left in the NFL playoffs. Initial reaction, who do you like the most? And, yeah, we got to give some predictions for Jaylen Green's point total tonight, assuming Wolf can figure out how to get that mic back on. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is bunker. Bunker. Text the word bunker to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a New Year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work, and I know because they replace my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110 or online at advancedwindows.com.
In today's buyer's market, home sellers face more competition than ever. That's why it is crucial to understand all of your options before making a move. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty offers her guaranteed multiple cash offer program where you receive up to 10 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she'll buy it. Call Carol Royce today to review your offers. Call 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at trajanwealth.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did
you know you can donate real estate too?
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Gambo. What did we learn about the Suns after games against the Knicks and Nets? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, before we get back into the NFL playoffs, let's go around command and control too, as well as Wolf. You got that mic on?
Yeah, who is this, by the way?
Pierce the Veil.
Oh, this is Pierce the Veil.
I just added this today.
Oh, see?
Yeah, I
on
found
it.
this song yesterday or the day before and thought it was awesome.
Okay.
I have the over-under for Jaylen Green points, according to Las Vegas, Nevada.
Ah.
Okay. Do you guys want that, or are you just going to make your picks first? Like, is that going to influence you at all or anything?
No, I think you can read it.
13.5. That's what Vegas says.
Yeah, that doesn't influence me at all.
Jaylen Green in his one full game this season, he played 23 minutes, had 29 points. The other game he played 7 minutes, had 2 points.
Yeah. Okay.
So Jamal looks like he wants to go first. Jamal, what do you got? I'm going to write all these down, and then whoever's right gets nothing.
Oh, okay. Well, because I'm going to be right.
Okay. Well, you get nothing.
Yeah.
Whoever's right gets tomorrow off. How's that?
Okay.
All of a sudden, Wolf's like, hold on, let me do some
Wait a
research.
minute. I'm going to say 18.
18.
Sorry, 16.
16. Wow, I already wrote it.
Wow.
That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to double reverse on you guys.
Man.
Who's next?
Rick, go ahead.
I think that he is. I'll give you guys 2 predictions, actually, because I think he's going to play 24 minutes.
Oh.
And I think he's going to score 22 points in 24 minutes.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Points.
All right.
Okay.
How about you, Luke?
Kind of feeling 17 for some reason. I don't know. 17 points.
You know what's awesome about that? I'm going to go 18.
Jerk.
See?
Price is righted me. Although I guess I price is righted Jamal.
No, I mean, Jamal said 18 first.
Yeah.
And then he went to 16 basic audience. Okay, so I thought, an opening. There it is, an opening at 18.
You took this a lot more seriously when I lied to you and said you could
then
have
all of a sudden
off.
you said 17.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, can you imagine? That sealed the deal.
Yeah, I'm completely
It was
screwed
18.
Here. There's no way I can win unless I'm exactly right.
Correct.
Thanks for that, Wolf. You
Yes.
said you were going to get me back before the end of the show. And
There
you did.
you go.
You did.
So Rick did say 22.
22 and 24 minutes.
Okay, 22 in 24 minutes, of course. That gives me a little cushion right there. 18,
Yeah,
19,
you get 19,
20, 21.
Yeah.
Ron Wolfley, doing math.
4 teams left in the NFL playoffs. Who to you is the most impressive right now?
Oh, my goodness. You know, do we have to go most impressive, or who do we think is the most dangerous?
You can answer your question however you want.
Okay. I'm going to go with who I think is the most dangerous.
Like to win the Super Bowl now?
To win the Super Bowl. And to me, it is the L.A. Rams.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, that's who I'm going to go with. The L.A. Rams. Because of Matthew Stafford and because of the fact that Matthew Stafford has already done it. Sean McVay, being the coach that he is as well, a little bit of the balance they can get. I know their defense has underperformed, yet I thought they were pretty good, as a matter of fact.
Defense was better than I thought they were going to be on Sunday.
No doubt about it. I thought they were better. If you tell me, and this is something you've been on for a long time now in regard to the Rams coming into the postseason, but if you tell me Matthew Stafford is going to go out and play the kind of football, think about this. 42 pass attempts. 42 in Chicago when it was snowing and raining and drizzly and nasty. I think Matthew Stafford has got what it takes, and he's already been there.
You know, that game is shaping up to be such a great game because it's the third meeting between these two teams, obviously. The Rams won the first one 21-19 back in the middle of November. Okay, close game, Rams win. The Seahawks won the second one in the middle of December, 38-37 in overtime. And it shouldn't have even probably gone to overtime. There was that weird 2-point conversion that Zach Charbonnet just picked up in the end zone. He's like, here's the ball, ref. And
unbelievable.
That tied the game, and they come back and win. When you say who's the most dangerous, I'm starting to get worried that the Seahawks are the most dangerous. But
I think of Sam.
Exactly. They're dangerous to themselves, too. Because they do a great job of not asking him to do too much, and that's smart, and that's great coaching and all that. If the Rams fall behind, Stafford can bring them back. I don't know that he will against the Seahawks defense, but he can. If the Rams go up, if they're up like 10 on Seattle with, I don't know, let's say 8 minutes left, I don't know that Darnold's bringing them back in that situation. You look at the quarterbacks that are left; 3 of them are unknowns to varying degrees. Darnold's an unknown in the playoffs. He beat San Francisco, but nobody was left on San Francisco, and they were playing on a short week, and that's fine. Like, Seattle won, but does that game make you feel that much better about Darnold? Stidham hasn't thrown a ball since the early 70s. And Drake May is well known at this point, but he's more proven than 2 of the quarterbacks left, and this is only his second year in the NFL.
Yes. Would you guys like to weigh in on that as well? Do you have anything you'd like to add? No.
I'm just gonna say that I think the Rams are gonna win it all. I don't see Seattle. I think Seattle's run's gonna end this weekend, and to be completely honest with you, I think that this AFC Championship game is like not even worth watching because it's going to be there. I just don't give Jarrett Stidham any chance in this one. So I think it could be like I don't know if the Patriots are going to score a lot of points, but I see it being like 17-3 and just a total nothing game.
Yeah, here's the one thing Drake May was fascinating. To watch his face once again, the poise, the control, the intensity, the not smiling, and he was ghost-like, really calm. Watching him, his eyes weren't like wide like mine would have been in that situation. He was good, locked down. Look out.
I'll say this real quick on the Broncos, and Jamal, we can get your thought here too as well. But I could see the Broncos making this a close game and they've played a lot of ugly games this year. I could see it too. But I just can't see them winning. I can see it being they held the Patriots down to, they kind of like Rick said, the Patriots probably score 14, 17 points or whatever, but that's going to be enough unless the Broncos defense does something. Jamal, you have 10 seconds.
I think the winner of the NFC is going to win the Super Bowl.
Oh.
I think both those teams are better than both the Broncos and the Patriots.
Let that hang.
Wow. Just everybody think about that for the next 24 hours. Except that was too fast, and now we still have a few seconds left. Wolf, do you have any final thoughts here?
No, as a matter of fact, I don't.
Okay. If Jaylen Green has 18 points, are we not going to see you tomorrow? Or are you taking the day off? Because you may have to run that by by management.
Yes.
I'm in no position to make that call. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom! That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Italian subs for your finance team at Chicago. Easy Cater. Burritos for your call center crew in Plano. Easy Cater. Bagels for your sales reps meeting clients in Charlotte. Easy Cater. Hot chicken sandwiches for your third shift warehouse workers in Memphis. Easy Cater. Your teams may be spread out across the country, but you've got one platform to feed them all, whenever and wherever they work, with food they love from favorite restaurants. Easy Cater. Food for the workplace, all in one place. Order now at easycater.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Suns play in their second game of a back-to-back tonight in Philadelphia, and a key member is set to return. Jaylen Green, who has missed a majority of this season due to a hamstring injury, is off of the team's injury report and will play tonight against the 76ers. Other key names on the report: Mark Williams is questionable with right knee injury management.
The 76ers will be without Joel Embiid due to right ankle injury management, while Paul George is questionable with left knee injury management. Maybe I got to get on this injury management thing. Tip-off is at 5. Pre-game coverage starts at 4 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. With 6 current head coach openings across the NFL, the Cardinals have added a new name to their candidates list. Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady is the latest name reported. He will interview with the Cardinals today. And in case you missed it last night, the latest head coach to be hired in the NFL is Robert Saleh. He will join the Tennessee Titans. He is the 4th head coach to be hired in this current cycle. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. That's a $299 value when you start any testosterone program only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only Sean Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. How we doing? Enjoy the long weekend? All good?
Great weekend for football.
Yes.
Great weekend. An incredible game last night. Just an incredible game. The Mendoza touchdown on 4th and 5 is one that you'll remember forever. Indiana's magical season. Overtime thrillers in the playoffs. Incredible. Mitch's Broncos survive, but their quarterback goes down. Lauren's here today. The Bears lost in overtime, but she's here. She's like, we had a great season.
As you would expect out of Lauren, she's remarkably calm and in control of her emotions.
Yeah.
She kind of understands the deal. Mitch, on the other hand, and he's in control of his emotions too, but it's just like, man, 40 minutes after that game ends, Sean Payton has a press conference to say Bo Nix fractured his ankle and he's out for the rest of the... It's like... congratulations.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What emotion do I convey to Mitch at this? I don't even know. It's like, you're in the AFC title game. You're going to lose, but congrats. Yeah.
Got a lot of coaching news. U of A unanimous number one. U of A unanimous number 1 team in the country.
That's what stood out to you over the weekend?
No, that stood out to me.
Really? That's what you've got today after everything that happened over the last 3 days.
Stood out a little bit.
You are such a honk for U of A basketball. Do you know that?
I did watch the game the other day.
You are just such an
unanimous
apologist for U of A basketball.
I do love the U of A basketball.
Jeez.
Mm-hmm.
There's a few more other things that went on this weekend beyond...
just one of them. There's a lot of stuff that went on.
God, just unapologetic.
Bear down, Arizona. Bear down, red and blue.
By the way, it's obnoxious. It's more obnoxious than the singing is just how apologetic he is for that program.
Yeah. By the way, Mitch has been eliminated from our lunch bet.
Yeah, he has.
Mitch has been eliminated.
And you're sitting in the driver's seat. You got the Rams and the Patriots.
I'm in a good spot right now. We'll do trade grades tomorrow. We'll do trade grades. I want everybody to give a grade. I want everybody to have a grade. Mitch decided to move the number 1 pick in the draft for picks 4 and 5. And I want to get trade grades tomorrow. I want everybody to have a grade for Mitch and a grade for me on the trade.
Yeah, I think it's probably pretty self-explanatory.
Just want to see what it was. Mitch decided to take. He wanted the 4th and pick. He got an extra pick in the draft.
Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show, huh?
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. The funny thing, every time there's one of these coaching searches that come up for the Cardinals, it seems that, we're one of the last ones to make the final decision. And for me, it's not just about picking the right head coach. I love these teams that are jumping on it and making a move early because there's 15 to 20 assistant coaches that still have to be hired too. Yes. So the longer you wait, not only are you losing out on your guy as a head coach, but you're losing out on all the quality assistants too.
It's not going to be Robert Saleh to the Arizona Cardinals. Yeah, it was AQ.
Good for AQ.
This morning on the Bickley and Marauder
Saying
show.
it like it is.
Don't wait. Go get your guy. Go get your guy. You're not going to be able to get the assistant guys if you're always last.
I think Robert Saleh was the guy that they really wanted. They were going to set up, he was going to be the first guy that had a second interview. If he got out of Tennessee and he came here, I mean, I believe that he would have been at the top of the list. I believe they might have offered him the job right here with that second interview. But he didn't leave Tennessee. He got to Tennessee, took the second interview, and people are like, well, why would he take Tennessee? Listen, he gets out of the NFC West, doesn't have to deal with the 49ers, the Rams, the Seahawks, coaching. Mm-hmm. It's an easier division, and he's got a second-year quarterback that some people think has a lot of talent in Cam Ward.
Yeah.
I mean, enough said. I mean, it's just a better situation.
And a team with $100 million in cap space, and a team with a brand new stadium coming in a couple of years. And yes, all the reasons, yes. And look, I hate to break it to Cardinal fans, but I think if you know, it's a better job than the Arizona Cardinals. It was. The Tennessee Titans a better job than the Arizona Cardinals for all the reasons that you just mentioned. And so, did he use the Cardinals' interest as leverage to get what he wanted from Tennessee? Did Tennessee, I was reading a tweet from somebody, I can't remember who mentioned that Tennessee had kind of worn it a little bit when it came to the leverage game. Like a lot of coaches were using, hey, if I leave here, I'm going to talk to Tennessee. Hey, if I leave here, I'm going to go talk to Tennessee. And it's almost like Tennessee's like, okay, we're not letting you leave. We're going to make sure that Robert Saleh does not get out of town. You're here. We've been burned by this before. We're not going to allow it to happen. We're not letting you leave. And I know a lot of Cardinal fans, myself included, because I wanted Robert Saleh for this job. I was anxiously kind of searching through Twitter last night to see if Robert Saleh was going to get out of Nashville and make it into Arizona, because according to the reports, that's exactly what was going to happen. He was going to leave Tennessee and come here, and it never happened. And now Cardinal fans are this coaching search has not gone well with the fan base, Gambo. You can just kind of tell
they're bracing for
very
Vance
uncomfortable.
Joseph.
Yes.
Yeah, my prediction was Vance Joseph. Now, we'll see what happens. I think Vance is a good leader. I wouldn't be against Vance, but a lot of people would be. But there were people, I think the fan base wanted Saleh. And there were some people last night when I tweeted something out were kind of like, I don't know how much of us really want him. Listen, 2019, number 2 defense with San Fran. 2020, number 5 defense. 2021, number 3 defense. With the Jets in 22, 23, and 24, number 4 total defense, number 3 total defense, number 3 total defense. That's a hell of a coach. Okay? He didn't win with the Jets. It's a hard place to win. They didn't have a quarterback. They were in a bad situation. But this guy's got 20-plus years of coaching experience in the NFL and college ranks. He's with Houston, Seattle, Jacksonville, San Francisco, New York. Comes to Tennessee. He's got an MO for having some of the best defenses in the NFL. It's going to be a second head coaching opportunity. He had 3 years in New York. You learn from that. You get better. Now you know what you're not going to do. He's going to call the defensive plays.
Yeah.
He's going to call them. Not going to hire a DC. And now he's got to find a good offensive coordinator to work with Cam Ward. It's a great hire for the Titans. And I think in 3 years we'll look back at this hire and we'll see the Titans are a good team and say they got it right.
Yeah, and as you've been saying, you came into the office and you said it. I mean, and I saw your tweet over the weekend too. It was hard to believe the Cardinals were going to get him. It was hard to believe the Cardinals were going to get.
I never thought they would.
Robert Saleh. And admittedly, I had a hard time believing they would too, because I just thought he was a guy who was going to have better options. He was a guy who was going to be able to have the power to choose a better situation as opposed to one with so much uncertainty, especially at the quarterback spot. And as it turns out, he was. And so now the Bills thing is interesting, because that was maybe a curveball we should have seen coming. Maybe it took us by surprise. But when Sean McDermott gets fired over the weekend after the Bills lose to the Denver Broncos, suddenly Cardinal fans all over the place are clamoring for Sean McDermott. Now, I haven't seen anything that suggested the Cardinals want to interview Sean McDermott or that McDermott wants to come here. But a very interesting name popped from that firing, and that's Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator of the Bills, who's never been a head coach before. He's highly thought of as an offensive mind. Obviously, he's worked wonders with Josh Allen and that offense and what they've done. And according to reports, the Cardinals do have an interview with Joe Brady. But I think a lot of Cardinal fans would like them to have an interview with Sean McDermott and are wondering if that is going to be something that will happen at any point in our future, or if they're going to have to, for lack of a better word, settle for Joe Brady instead of getting the interview with Sean McDermott. I think a lot of Cardinal fans are asking themselves that question today.
I mean, you look at the success that McDermott has had, But the last 4 times in 5 years, he's exited in the divisional round, what we would give to just be in the divisional round, right? But 98 and 50.
Okay, let that sit
98 and 50.
98 and 50.
That's winning 2/3 of your games. 2/3 of your games. This team just lost 14 out of 17. 8-8 in the playoffs. 5 straight AFC East titles. Before this year, he didn't win it this year. New England did, but he had 5 straight AFC titles. 2 times he lost in the AFC Championship game to Mahomes and the Chiefs. 2020 and 2024. He's the only coach Josh Allen has had. The only coach that Josh Allen has had. But, he doesn't have the Super Bowl. He wasn't able to get that team to a Super Bowl. They're getting frustrated, and they feel like they need a new voice in the room to coach that team.
There are 5 coaches that the Cardinals are not allowed to talk to for a second interview right now because their teams are still in the playoffs. They are Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph, Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak, Patriots passing game coordinator and tight ends coach Thomas Brown, Rams OC Mike LaFleur, Rams DC Chris Shula. Those are the 5 names on their initial list. They're 14 now. It's 14 names on it now.
Yeah.
Those are the 5 guys they're not allowed to have any contact with for second interviews. And the longer this waits, the more it makes you
it's going to be
wonder,
one of those guys.
Are they waiting for one of those 4 guys,
Right.
and are they waiting specifically for Vance Joseph?
Well, I mean, AQ brought it up. I mean, you don't want to be. These teams are going to start to assemble staffs now, right? We have 4 head coaches that have been hired. I think overall we've had 4.
4, correct.
So I think from that perspective now because it's what Harbaugh, Stefanski,
Halfley to the Dolphins, Saleh to
and
the Titans.
Saleh. Those are your 4. Those guys can start assembling staffs right now.
Yes.
They're in, I'm hired, I'm going to make my calls, I'm going to get my guys. The longer you wait, the harder it becomes to build a staff.
The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name or giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, and Burns and Gambo all this week. And when you hear it, text in that word to 620-620, and you'll be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. It is official. He is back. What will Jaylen Green's return mean for the Phoenix Suns, and why didn't it happen yesterday? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Also flies in for the board. He'll bring it back the other way. Throw to Booker, right wing. Steps into a 3 and missed it short. Rebound batted out by Allen. Right back to Booker. 3 on the way and good for D-Book.
2 wins in NYC over the weekend for the Suns, and we talk about it today. So roll with us at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
There's 2 parts about having a financial advisor. The first part is all the years you're working, and I recommend Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, a local company, a fiduciary in Stuart Willis, who I work with. I was actually, doing a little bit of a Zoom call with them yesterday, just going over some things with mine, because you stay in touch on a regular basis with your financial advisor. But one of the things is the earning period. You're earning, you're making money, you're investing money, they're helping you grow the money. And then as you close in on retirement, it's about protecting that money and figuring out the best way to take that money out when you start to use it for retirement. Like, I'm going to buy a house in Lake Como. Like, okay, which area of funds do I take the money from to get that house? So it's important that your financial advisor is with you when you're making money, but it's also important that he's with you when you decide to retire and, you're not making money anymore and you're going to use your money. That's why I recommend Stuart Willis, somebody that will be with you from start to finish. He's local, 5 locations in the Valley. Call 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com. Or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Dan Bickley here, and you know what's a great New Year's resolution for sports fans? Watching sports in high resolution with a new entertainment system from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. They have great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for. They'll match any price you bring to them. They offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and their service and expertise is unparalleled. Plus, they're local, and shopping local really matters. Visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner. Shop online at waltz.com.
Hey, it's Pat. Does your brain ever seize up when you have a lot of choices in front of you? Mine does. At restaurants, the mall, ice cream, decision paralysis. Weird thing is, I have 0 issues picking out a Toyota. There isn't a bad choice in the a bunch. It's easy. Not like other things. I mean, somebody gave me a gift card to an online store. I've been sitting in front of the computer for 3 days trying to figure out what to buy. Oh, maybe ice cream.
Right now, get low 1.99% for 60 months on remaining 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 models. Or get 4.99% APR financing for 60 months on best-selling Toyotas like Camry, Corolla, and Grand Highlander. Or get a great lease deal on any new Toyota. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2026 Camry and Corolla. 1.99% financing with $17.52 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 only. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 2/2/26. See dealer for details.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com. Or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Hey, it's Luke. How will Jaylen Green's return affect the Phoenix Suns? Are going to be reacting to his performance tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
No sleep till Queen Creek. It doesn't quite have the same ring to it, but no sleep till Queen Creek.
I don't think it would have been a hit song if they would have done that. No! Sleep till Queen Creek! No! Sleep to the QC!
That's for somebody who doesn't like the Beastie Boys, it's actually pretty good.
I don't like them.
God, I mean, I don't love them, but I like them. There's like 5 of their songs that I'm like, oh, yeah, I could listen to this stuff.
Not me. Never liked them.
But for you not liking them, that's still
pretty good, huh?
Pretty
it's pretty good.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
No sleep till Queen Creek.
Yeah.
Here on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, where we go from, and I'm borrowing this line from our buddy Espo, we're going from no sleep till Brooklyn to Green Day, because today is Green Day.
Yes.
Here on Arizona Sports.
Yes,
and
it
if
is.
you're a Phoenix Suns fan, we'll celebrate with a little bit of Green Day maybe later on in the show, because Jaylen Green is back, is going to make his, I keep wanting to call it his debut. It's not. He's obviously played the 5 quarters, but it's been so damn long, it feels like it's his debut. He is going to play tonight against the Philadelphia 76ers. Gambo, the long, long wait is over. Jaylen Green returns this evening.
Yeah, I'll tell you how to play it out, because a lot of people were reporting that, Jaylen Green plays basketball today, which was yesterday, thinking that he was going to play. I think he was questionable on the list for the game yesterday against the Nets. But the thought was he's not going to play in a back-to-back. They didn't want to play him in a back-to-back. So it became, do you want to play him in Brooklyn or do you want to play him in Philly? And They decided that it would be better to have him play in Philly. So it's one more day of rest, but it also gives them fresh legs for the 76ers after they had played that game last night. So they're on a back-to-back. They'll be a little bit tired. They'll have a guy that's fresh. Now, there was also a feeling that you could probably take care of the Nets without Jaylen Green. And they did. It got a little close, a little dicey after they blew a big lead, and it was 4, Nets cut it to 4, but they won the game. And they felt like we could win this game without Jaylen Green. Philly will be a harder match, so you get the 1 extra day for rest and recovery. You get fresher legs for a more difficult game in Philly. And so that's why, and he was never going to play in a back-to-back. So that's why I reported yesterday that the Suns have back-to-back tonight in Brooklyn and tomorrow. I don't see Jaylen playing in both games, so most likely his return will be tomorrow at the 76ers, but yes, he is back.
I think had the games been switched, it goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway, that he probably would have returned yesterday against Philly. If they were playing Philly yesterday in Brooklyn today, I think it probably would have been switched. And now Mark Williams, questionable, right? Like injury management because of the knee, second night of a back-to-back. We don't know if he's going to play.
Did you see that
or
rebound?
not.
Did you see that block shot yesterday where he kind of
just scooped it?
Just kind of scooped it down.
Like he's scooping
Not for
ice
you.
cream upside down. You know, like he just kind of, just
no
kinda,
basket for you.
He's done that
like 4 times.
Like 3 times this year. Where he's just, thanks, fine.
Nice to be tall.
Jornot from yesterday on getting Green to fit in.
I think there is going to be some of that. I think that's with anyone that comes back from any injury, especially this long, or you add a player this time of year, which is going to happen. But we know who he is. He knows what we want to do. We're a top 5 defense. Like, that's where it's going to start. Offensive, we need his speed. We need his speed, his playmaking, his downhill ability. He knows it. And we're going to help him. It's probably not, no development, no one's progress goes like this. There's going to be some bumps. So we're just excited for him to be out there. He's super excited to play. His spirit has been high-level, elite through every day of rehab, which is incredibly difficult. It would be nice to see him smile out in a basketball court, and that's where we're going to get to. And that'll help us too. Like, not only his playing ability, but his ability to go out there and join in it with a uniform on. That's what we're all looking forward to.
So the question now is what to expect with how it's going to work in terms of he obviously starts. We think Grayson Allen is probably going to be starting alongside him, even though Allen's been mostly coming off the bench. There's going to be a switcheroo. Colin Gillespie's probably going to move to the bench, we would presume. Minutes, you would think this cuts into Gillespie's minutes. You would think this cuts into Jordan Goodwin's minutes, but hopefully not by a ton. I mean, both of those guys have obviously brought a lot of value to the team. So you don't, it's going to be
especially early because they'll probably try to limit him a little bit early. Let's just get you through this game, get you through the next game.
Yep.
Pace him a little bit to get him going. What's he missed? 33 games.
33 games, correct.
33.
Yeah.
Straight,
33
right?
straight.
33
not
straight
counting the
games.
ones he missed before.
Yeah,
right.
So he hasn't played in a long time. It's hard to even remember the last game he played in. So he's missed 33 straight games. They'll bring him along slowly. But look, as you said, we got the trade deadline coming up in 15 days. This is like a trade deadline acquisition. You haven't seen him play. He's a dynamic player. He's an incredible scorer. I agree with something you said last week. I'm really looking forward to see how he plays defensively, to see if he could fit in, because crazy that this team's MO is just how hard they play on defense.
Yes.
They play freaking hard on defense.
All we have to do is rewind that Knicks game from Saturday
night.
The
to bloody nose with
Graylin. We're going to talk about that game a little bit later on in the show. There was some crazy defense that was being played.
But you got to fit in. That's how this team plays now. Everybody plays like that. They're diving for loose balls. They're getting back on defense. They're taking charges. They're getting out and covering the corners. You've got to play to the level of defense that this team is now accustomed to.
It's the biggest question I have about it, more so than how it affects Colin Gillespie or Jordan Goodwin or the minutes or the shots or anything like that. Back when he made his first return to the Suns against the Clippers, all those months ago, the Suns had really yet to establish their identity or who they were. They were just starting to kind of figure some things out a little bit and show us some breadcrumbs in terms of who they were going to be. Now, they have clearly established an identity of who they are. So it's defined. And now Jaylen Green has to fit into that defined structure. And I'm not saying he's going to fail at it, but I think now it might take a little more time than it did the first time around, because the first time around, everything was new. They were still getting used to each other, trying to figure out what they are, what kind of basketball team
Now you know who they are.
Now they know.
Yeah, this is who we are.
Now they know. And now, hey, Jaylen, we have expectations for you. Offensively, I think he will obviously make everything better. It will free up Devin Booker. It will get them more shots at the rim. It'll loosen things up a little bit offensively sometimes when the things seem a little tight. But defensively, there's a standard here now that maybe didn't exist when he made his Suns debut a few months ago that he's going to have to live up to when he plays.
Jimmy Butler out for the rest of the year with Golden State, and that's a team directly behind Phoenix. I'm sure we'll talk more about that tomorrow and how that affects the standings and everything. But if I'm some of those NBA teams that are hanging around where Phoenix is, if I'm the Lakers, I got to be shaking my head okay, this team has freaking come out of nowhere. What the hell? And now they're getting they haven't had Jaylen Green. And this guy was the leading scorer on a team that was number 2 seed in the playoffs last year in Houston. Like, now they're getting him. Like, they've done this well without him.
Yeah.
And so if I'm the rest of the West that's battling for those spots right there, I'm definitely a little concerned as to how good the Suns can be with Jaylen Green, because there's another level that they could get to with him that they haven't reached yet. And we just haven't seen it.
Suns, Sixers tonight, 5 o'clock tip time here on Arizona Sports, and obviously Jaylen Green's return will be one of the major talking points in that game. Arizona Sports is teaming up for something really big, and we would love to have you out there with us at Cardinals Stadium, State Farm Stadium. Sign up to join Ron Wolfley and myself on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community. It's the Cardinals Climb event. It's coming up on February 21st. Both Wolf and I will be out there hiking at State Farm Stadium, and what you need to do is text the word hike to 620-620. Learn more, sign up today so we can all gang up when it comes to raising critical funds for the special needs community. We'd love to have you out there with us. The undefeated season is complete, and what an iconic moment for the program, and what an iconic moment for the kid. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
There's a new name here. Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady.
Okay. It's an interesting name. Up and comer.
Guys, just tossing out the thought. You get Joe Brady, you rekindle him and Joe Burrow here.
Oh, jeez. Yes, I would be in favor of that.
Just build your entire organization around Joe B's.
Joe B's.
Yes. Can we think of another prominent Joe B?
Joe Montana.
Bickley and Marotta. Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to talk to you about the attorneys at Berg Simpson and why there's just a different level that you're going to reach when you hire the attorneys at Berg Simpson. First of all, I hope you don't have to call them. I hope you haven't been in an accident. I certainly hope you haven't been hurt in an accident. But if you have, I would really encourage you to pick up the phone or get online and reach out to Berg Simpson, because you don't want to go it alone. You don't want to do it by yourself. My wife and I did it by ourselves, and we made a huge mistake in not hiring Berg Simpson to be on our side and to have our backs and to fight all the fights that needed to be fought in that, because I'm here to tell you there are so many. You're probably trying to figure out who to choose, right? Because you got a lot of choices out there. Berg Simpson, just a different level. Over 24 lawyers named Best Lawyers in the Best Lawyers in America publication, listed as one of America's most influential law firms by the National Trial Lawyers. There is a different level. They reach it at Berg Simpson. So if you're ever in need, let them represent you. Call 602-777-7000 or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a new year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work. And I know because they replace my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110 or online at advancedwindows.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Dr. Jay Schwartz in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, ready to help you with all of your eye care needs. Dr. Jay Schwartz is one of the best in the business. He did my LASIK surgery about 15 years ago, and I swear by it because it's one of the best things I've ever done. If you're on YouTube right now, no glasses, no contacts, no readers. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away, thanks to Dr. Jay Schwartz. Look, you've got one life to live. And you probably thought about LASIK surgery because for many of you that are over 40, yes, your eyesight starts to change and it gets worse. And all of a sudden you find yourself not seeing very well and you have to change your prescriptions all the time and get new glasses and contacts all the time. Well, what if I told you you could reduce or even eliminate your need for glasses and contacts if you visit the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and take a look at all the great procedures they have? Not only LASIK, but they also have the camera inlay and the Evo ICL. There's a lot of options for those of you that are struggling with your eyesight. They've got 3 locations in the Valley, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, one in Mesa. And, of course, Dr. Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your Suns and Diamondbacks. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Suns play in their second game of a back-to-back tonight in Philadelphia, and a key member is set to return. Jaylen Green, who has missed a majority of this season due to a hamstring injury, is off of the team's injury report and will return tonight against the 76ers. Other key names on the latest report: Mark Williams is questionable with right knee injury management. For the 76ers, they will be without Joel Embiid due to right ankle injury management, while Paul George is listed as questionable with left knee injury management. Tip-off is at 5. Pre-game coverage will start at 4 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. With 6 current head coach openings across the NFL, the Cardinals have added a new name to their candidates list. Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady, not Dro, Joe Brady. It's the latest name to be reported. He will interview with the Cardinals today. Might have already interviewed today. We're not totally sure, but we know it happened today. And in case you missed it last night, the latest head coach to be hired in the NFL is Robert Saleh. He will join the Tennessee Titans, and he is the 4th head coach to be hired in this current cycle. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Wednesday. All the latest names and news surrounding the Cardinals coaching search and an NFL conversation with Mark Schlereth. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Got to get to the 8. He's going to take off and run. Mendoza weaves his way first and goal. Diving toward the end zone. Touchdown! That's where he won the Heisman Trophy.
The word gets overused a lot, I think, but that was iconic.
Yes.
That was an iconic, all-time, you'll remember it forever kind of sports moment. It really was.
I want to start with this. How many of you were shocked that they didn't kick the field goal to go up 6?
I wasn't that shocked. I wasn't that shocked.
It's 4th and 5. It's not 4th and 1.
I'm not that
4th and 5. You kick the field goal, you go up 6, you make them have to score a touchdown to beat you. They can't tie it with a field goal.
But there was so much time left in the game when they scored it. They would have had tons of time to score a touchdown. There was 9 minutes left in the game at that point?
9 minutes, 27 seconds left.
If there were 2 minutes left in the game, okay, let's talk. If there's a minute and a half left in the game, okay, let's talk. There's 9 minutes left in the game. The game that's so much time left in the game.
My era of coaching was so conservative.
My era's not that different from yours.
Kick the freaking field goal, go up 6.
Same age, Gambo. We're about the same age.
It was an incredible play. Just an incredible play by him. It really was. I was even texting last night. I'll just tell you what he said because I texted our favorite coach, Kenny Dillingham, and I'm like, you got to kick the field goal right there. And he goes, no, most coaches who use analytics will tell you to go for it because going up 2 scores is more valuable than going up 6. You still lose the touchdown. The only thing going up does is protect you from a field goal tying it. And then he said after Miami scored, see, they would have been down. Miami scored, they would have been losing.
Yeah.
So like today's day and age, It's like, because he had to take a timeout. He had to think about it. He wasn't sure what he was going to do. I was thinking, is he taking a timeout just to maybe draw him off sides, try to get the first down with a 5-yard penalty? But instead, a quarterback draw with Mendoza, and the kid goes in for the end zone. What an incredible play. Just, you're right, an iconic play that you'll remember forever. Hey, who was the Indiana quarterback that won the championship by Fernando Mendoza? It was incredible.
I'm
play.
telling you, one of these days, and I don't know when, one of these days, someone's going to go to a football game at Indiana's football stadium. I don't even know what it's called. And when you walk in the main entrance, there's going to be a statue of Fernando Mendoza. And he's going to be laid out just like he is. So like that iconic photograph, he is going to be laid out, stretching for the end zone, completely horizontal. And it's going to signify that moment and what it meant for them and what it meant for college football and all that stuff.
You're right. And a movie. And there's going to be a movie.
I mean, it was... The way they were describing it was almost like out of the movie Hoosiers itself. I read one accounting of like people driving from Indiana, and it was just like the scene in the movie where they're all driving down to the basketball game, right? There's this big line of cars down I-95 driving from Indiana all the way to Miami to watch the game. Here's Mendoza on the touchdown.
Yeah, a big concept that we've really had on ourselves this year is always betting on ourselves. Whether it's preseason, no one thinks we can make it. Whether it's figuring it out in situations like Oregon, Penn State, and Iowa, we've always figured it out. And whenever Coach Signetti, Coach Shanahan, they called that play, we knew, hey, we're going to bet ourselves one more time in the biggest stage of the game. And at that point, I took the drop, and it wasn't the perfect coverage for it, but I trust my linemen, and everybody in that entire offense, an entire team had a gritty performance today, and we're all putting our bodies on the line. So it's the least I could do for my brothers.
And of course, none of it was sealed until Carson Beck threw the interception there at the end of the game. The Miami said it was the right play. It was just a bad throw. Left it a little short. That's exactly where he should have gone with the ball. That was the moment. That's where it needed to be, said Mario Cristobal.
Now, how about before that? Because, okay, so now with all that time left in the game, you go for the touchdown, you get it. But then they had another opportunity, and they kicked the field goal to go up 6, right?
Well, at that point,
because now there's only 1:42 left.
The clock makes it a totally different situation. I mean, that's the part of it that dictates what you do.
Because it was like, we're going to run, use their timeouts. We're not going to go for it. And it's always like, okay, so...
Because if you go for it there and you don't get it, now a field goal ties the game and you're in overtime and you're screwed. Who knows what's going to happen there? So you go up 6 there to make them score the touchdown because there's a minute and a half left. But with 9 minutes... There's just
Miami had so much time.
Miami had too much time.
But 1:42 was a lot of time, too. Miami was going to have no problem going down the field in 1:42 if they wanted to get some throws into the end zone. But just, and they got a roughing the passer.
I think you're better off sitting here than you are coaching on the sideline in these football games. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I'd be too. I would have kicked the field goal with 2 minutes left to go up 6-2 and make them have to go down the field and score. It was just like 4th and 5. Wow, they're going to go for it on 4th and 5. The other tremendous play, and this was a great game, and I give Miami a lot of credit. Oh, my God, that Bain kid is, oh, my God.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Can we have him? I'll take him. I'll take that kid. Wow, that kid is unbelievable.
I thought you didn't want an edge rusher.
I want the best player available.
Okay, I thought
I want an offensive lineman.
I recall last week you were pretty anti-edge when it comes to the draft for the Cardinals. I seem to remember that.
I don't really remember that. I just kind of think
I can't remember that.
I don't want a running back at number 3, but I want the best player available.
Okay.
That blocked punt for a touchdown was incredible too.
Yeah,
that was freaking awesome. That's the 8th time they've blocked a punt in 2 years. Block punt, touchdown, game-changing play right there.
But there's a bigger story here, obviously, and it's this basketball school that is now a football champion. They're the first time college football champion since Florida back in 1996. Everybody else who's won it since had won one before.
Yeah,
they're the first time to do it. And then I saw this tweet. And it told the story, I think, of what this whole Indiana season was like.
Okay, tell me.
And this is from Tony Castricone, who tweeted out, a 2-star quarterback scrambling for potentially the national championship winning touchdown on 4th down in his hometown against his hometown team while winning the Heisman for the most losing program of all time, while his mother with MS screams for joy from her seat, is possibly the limit of how good sports can get. And I mean,
and the father would not even stand up to cheer because the mother can't stand up to cheer.
And I read that, and I thought that perfectly encapsulates what made last night. So in addition to the fact that Indiana a few years ago became the first program in D1 history to have 700 losses in their history.
Most losses of any program.
Just a horrible, horrible program, right?
How do you explain that? Like, I was trying to explain to my wife, like, you don't understand, like, how bad this program was. Like, how do you explain it to somebody how bad this program was, and now they're winning the national championship over all the Blue Bloods?
Yeah,
it's hard to explain.
It is hard to
explain. You got to somebody make a movie, and then I'll make her watch the movie so she can understand, like, just how atrocious Indiana football was.
I mean, when Curt Signetti gets hired a couple years ago, right, and he has that famous "I win, Google me" line, right? And everyone's like, okay, come on, whatever. And when he's walking around at an IU basketball game and he's lecturing the crowd about how Penn State sucks, Michigan sucks, we're going to be beating those teams in a couple of years, everyone's rolling their eyes and going, yeah, okay, man,
with a bunch of James Madison transfers.
So
Go Hoosiers.
I mean, it does open our minds to a whole brand new world of, okay, if this is what college football is going to be now, what can happen next? Who can win a championship? Who's going to be, you know what I mean? And I don't just mean ASU. I just mean anybody. If Indiana can win a championship in this era of NIL and transfer portal and big dollar boosters like Mark Cuban writing big fat checks to fund these things, I mean, is it really all that absurd to think that just about anybody could win a national championship these days? The expanded playoff field that allows for more teams in it. I mean, I don't know if the Blue Bloods are like totally shaking in their boots about this.
I'm not buying it.
But they better be a little nervous about what Indiana just showed the rest of college football that can be done. You don't think so?
I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime story.
Ooh, okay.
I think we're back to the Blue Bloods next year.
Wow.
I think we're back to Ohio State, Michigan, LSU, Alabama. I think we're back to the Blue Bloods. This is a remarkable, once-in-a-lifetime type story. I'm not buying that all of a sudden, any program that's out there can all of a sudden, Vanderbilt can now win a national championship, or Duke can win a national championship. I'm just not buying it. I think the Blue Bloods are still the Blue Bloods. This was an off year for them. It really was an off year, and this coach was special, and this kid was special, and that, I mean, who's the kid who's the wide receiver? Becker. That guy, like, when he first got here, they told everybody, you guys can all leave. All the players can leave when Signetti got. They said, you could stay and try to work yourself to be something. That kid worked himself out to be a really good player.
Last night, had big catches
But,
last night.
there's no 5-star players. They had, 7 4-star players, a bunch of transfers from James Madison. This is a unique story I don't think we'll see again.
And they dominated college football this year.
And the last two undefeated champions in basketball and football belong to Indiana.
Yeah.
The 76 Hoosiers with Bobby Knight, and now this team.
I win, Google me. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the NFC playoffs gave us a blowout, and they also gave us an instant classic. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
hole. Hole.
Text the word
hole
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Rates may apply.
Mortgage rates have been going down. Great sign for people that want to purchase a home for the first time. That's why I tell you about the Lund Mortgage Team. With from Stan Lund to Lisa Lund, Matt Oliver, family-owned, an incredible local company that I've used ever since I've been in Arizona. Ever since I've been here, I've used the Lund Mortgage Team. They can help you. If you've been on the sidelines for years because the rates have been high, take a look at the rates right now. Contact the Lund Mortgage Team and let them put the numbers together and see if you could actually afford to have your own home. I was reading a story about, wealth and everything in the United States, and a lot of it comes from houses. Like they're saying, the average 50-something-year-old has $1.2 million in net worth. A lot of it is from your house. So owning a house is a lot of generational wealth that could come with that. Contact the Lund Mortgage Team at 623-889-0130 to see if they can get you pre-approved absolutely free and take a look at the rates. That's 623-889-0130.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona sports fans, it's time to claim your home court advantage. At Just Pickle Courts, we're Arizona's trusted experts in custom pickleball court design and construction. From backyard escapes to resort quality builds, we handle everything designed to done. Get a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up now. Turn your backyard into the ultimate arena. Learn more at justpicklecourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Hey y'all, it's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shader awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, here's Lauren. Right before we talk about her Chicago Bears, their overtime loss to the LA Rams. Did we time it that way? Did you plan it that way?
No.
So that we would talk about her Bears when she comes
I
on
just
first?
figured the top story is the Cardinals coaching search, and then the Suns winning 2 with Green's return, and then I had Indiana over the NFL playoffs. So the fourth best topic I thought was this game.
I don't know.
I didn't time it that way.
Seems pretty intentional to me.
Too coincidental
Yeah,
to
like,
me.
oh, hey, Lauren, come on, give us the poll question, and now we're going to talk smack about your football team for a few minutes.
Yeah.
They had a great
I have
season.
nothing bad to say about
They had
my
a great
football
season.
team.
They had a really great season.
What's the poll question today, Lauren? What do you got?
The poll question today has to do with one of our top stories of the day, which is Jaylen Green's return tonight. So how many points do you think he will score in his return?
Okay.
15 or fewer, 16 to 20, 21 to 25, or 26 or more?
16 to 20.
15 or fewer.
16 to 20, leading the way with 51% of the vote, 27% going with 15 or fewer, 15% going with 21 to 25, and 7% going with 26 or more.
A minutes thing, right?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm going to go with the minutes thing.
Okay. Makes sense. I'm sure he's going to be quite limited tonight. I would think they'll be careful
Right.
in how many minutes he'll play, and I'm probably falling victim to how he looked the first time around. That was a long time ago, and that was not after missing 33 straight games due to a hamstring injury. So I imagine they'll be very, very careful with him tonight. Suns and the Sixers tonight at 5. We're a little bit of a shorter edition of Burns and Gambo show today because of it, but no worries. We'll be back on tomorrow straight up 2 o'clock for a full edition of the Burns and Gambo show to talk about exactly what Jaylen Green did last night. In the meantime, Ben Johnson thought about going for 2.
Thought about it, yeah. Thought about it. Probably what played a little bit of a factor was, our goal-to-go situations hadn't gone very clean. Our inside the 5 plan hadn't worked out quite like we had hoped. And so just felt better about taking our chances there in overtime.
Yeah, that previous goal line stuff with about 3 minutes to go was still very fresh in Ben Johnson's mind. So when Caleb Williams has one of the plays of the year, I mean, a 14-yard pass that traveled 52 yards in the air.
Incredible.
Just ran straight backwards.
Just incredible. You're almost like, what just happened?
It was amazing.
Cole Kmet caught that?
How? Amazing. It was just amazing.
And I thought the corner left him. There was a little bit of a push off, but I'm like, how did the corner not stay with him?
Yeah.
And it was like, but there was separation. Like, there was good separation between the corner and Cole Kmet on the play. Just an incredible play by Caleb Williams.
Yeah, there was one national commentator used the word preposterous to describe it, and it was a preposterous play for him to be there, be backpedaling, literally turn his back to the play, run 10 yards straight back to reset himself and buy himself another moment or two to survey the field, and then throw 52 yards in the air in that weather to Cole Kmet. Unfortunately, it was not enough because, Caleb Williams giveth and he taketh away. And that interception he had on the Bears' first possession of overtime.
Isn't that on DJ Moore?
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Come on, that's on DJ Moore.
He's on, and DJ has done it all season.
It's a
Just
terrible
stopped
route.
running his route before the ball gets thrown.
Well, he ran the route into the guy instead of like a sharp angle where he would have had an easy reception. I don't blame Caleb Williams at all. So it's tough because you stop the Rams. The Rams get the ball in overtime. You stop them, they punt. All you need is a field goal. You win the game. They start to move down the field, and then you throw that interception. And then the Rams kick the field goal to win the game. But you know what? You know what kind of shocked me? Why didn't you ice the thicker kicker? Why didn't you ice him?
You know what shocks me?
What?
Is that I still get joy out of hearing you say thicker kicker.
The thicker kicker.
I just, it's still makes me, that's the thing I'm going to remember about today's show more than anything. Thicker kicker.
No timeouts to ice the guy.
Yeah.
He kicks a game-winning 42-yard. It's the guy who was cut by the Jets in the preseason. He was cut off the practice squad. He goes out there. Why not? It's cold. It's miserable. Why not ice the guy? I don't understand how you just let him kick the ball. I was a little surprised at that. Because you see a lot of times you try to ice the guy.
Yeah.
And sometimes it works. But to just let him go out there and kick it, I thought that was a mistake.
There were, in a game like that, there were so many quote-unquote plays of the game, and obviously we're going to all remember the Caleb to Cole Kmet play. The catch by Devontae Adams on the sideline with the toe drag was incredible. It was absolutely incredible. I mean, because at first when the referee said catch, I'm like, that's not a catch. They're going to go back and look at it, and they're going to realize it's not. And then when you see him just ever so delicately drag the toe of the right foot as he's going out of bounds, it was incredible. It was an impressive catch from him. And an impressive win for the Rams. I mean, there was a while there watching their offense kind of flounder, and all credit to Chicago's defense. Mm-hmm. But I was thinking the weather is going to get them. It's too cold. They're not, because Chicago was moving the ball, I don't want to say with relative ease, but they were moving it fairly well. They just had all these short yardage situations that they could not convert on, all these fourth downs that they went for that they couldn't convert. And Williams had a couple of interceptions in that game, one on fourth down. They were so close to putting that game out of reach in those short yardage situations, and they just couldn't quite get over the hump every single time.
They were 3 of 6 on fourth down.
Yeah, and 2 of those were touchdown passes on fourth down, right?
Yeah.
So 1 of 4 the rest of the time, and they were all in potential scoring drives. And they were all fairly short yardage, and they just couldn't convert in those moments.
Since 2003, 14 dome teams have played an outdoor playoff game on the road in temperatures under 30 degrees. Those teams are 3-11. Now with the Rams winning. It was 2-11. Now it's 3-11. The Rams won a playoff game in below freezing temperatures for the first time since at least 2000.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't look it up because the story I read says at least 2000. I'm going to give you the exact year. But it says since at least 2000, the first time they won a game.
I want to know the year, damn it.
Yeah.
The year.
I mean, my wife was watching some of that game. She goes, it looks so cold. It looks so cold. You see the steam coming out of your mouth when you breathe and everything. It did. It looked very, very cold. But it didn't. I don't think it had that much of an effect on the game overall. I mean, the Rams were able to go there. Stafford Stafford threw for 258 yards in the football game. It's not like he threw for 120.
Yeah, I know, but I felt like watching that game, and McVay and Stafford both said after the game that they just felt like they had a really hard time getting into any kind of a rhythm offensively. And I think watching that game, it felt like that. That felt real to me. And maybe I just attributed that to the weather.
Yeah.
But it felt like they had a hard time getting into any kind of a rhythm of what they wanted to do. And then towards the end, that quick 3-and-out they had, in which they didn't really put the ball in Stafford's hands to throw the ball on that 3rd and 10. They gave the ball back to the Bears so quickly.
You talking about the overtime?
No, I'm talking about the Rams' last possession before the Komet touchdown.
Yeah, right.
A real quick 3-and-out, and the Bears had it at their 50. Not that made it easy, because it didn't. It took a miraculous 4th down play for it to happen. But the Rams were.
It was a terrible punt, if I remember correctly.
Terrible punt.
It was a terrible punt that didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
You're probably expecting to get, pin him at the 30, 27, 28-yard line. Instead, they got the ball at midfield.
The Rams claim one spot. The Seahawks, we'll talk about them in a little bit. They claim the other for the NFC Championship game. And that is all set. And our condolences to Lauren's Bears, who, again, she's taking it with the right amount of perspective, I think. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, the Suns took a big old bite out of the Big Apple over the weekend. What stood out in winning both games in New York? We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale. They do an incredible job of helping people every day with all of their needs. When it comes to getting themselves a new car, truck, or SUV, you got to check out Sanderson Ford. They've got some great deals going on right now, including the F-150 truck, America's best-selling truck. You can get it at Sanderson Ford, and they start at some terrific prices. So if you're looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, Sanderson Ford's on 51st Avenue in Glendale. It is America's most awarded Ford dealership. The Ford F-150 starts as low as $33,995. They got over 100 F-150s in stock to choose from. So when you're in the market for new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Go online at sandersonford.com or visit them on 51st Avenue in Glendale.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store and online. And now, the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Limited time. For JD Power 2025 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Dan Bickley here, and you know what's a great New Year's resolution for sports fans? Watching sports in high resolution with a new entertainment system from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. They have great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for. They'll match any price you bring to them. They offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and their service and expertise is unparalleled. Plus, they're local, and shopping local really matters. Visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner. Shop online at waltz.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Suns play in their second game of a back-to-back tonight in Philadelphia, and a key member is set to make his return. Jaylen Green, who has missed a majority of this season due to a hamstring injury, is off of the team's injury report, and he will play tonight against the 76ers. Other key names on the report: Mark Williams is questionable with right knee injury management, and the 76ers are going to be without Joel Embiid due to right ankle injury management, while Paul George is listed as questionable with left knee injury management. A lot of injuries to manage. Tip-off is at 5. Pre-game coverage is going to start at 4 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. 6 current openings across the NFL for head coaches. The Cardinals added a new name to their candidates list today. Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady is the latest name to be reported. He is set to have his interview with the Cardinals today. It could have already happened today. What we know for sure is that he has interviewed for the Cardinals position. And in case you missed it last night, the latest head coach to be hired in the NFL is Robert Saleh. He will join the Tennessee Titans, and he's the 4th head coach to be hired in this current cycle. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will Jaylen Green return to the Suns tonight? If so, we'll be all over our basketball team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
This is not a terrible song.
Not a terrible song?
It's not. It's a good song. I don't love it. You like it?
I love Al Green.
It's a classic.
Oh, this is a vibe, as the kids would say. This is a vibe. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say I've got this one on my Apple Music, but
I don't either.
I should.
I have it in my Apple Music and on vinyl.
Okay. Vinyl's the way to go.
It's a groove. I mean, it really, it's making me think I should. It's making me rethink my life's decisions.
There's a guy in Ahwatukee. It's right off of I-10 in Elliott.
Come on, listen to that. Ooh,
I know. I bought my future son-in-law, who's marrying my daughter in October, wanted this classic Bob Dylan Live at Budokan album.
Yeah.
And so this guy opened up a record store by me in Ahwatukee. He's 62 years old. His lifelong dream was to open up a record store.
Really?
It was a lifelong dream.
Well, I'll have to go visit it.
I don't know the name of it. It's on I-10 in Elliott.
Oh.
So it's just, I don't know. I forgot the name of it. But it's right on I-10 in Elliott. And it's like, if you get off the I-10 and you head west, it's right on the right-hand side.
Okay.
It was a lifelong dream. So him and his daughter, and he's got a daughter named Gabriella who went to the U of A. I have a daughter named Gabriella who went to the U of A. I went in there, I bought that album, and then me and my wife were like, let's give this guy some. We bought like 7 albums. So like, we'll buy this, we'll buy that. I got an America album. I got a Bryan Adams album. We just like Because the guy's like, I'm 62 years old. My dream was to open up a record store, and he opened up a record store in Ahwatukee.
I'll go check it out. Stop by there one day on my way home.
Sorry, I don't know the name of
it's fine.
it.
I'll be able to find it.
I-10 and Elliott.
Al, why are we playing Al Green? You wonder? Because it's a Green Day here on the Burns and Gambo show. Jaylen Green is making his return for the Phoenix Suns tonight as they take on the Philadelphia 76ers.
Let's go. I'm excited.
But the Suns, without him, were able to kind of right. Not that the ship needed righting. Not that there was a lot of panic over the 2 games that they lost to start the road trip. We expected that this road trip was going to have some teeth to it and was going to bite a little bit, right? And against the Heat and the Pistons, the road trip bit.
Remember what I kept saying?
You were adversity. Here it comes.
Here it comes. Going to lose 3 in a row for the first time. They're going to lose 3 in a row. Going to go to New York. New York's got all the legends there. They're all out. Knicks are going to play well. No Jalen Brunson. The Suns took the game to them.
The Suns bit back against not only the road trip but the Big Apple in winning Saturday night against the Knicks, winning last night against the Brooklyn Nets. Albeit that one was much easier. That Knicks win was one, and you pointed this out, and you're absolutely right. The signature run of that game was one of the best
of the whole season
moments of the season to watch them after just getting punched in the face, punch right back the way they did. It was great.
Yeah, that was one of the best runs. The Knicks scored on an OG Anunoby layup with 4 minutes and 34 seconds left in the third quarter. It put them up by 10. The next time they scored a basket was Mikal Bridges' layup, 11:15, so 45 seconds into the fourth. So 4:34 of the third and 45 seconds of the fourth. That's like 5 minutes, and I don't know the math, whatever it is, almost 5.5 minutes of the Knicks not scoring a basket. The Suns went on an epic 15-0 run, 13-0 to end the third quarter, and then Dunn had a baseline dunk to make it 82-77. They never lost the lead after that run.
Yeah.
The Knicks tied it twice, but the Suns never lost the lead. That was one of the best runs of the entire year by the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, and it was fueled in part by Devin Booker's playmaking and his desire to be back in that game to play. He loves playing at Madison Square Garden. That you mentioned all the legends they had there. I saw the video after the game of him dapping them all up right when that game was done.
So Amari and Steph, Latrell Sprewell, Starks. He mentioned Gallinari, like his dad played with Danilo Gallinari, so he mentioned Gallinari. That was great. The Knicks suck right now, but good win for the Suns.
I mean, they didn't have Josh Hart, they didn't have Jalen Brunson, as you mentioned. That clearly, and I think they've lost since playing the Suns. So there's obviously a little bit of a problem right now with the New York Knicks, but the Suns don't care about that stuff. Their defense was fantastic in the fourth quarter. They held the Knicks to like 1 of 11 from deep in the fourth quarter. They did a great job there. They held the Knicks to 43 points in the second half. Colin Gillespie was really good in the fourth quarter, 3 of 6 from the floor. 8 of his 11 came in the fourth quarter. The bench in general
was so good.
Oh, it was so good in that game. I mean, Oso was great. Ryan Dunn was good. Jordan Goodwin.
So good.
Just when you started to think that maybe it was catching up with him a little bit, he goes and has a game like that with his 13 points and his plus 18. He was really good. I mean, Dylan Brooks was clearly being bothered by something. They won that game.
Not yesterday.
No. He was fine yesterday, but there were a couple games during this road trip where he did not look quite right. That was a heck of a win. And just like the Knicks win from a couple of weeks ago, kind of an early signature moment for this basketball team, especially with a road trip that could have gotten a little sideways on them. For them to right the ship that night the way they did was another impressive benchmark in a season that's been filled with impressive benchmarks.
I mean, I just remember Grayson Allen diving for a loose ball and banging heads with OG Anunoby and blood gushing from his nose and stuffing it with cotton to try to stop the bleeding. And he just wants to be out there. And then you had the technical on Karl Anthony Towns with Oso. And it was one of those games. But, man, once they went on that run, and Booker had, at the end of the third quarter, that basket by Booker off the glass, oh, my God.
With the end one.
It was incredible. Just an incredible basket by Book. And all of a sudden, they win that one, they win this one, and you're like, man, everything's fine. This team's going to go on the road. If they can win one more on the road, they can finish 3-3 on this road trip. I'll take it. I'll take it.
It's total gravy. I mean, it's just either win tonight against the Sixers or beat the Atlanta Hawks on Friday and finish the road trip 3-3. You're fine. Last night against the Nets, kind of, just sort of a blah game. I mean, it was fine. It's the Nets. They're not very good. They were missing a bunch of guys too. The Suns' offense was fantastic between Grayson Allen, Colin Gillespie, and Dylan Brooks. Those three combined to make 15 of the Suns' 20 made three-pointers. Dylan Brooks was very, very back last night, both in terms of how he shot the ball and the technical fouls. He got number 14 on the year. He got that one. He made it back from the one that he lost earlier that he had rescinded. So he's back to being 2 away from a 1-game suspension. But, Devin Booker was fine, but it wasn't anything special from him last night. Mostly it was those 3 guys.
Yeah.
Grayson Allen, Colin Gillespie, and Dillon Brooks, who had a big game.
And they had the lead. They had the 20-point lead. Then they were up by 17. And then the defense just kind of, it seemed maybe they were tired, whatever it was, but it just seems like their defense kind of let up a little bit.
Yep.
And then the Nets started to knock down some shots. And then all of a sudden you're in a 4-point battle. Now they were able to pull away and win it, but all of a sudden it got a little too close for comfort in that game yesterday.
Yeah. And then tonight, Jaylen Green and his return and kind of the adjustment. Now we know Mark Williams is questionable for tonight's game with the injury management. Not quite sure whether he's going to play in the second night of a back-to-back. We'll see. But tonight is about Jaylen Green. Tonight's about his minutes. Tonight is about, we've talked about it. And it being like kind of straddling the line between being a good problem to have and just a problem. And it's a little bit of both. I mean, it's great that they're getting Jaylen Green back, but it does mean Jordan Ott's got to kind of work some things on the fly now a little bit with this team and minutes and rotations and kind of work to figure things out. And hopefully, they don't take too big of a step back while figuring it out. These next few games could look a little awkward potentially with minutes and rotations and Jordan not kind of figuring out how it's going to work.
Wouldn't it be almost normal to have it take 5 games to figure it out, how to play with each other?
Totally. Yeah.
Like Green's got to really, I think they've got to learn to play with him. But their ball movement and their spacing has been really good, and he's a scorer. I am curious to see how he's going to play defensively on this team, which we talked about earlier, because the Suns, their MO is just their defense. But I'm sure Jordan Ott's been thinking about this for a long time, and that he's in his head. He kind of knows what he wants to do. Let's see if it could be executed.
I'm reading the YouTube chat. Lauren, you should probably tip jar Al Green. There's like 5 people on the YouTube chat. I'm gonna tip jar that. Yeah, I'll be adding that one to Apple Music, I think, for my way home. That's a good one. The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name. We're giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on Bickley and Murata. Wolf and Luke are right here on Burns and Gambo all this week. And when you hear the code word, just text that word to 620-620, and you'll be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. When we come back, does anybody want the Cardinals job? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Middays 10 to 2.
You know my stance. The Cardinals need to go heavy on the offensive line in this draft. And I think if the right opportunity presents itself, not the 3rd pick at this point. And I go into these games, these Miami games, thinking that. And every time I'm like, or Ruben Bain. You can go ahead and draft Ruben Bain if you want. I know it doesn't really fit anything you need, but go ahead and draft Ruben Bain.
Yes. Okay, so that was your number 1 takeaway from what you saw last night was draft Ruben Bain.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about M-Drive. It's a product that I've been taking for a decade, and I was at the gym doing box jumps today, did 30 box jumps, 32 inches high, no problem. I haven't slowed down at all. Part of it is eat right, sleep right, and work out on a regular basis. And what helps me in my workouts with my endurance, my stamina, my recovery is taking M-Drive. It's a daily supplement I take every single day to help me get through my workouts, to help me recover faster so I can work out the next day. And right now, there's about 8 hours left in their New Year's sale, just about 8 hours, where you could use the code New Year and save 20% off everything. Now, if you are working out every day and everything's going well for you, I recommend M-Drive Elite. If you're just trying to lose 5 to 10 pounds, 15 pounds, M-Drive Boost and Burn is a great product for you. But men, let's be men again. M-Drive is proven, clinically tested ingredients that will help you with your workouts and help you with your daily routine. Whether it's male performance, weight loss, elite performance, they are the #1 men's health brand in Sprouts. And you can also go online at mdriveformen.com.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we believe buying a diamond should feel exciting, not overwhelming or overpriced. I'm Diamond Dave, a fourth-generation jeweler, and I've dedicated my career to helping people celebrate life's biggest moments the right way. I hand-select every diamond that comes through our office, making sure it has the right balance of cut, color, clarity, and carat weight to really sparkle. We specialize in custom jewelry from engagement rings to earrings and bracelets designed to reflect your style and your story. And because we keep our operation lean and personal, there's no high-pressure sales and no retail markup. For me, it's not just a transaction. It's about trust. That's why our clients return again and again. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, my promise is simple. Honest guidance, exceptional value, and a stress-free experience from start to finish.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morris Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health the priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with your getting you the most money for your you pay nothing to Sweet James at 800 million. Partner of your Phoenix.
The latest names and conversation with Mark starts at 6 here. Arizona Sports app and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. If you had a 3-day weekend, I hope you enjoyed it. If you didn't, I'm sorry. We did. Yeah. Love 3-day weekends. Yeah. It's probably just to take the headphones out. We'll just have a conversation without the headphones here for a second. It's getting a job in Tennessee. Fans in the position, not that they were going to get. He was the number one choice on my list.
You know, like I thought, okay, guys that maybe they could get, but it's just really clear that Tennessee was, after having been burned a few times in this process, Tennessee was just not going to let him leave town. He was not leaving Nashville, because if he had, he would have come to Arizona and he would have done an interview with the Cardinals, and who knows, maybe they would have gone after him so hard they would have made sure that he didn't leave Arizona. It didn't get to that point. And now Cardinal fans just find themselves wrestling with the question, who wants this job? Who's going to get this job, and who's it going to be? Because it's becoming really, really clear, Gambo, that no matter what you want to say about the person who ultimately does get it, it's clearly not one of the desirable jobs in the NFL.
No,
that's really obvious.
What do you have to listen? What do you have to offer? A history of losing, not a lot of success, a questionable ownership group, and their commitment to win. You have a quarterback situation that is murky at best. You have no idea who your quarterback is going to be. It could be Jacoby Brissett. It could be Kyler Murray. It could be somebody in the draft. It could be somebody in free agency. You don't know. You don't have a lot of top-end talent. I think, the drafts from Monty could very well prove fruitful, but a lot of these guys were injured, and we didn't get a chance to see them play. They could be good, but we just don't know. You're in a division that's the toughest in the NFL. The two teams that are playing to go to the Super Bowl in the NFC are both in your division.
Right.
And the other team that didn't make it has like 9 guys that are injured, and they're as good as the other two teams, and they made it far. Like all three. So you're in the toughest division. You have uncertainty at quarterback. You've got a franchise that has a history of losing. It's a tough sell.
It is a tough sell.
It's like it's a tough sell to anybody. Hey, come take why? Why should I take this shot? Now, if you don't have any options, if you're Robert Saleh and you've got options, okay, you're not going to take this job.
Mm-hmm.
I would say to you that I would expect that the guy who takes the Cardinals job does not have other options.
Does not have another team that wants his services, in other words?
Yes.
I think you're probably right. I think you're going to end up being proven right. That it's going to come down to that. And what
doesn't mean you can't get a good coach.
Doesn't mean you can't get a great coach. And I know that sounds like us trying to spin it positive, and but it's also, that can be true. You can have the last pick. You can get the last coach that's available to be hired and still get it very, very right. You can also be in that position and get it very wrong. Now, A.Q. Shipley, the Cardinals color analyst, when he was on Bickley and Murata today, talked about the downfall of waiting to get the head coach or being the last team to get one.
Be interesting. The funny thing, every time there's one of these coaching searches that come up for the Cardinals, it seems that, we're one of the last ones to make the final decision. And for me, it's not just about picking the right head coach. I love these teams that are jumping on it and making a move early because there's 15 to 20 assistant coaches that still have to be hired too. Yes. So the longer you wait, not only are you losing out on your guy as a head coach, but you're losing out on all the quality assistants
but
too.
Here's also the problem with not being everybody's first choice or everybody's second choice. Okay, Jeff Hafley, who took the Dolphins job.
Yeah. He was on the Cardinals list.
The Cardinals wanted a second interview with him.
Yep.
The Dolphins said, no, we're going to hire you before it gets to that point.
And he took Miami over.
Robert Saleh was on his way to Arizona if he had ever left Nashville, and the Titans like, nope, you're not. And it happened to the Titans, by the way. It happened the other way 3 times to them. The Giants hired John Harbaugh before his next visit was to Tennessee. The Falcons hired Kevin Stefanski. His next visit was going to be to Tennessee. The Dolphins hired Hafley. His next visit was going to be to Tennessee.
So they didn't let Saleh leave.
Yeah, Tennessee's like, okay, we're tired of this. We're tired of being the team that was up next on everybody's interview list, only to see 3 guys walk out the door. Robert, you're not leaving until we reach an agreement with you to be our head coach. And now the Cardinals are the one who are kind of sifting through the guys like Sean McDermott. I know he's out there. I know he wants to coach. I have a hard time believing that the Cardinals would be on high on his list or a place he wants to go.
Because
he's a good coach. He may not run a rebuilding job. So now, let's look at the teams. It's the Cardinals. It's the Bills. Those are 6 jobs that are left to do. Cardinals and the Bills. And the Ravens are the Steelers. The Steelers. And there's stability there, and it's a great organization. Those 3 want you. You will win. Got the other 3. And this isn't necessarily just the Cardinals. It's the 2. Those jobs are, those organizations are designed. And you've got a shot at those 3. Those 3 before you go jumping at the other 3. And then it's more than likely that the Cardinals are going to hire a coach that which he does again doesn't mean you're not going to get a good coach. Vance Joseph, a lot of people don't, but I would not be disappointed with Vance.
Joseph. Do you feel that? I think a lot of the fan base would be. It's also based on some of my conversations with my friends and
y'all either, but I do get the impression that Vance Joseph is very much settling, whereas if you get a Mike LaFleur, a Chris Shula, that feels new. That feels like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even know how to describe. Vance Joseph's a very accomplished coach, but it does feel like you'd be hiring him because he kind of knows the landscape of what he's getting into. And that's not necessarily.
Have you heard Vance
what you
Joseph's
want.
name with any other teams?
I know he did a couple of interviews with a couple of other teams. I can't recall who they are. I'd have to go back and look and see who he did. I
don't know that he's high on anybody else's list.
I don't think he is either.
And I'm not saying he's going to be the coach. That was my prediction in the beginning.
Yep.
And I know Michael likes him very much, Michael Bidwell, so we'll see.
There are, as I mentioned before, there are 5 coaches out there that were on the Cardinals list that can't be spoken to until this weekend's playoff action is over. Vance Joseph, Clint Kubiak, the offensive coordinator of Seattle, Thomas Brown, the tight ends coach and passing game coordinator of the Patriots, LaFleur, the Rams OC, Shula, the Rams DC.
Vance has had interviews with the Cardinals, Ravens, Raiders, Giants, and Titans.
Okay, so Giants and Titans are out.
Raiders, Ravens, Cardinals.
The Raiders and the Ravens he's had a conversation with.
Right.
Okay. The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name. We're giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on Bickley and Murata, on Wolf and Luke, and Burns and Gambo all this week. And when you hear it, text that word to 620-620, and you'll be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. When we come back, it was a great weekend for the AFC playoffs as well. Congratulations, Mitch. We're sorry. Next on Arizona Sports.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns by 15, looking to add to it. Allen, another 3, and another one falls, this time from the left side near the hash mark for Grayson Allen. And the Suns go up 18, 109-91. Allen has 14 off the bench tonight.
2 wins in NYC over the weekend for the Suns, and we talk about it today. So roll with us at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
There are so many benefits that come with being a member of Global Credit Union that go beyond the money you're going to save doing your banking with them. Now, that's obviously the big one because it's a lot of money you're going to save doing your banking with Global Credit Union, but there are more, so many more. Every time you need help when it comes to your account, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can always reach a live person based in the United States to speak to you about your financial questions, a real person with real answers about your financial goals. They also have access to direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance, which means you have direct deposit set up with your employer, and you wake up every Friday and there's a paycheck in your account, or every other Friday. You can have access to that money at Global Credit Union up to 3 days in advance. So payday doesn't have to be on Friday when it comes to Global Credit Union. That and so many more. Explore all the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com, and then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Let's make this the year. Let's make this the year that you go from hating your smile, never smiling for photos, videos, tough to go on job interviews, you hide your mouth when you... Let's make this the year you change all of that. Pro Smile Dental Implant Centers, Phoenix and Scottsdale, absolutely second to none. They can take your smile makeover from start to finish and make you confident and proud of your teeth and your smile. There is a Pro Smile difference. They're the only implant center here with the lab, the mills, the technician, the anesthesiologist, and oral surgeons on board every single day. They use only the highest quality zirconium porcelain. Others use a lesser quality. Their quality is better. It looks better. It lasts longer. You can get a custom-designed temporary smile to try out where you approve the color, the shape, the size, and get this. You come in for treatment and leave the same day with your temporary new incredible smile. That's Pro Smile. You worried about the cost? Don't. They've got incredible interest-free financing offers. You can even finance up to 10 years. Don't wait. Don't hesitate. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE, and let's get you happy with your smile. That's 1-888-GO-SMILE.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Suns playing their second game of a back-to-back tonight in Philadelphia, and it looks like a key member is set to make his return. Jaylen Green, who has missed a majority of the season due to a hamstring injury, is off the injury report and will make his return tonight. We are keeping an eye, however, on a couple more names, namely Mark Williams, who is listed as questionable going into this one. Joel Embiid for Philadelphia is out, so he will not play. And then the other name we're keeping an eye on here is Paul George, who is questionable as well. Tip-off is at 5. Pre-game coverage is going to start at 4 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. With 6 current head coach openings across the NFL, Cardinals have added a new name to their list. Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady is the latest name to be reported. He is set to interview with the Cardinals today. He might have interviewed with them already. We're not totally sure, but we do know there was an interview today with Joe Brady, who's with the Buffalo Bills. Well, not anymore. And in case you missed it last night, the latest head coach to be hired in the NFL is Robert Saleh. He will join the Tennessee Titans, and he is the 4th coach to be hired in this current cycle. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Are we heading toward the Cardinals hiring Vance Joseph as their next head coach? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It was surreal to watch it play out in real time. What I mean by that was 40 minutes after the game was over between the Broncos and the Bills, half the locker room had already gone home. Sean Payton walks back into the media room to readdress reporters after he had already met with them.
Because he missed them.
And he's basically, hey, look, guys, I know this is kind of unorthodox. Thanks for coming back in here. Bo Nix is out for the rest of the postseason. He fractured his ankle on the second to the last play before we kicked the field goal.
And here comes Jarrett Stidham.
And here comes Jarrett Stidham to lead us in the battle against the New England Patriots in the AFC Championship. And so, like, I've got Mitch is one of 2 people in my life who are like diehard Broncos fans, and I wanted to text both of them and just like, congratulations or I'm sorry. What do you want to hear? Yeah, congratulations, you won. I'm sorry, Jarrett Stidham's probably not going to get it done in the AFC. What a delightfully terrible day if you're a Broncos fan.
Are you going to count them out at home against the Patriots team? They're okay. They're not a great team.
I'm going to say it's going to be tough for them to win with Jarrett Stidham. Yeah.
Whoever wins the NFC Championship game is winning the Super Bowl.
Yes.
I'll tell you that right now.
1,000%.
Got a car payment on that
1,000.
one. They forced 5 turnovers of Josh Allen in defense.
He hasn't taken a snap in 2 years.
I know.
He hasn't taken a snap in an NFL game
He's got
in 2 years.
4 career starts in 7 years. He's got 1 career win. He was a 4th-round pick out of Auburn in 2019. He backed up Tom Brady with the Patriots. He has not attempted a pass all season. The last pass attempt was in 2023. He's got 197 total pass attempts, but he hasn't thrown a pass all year. And you're going to say, okay, come in here and go win. Now you're at home and you got a great defense. That defense had 3 sacks, 3 fumble recoveries, 2 interceptions. Yes, the Bills scored a lot of points.
They also kind of moved the ball at will.
They did move the ball.
450 yards of offense. They were 10 of 15 on 3rd down.
Yep.
If it wasn't for Josh Allen as a turnover machine, the Bills probably win that game comfortably. But because Josh Allen was so loose with the football, it kept giving Denver all these chances to win the football game the way they did. I thought it.
I would favor New England, but not by a lot. Now, I don't know what else you could, I don't know what else you could do. Phillip Rivers available.
There's nothing else to do. Come on, Phillip.
Anybody that's better than Jarrett Stidham?
There's nothing you
He's your guy.
There's nothing you can do. He's your guy. Oh, we're going to do this.
There we go.
We'll do this. We are aware that we're having some technical issues on the show. That's what's going on. And it was defined interception that was an interception. Bucks 49ers. It was the Rams Bears. I can't hear because I don't have my headphones in. But in the Rams Bears, right, where they immediately ruled it a catch. Like they didn't even. Nope. He caught it. He was on the ground. He didn't take it away from him. And what got everybody upset about the Broncos Bills game was that they didn't take any. It didn't feel like they took any time to really look at it.
Right.
Like, and McDermott, and I play the cut for you, but like I said, we're having some technical issues and we're just trying to fight our way through it right now. McDermott basically said, like, I took a timeout there. I couldn't challenge it. We were in overtime. I'm not allowed to.
Give them more time to think about it.
Just think about it. Hey, guys, look at it. Make sure. Tell us what's going on. And the next day, I guess on NFL Network, Walt Anderson, who's the chief spokesperson for NFL officiating, said, no, we looked at it. We reviewed it, but they were like, but you didn't tell us that. Nobody came on the microphone and said, we've reviewed the play and we've decided that it's an interception, that it stands. Instead, it wasn't a very transparent process to determine whether that was a turnover or not. I thought he caught the ball.
There's a lot of still shots of his knee down and the ball in his hands.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it. He's down. Right now, as he goes rolling over, like you can see simultaneously that McMillan kind of comes up with the ball. Now, it wasn't like McMillan ripped it from him, but it was like, but I thought that he had the ball. So to me, that was a catch. the Bills end up losing the game in overtime. Devastating loss for them. It cost McDermott his job. Josh Allen's now 0-7 in overtime overtime games. He's 0-3 in overtime playoff games. That's Denver's first playoff win since 2015. Again, they won the Super Bowl. They move on. They're doing with the backup quarterback. The Patriots, it's going to be quarterbacks in the Bills. It's not really Jeff Hostetler with the Giants. With Philly. Kurt Warner with the Rams for trade grade. Quarterback, the led team in the Super Bowl. So it's never happened before, but we'll see if Stephen can do the next. So late in the season, with all of those guys, to get that one game and to play that one game. Hostetler played a full season. At least some ramp-up time before just a game. But Hostetler, okay. Foles ended up playing a lot more years because he was with Philly. Kurt Warner replacing Trent Green. Jarrett Stidham turned this into something special, and that was a success. Potentially, absolutely. I just think for those other guys, because it's just such a it's led the league in pass attempts this season. Schnell throwing the ball a lot. Vince Ferragamo with the Rams in 79. Rest of the Steelers. So you're going to pick the Broncos? Is that what you're telling me? I don't think it'd be a blowout because I'm hoping for Rams. Because the last thing this world needs is you getting another wrench. Round table draft that we have to pick the team that wins the Super Bowl.
His team advances. He's eliminated. All of his teams are gone. Nobody's left, but his Broncos are in the AFC title game. Lauren has the Broncos, which, you feel good about that? Probably not. I have the Seahawks.
I feel good about that. I feel good about Seattle if I was you.
I have Seattle. I feel really good about that.
Although Charbonnet's out. Charbonnet's out for the
Charbonnet, you go Kenneth Walker III. And then you have both the Rams and the Patriots.
Trade grades tomorrow on the big trade between me and Mitch. Trade grades. What do you give Mitch? What do you give me? What do you, I want the trade grades from everybody.
If you don't remember, Mitch had the number 1 overall pick, and he traded it to Gambo so Mitch could get 4 and 5, thinking that it's your intention was absolutely in the right spot. Yeah, exactly. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, what about the other 2 games in the NFL playoffs? Because if we're being honest, the Super Bowl matchup might be with those 2 winners. That's coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
hole.
Text the word hole to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Data rates may apply.
Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric. I actually had Christian Brothers out the other day. I had a plumbing issue. I had one of our toilet bowls was not flushing properly. So I called Christian Brothers, and they came out the very same day, and they did a terrific job, and they were able to replace the part that needed to be replaced. They came out the same day. They fixed it. The price was incredible. I left them a great Google review because it was such great work, and I really appreciate it. When it comes to any plumbing issues in your house, Christian Brothers will do a great job for you. They've been around for 50 years in business, and they'll take great care of you if you've got an issue and you need a plumbing repair. If you've got slow-moving water, the drains could be clogged. If you're not getting hot water in certain areas, they can help you with that. You got a toilet bowl that's not flushing properly, they can help you with that as well. Christian Brothers has been around for 50 years. They even offer a $50 plumbing inspection where they'll check everything out. A water heater flush will be included, drain and fixture evaluation. They'll check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, and it only costs $50. So call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at barrett-jackson.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. You want a GMC, you want the best trucks and SUVs out there. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC, but they also have an incredible service department. 25% off for everybody right now when you get your service appointment through Liberty GMC. Any vehicle, you can get it serviced at Liberty GMC. You'll get free wiper blades with any oil change. You can buy 3 tires and get 1 free always, and it's 25% off for everybody when you get your car serviced at Liberty GMC. That, the fact that they've got a late night shift that they've added, which means you drop your car off by 8 p.m. at night, it's ready for you by the next morning, and Liberty GMC is the place for you to go. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? Games we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Suns, 76ers tonight, 5 o'clock tip time. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. And I just saw a tweet from our buddy Tim Ring, who is filling in for John Bloom tonight on the radio call. So Ringer's there in Philadelphia right now. Jaylen Green will be coming off the bench for the Phoenix Suns tonight. Will not be starting.
Okay.
He'll be coming off the bench.
Okay, there you go.
According to his...
I got 15 and under on the points.
I got, what did I say?
16
to 21? Is that what I said? 16 to 21? Okay, yeah. So Jaylen Green will come off the bench. Target minutes they have for him, about the conditioning and all that stuff. Also said that Mark Williams is looking good for playing tonight, the second night of a back-to-back.
Okay.
All of this Mitch will cover in Here Come the Suns when he steps in here and we become the pregame show.
It's all right.
But you, me, Mitch, and ultimately Kellen will all be here to preview that game from 4 until 40. So we're not going anywhere, but from 4 until 4:30, we'll preview the game with Here Come the Suns. But Jaylen Green will be coming off the bench. Other than that, there is a variety of NBA action on tonight. The most noteworthy games of the evening include the Lakers taking on the Denver Nuggets, the Spurs taking on the Houston Rockets tonight.
I believe. Suns win, Lakers lose, the Suns would be then tied with the Lakers?
I believe you're correct. Yes, I
For the
believe you're correct.
sixth spot in the Western Conference.
And Golden State is hosting Toronto tonight, and Jimmy Butler's out for the season.
Yeah, they're
with a torn
done.
ACL.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, the Lakers have lost 5 out of their last 7 basketball games.
Yeah.
They recently lost to Charlotte and Portland.
That's the spot.
And Sacramento.
That's the spot to grab in the West.
Yeah.
That's the spot.
They don't play a lick of defense. Not a lick of defense.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Like I say, we'll preview the game coming up in a little bit. In the meantime, the other 2 playoff games from over the weekend that we haven't talked about, there was a reason why we haven't spent a lot of time on them, is because they were... One of them was over by the first quarter. Like, you could have legitimately stopped watching Seattle-San Francisco after the first quarter, and you would have been just fine. You didn't need to watch anything else when it came to that game. The other one, and I'm going to start with the Texans and the Patriots, was one of the sloppiest, unwatchable football games I think I've ever laid eyes on. It was a really hard watch on Sunday afternoon to watch those teams. Here, you have it. No, I don't want it. You take it. No, I'll give it back to you. You take it. It was almost impossible to enjoy that football game. It was so messy.
It was really bad. And C.J. Stroud was freaking awful.
Terrible.
4 interceptions for C.J. Stroud. 4 interceptions. It's not like Drake May lit it up, but he was much more efficient. He threw 3 touchdown passes in that game. They were able to run the ball. So the Texans could not run the ball. They could not throw the ball. And Patriots took advantage of that. It was 28-16. It was 21-10 at the half. And then the Houston actually cut it to 21-16. So they actually got themselves back into the game early in that third quarter. They were able to get that touchdown. They were able to get the field goal, the 2 field goals. Wasn't a touchdown, excuse me. Fairbanks hit a field goal, then he hit another field goal, and that was 21-16. But then the Patriots put the game away in the fourth quarter with that touchdown pass from May to Booty.
Yeah, I mean, I saw your tweet, and I think a lot of football fans who were watching the game are probably thinking the same thing. Like, are they going to make a change? Are they going to go to Mills?
I thought they should have benched him
at halftime because Stroud was so bad, and it's why. And we talked about this a little bit on Friday when we were previewing the game, and not that we knew it was going to be this bad for C.J. Stroud, but there's been a little bit of a shift when it comes to how to judge that quarterback class of Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud. Like in the immediate aftermath with Stroud's success, it was thought, oh man, the Texans just pulled one over on the Panthers. The Panthers gave up all that stuff for Bryce Young. C.J. Stroud is clearly better. They picked the wrong quarterback. Now, I mean, you watched that game, so did I. Stroud looked shaky the whole postseason. He looked uncertain. He looked unsure of himself. He looked stubborn to the point of almost stupidity, like throwing balls that just shouldn't be thrown, and
terrible.
I mean, just awful decision making throughout the course of that game.
Then when he was shell shocked, his passes were in the ground. He didn't want to throw it in the air. Everything was short on the ground.
To the point where you really, I think, if you're Houston, you have to worry about like the long-term ramifications of C.J. Stroud being your quarterback. Did that game break him? Is it going to be hard for him to put a little bit, like
the yips,
like putting Humpty Dumpty back together again after a game like that? And is it going to be not that Bryce Young's all that, but I'm just like in the first year after that draft, it was thought the Texans crushed the Panthers in that draft.
Yes.
Now I'm not so sure.
No,
I'm not so sure.
I was pretty convinced in my mind that they had to bench him after that first half. It was such a terrible first half, and they came out with him in the second half. And everything he was throwing was like in the ground. It was almost like he didn't want to get the ball in the air. He was just like, he was so gun shy to throw the ball. Like he was just almost like, he wasn't like passing it. He was just kind of like aiming it. I thought he was terrible. I thought he really should have been benched. Davis Mills, I think, is the backup. I was saying he should have came in and been the quarterback. He would have gave him a better chance to win the game.
It brought up a terrible memory. The two teams combined for 8 turnovers, right? That is the most turnovers in a playoff game since the Arizona Cardinals and the Carolina Panthers in the NFC Championship game, the Carson Palmer game, in which they turned the ball over 7 times.
Wow.
And the Panthers turned it over once.
That's a good nugget. I did not know that. That's the most turnovers since that game.
Since that game, and the Cardinals had 7 of the 8. The other one came on Saturday night. Seattle just blew the doors off of San Francisco.
Yeah, they couldn't score. The last 2 games against them, they can't score any points.
You know, and Sam Darnold got the monkey off his back a little bit, right? They didn't need him to be special. He was fine. They didn't need anything great of him. He's got another week to kind of heal up that oblique injury and presumably be better. That defense for Seattle is fierce, man. They are fierce. And this Seahawks-Rams game is going to be a classic, you would think.
Yeah. Rashid Shaheed took that opening kickoff for the touchdown. It was just all Seattle from that point forward. Seattle all-time 13-3 at home in the postseason. 13-3. They got a great home field advantage in the playoffs. It'll be tough for the Rams to go win.
Yeah, that was the first playoff game in that building with fans in nearly 10 years. The only other one they had there was during the COVID year when fans weren't allowed, so it was played at an empty stadium. It's the first time as an organization they've been able to enjoy that crazy raucous environment the way they did, and they use it to their effect. That game should be a classic. The AFC, not sure what to expect from the Broncos and the Patriots. You're giving Jarrett Stidham a lot of love, and the Broncos
not their defense. I'd give the Broncos defense a chance to keep them in that game.
Yeah, and we'll see if they're able to do it. It's going to do it for us, but Gambo and I aren't going anywhere. Mitch is sliding into the captain's chair. Here come the Suns. We'll preview the Suns and the Sixers next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube.